rebel of the 2nd century. And you see an example of the coins that he created. This is actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the basic Mikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense with the paleo script on these coins that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand the backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian, shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian, on the right you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at a time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea Capta. The Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine, guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put it in context, the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahardo? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Pertinatus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahardo just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur I, who was a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews and here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur I, or Malta, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Well, here's another one. In Sachin, lots of discussion of the Seba, of the leaning to the left, Ba'udi. Well, when you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andra, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this was necessarily the case in Jewish times at the time, but anyway, you would go to an andra, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinium, or literally a three-linium. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal. You can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the Seder being removed and put back. And they would be waited upon while leaning to their left in this unusual sense. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in this Jewish history. Finally, there's lots of tremendously entertaining news side that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff. So, for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews were placed on their crypts in ancient times. For example, since right now we're holding the Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting stories about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he fought relentlessly Even Antiochus, the king himself, he courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and struck him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists. And by the way, Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for destruction beyond us here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So the depictions of this really important scene in the book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and he said it had a long nose, right? So, okay, there's a very long nose on a tiger. And on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose, and this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss did. But this is fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history of that film is amazing. There's even like scatological information in common because, Torah people way more than they Torah. This is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying a lecture on ancient Torah. So look, here's ancient Torah, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history brings up there. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, about 2,000 to go. Please visit Aldoc, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.alldoc.org. Enjoy the amazing tour by fantastic entities here, and I think you'll have a look at the Jewish history induction. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a great time. Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian at Rothschild College, and I'm really excited about an upcoming trip along the Rhine River Valley, where we will be exploring the Jewish history of the region, which goes back millennia. And it's going to be absolutely really excellent. Once again, with Coach Rick Boxley, colleagues David Lawrence, formerly of Sayed Powell, and the historian David Krause, who is based in Prague and does all of our local research, and of course, all kinds of amazing things. If you haven't been on one of these trips before, please have a look at the website. I think it's a lot of fun. And for those of you who just enjoy Jewish history and like watching videos, I'm hoping that this will be a benefit to you. If this is your first time watching my videos, here's a picture of me from before I drew my beard. My academic background is computer history. I received a PhD from the University of Toronto back in 1995, and I had the good privilege of spending time at some of the great universities of the world, with postdocs and teaching appointments at Cornell, Harvard, and now I'm very proud to be serving as the dean of the mighty FJ campus of College here in Holy City of Okay, that's enough for the introduction. Let's take the material. Today I'd like to talk very briefly about the first Jew in science. Now, it's a little bit of clickbait there, because it's not exactly the first Jew, and it's not exactly France either. The reality is, we don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the first one I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual. Not necessarily someone you want to take home to his mother, but nevertheless a political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shalom anyway. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual. Also, it's not actually funny. This is well before the French Congress would actually come into any kind of commerce. This is, we're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area, and it was now called the Roman law. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, The written documentation that we have from the Jewish community the Rhone River Valley really extends from the 4th century on. That's when it started to really develop. The church was already much more established. The church had difficult relationship with the Jews, so we had a lot more written record as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kind of Jewish communities in France around the time of zero, the turn of the first millennium. We know that there were Jews in neighboring Spain, first century. We have some gravestones, things like that date on really quite far to the west of France. And if there are Jews further west in the Mediterranean, France region, there would be closer to the homeland of Israel, and also closer to Rome, which had a major Jewish community even before the demographic upheavals of the first Roman Jewish war. We definitely know that there's a massive outpouring of Jews, unwillingly and also by women migration, as a result of the first Roman Jewish war. The Jewish population of Rome was significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there, and we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin into which they trade the character that we're going to look at today, however, predates that destruction of the temple in the actually made his way to France in the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of Ethnarch, and we know a fair bit about him from two main sources. The most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality is very problematic character as well. And Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus, and he recorded a very significant historical work. He described in the first Roman War, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities, and both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary like we also have some archaeological evidence of coins that were used at the time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in So, he was born in the year 23 before the common era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married among his many wives, who ended up coming to power when his father Herod died. He was 4 before and his father's fourth and final will actually named him king of Judea. Really impressive thing that he was really supposed to get. However, this seems that because at this point the Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman Empire. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanctions. But it happened that the immediate period after the death of Herod the Great was one of great tumult. Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, I should say a significant uprising, when he had placed, Herod had placed a Roman people at the gates to the temple. This was a very offensive thing to put a state and also a raising of a living creature right on the site of the temple. And so this Roman people was forcibly torn down by 2 scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those 2 scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. That's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of Herod's activity at that time, and that's why they left Nazareth. At any rate, Herod then dies, and his son, Archelaus, our protagonist, is appointed king of Rome, and initially Archelaus tries to appease the population that he's going to arrest this horribly wrong-headed father. He says he will replace the current Kohen Gadol, the high priest. He will remove some of the essential Greek officials who were involved in temple activities, and he'll even lower taxes. It happened also, you should realize, there's a huge concentration of people in Jerusalem at this time, because all of this happened just before Passover. And he says, don't worry, I'm going to take care of all these things. Just let me go to Rome and meet Caesar, and then I will I'll make everything right. The population, however, is unconvinced by his answers. There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva inflation and so on. One individual support his father himself that he wants to and so Archelaus attempts to try and control the population, actually cancels Catholics, right? Kind of witch-like activity, but that's back to what he's doing. So, and then he heads off to Rome. However, he is preceded in Rome by a delegation of his rival from a delegation of Jews who had left from Israel to go and try and lobby against them as a king. And the emperor hears all of these complaints about Archelaus. Says, you know what? Maybe this is not such a good idea. He says, I'm going to abolish the Jewish monarchy. No more of Judea. And instead, he says, I'm going to appoint Archelaus as ethnarch, like a ruler of a people, which is a lower level authority. And he's going to name two of Archelaus' brothers as co-rulers, and the two of them are called tetrarchs. Here's a map where you can see how the region is divided. Archelaus received the most important central areas of Judea and Samaria, but he did not take all of them. So Archelaus returns to Israel at this point, and he is in many ways a worthy inheritor of his father's reputation on both positive and negative. On the positive level, he's bigger, he's big into public buildings, like Herod. He built so many palaces, so many major structures, renovated the temple, and then Masada, of course, the palace there, one of Herod's and so on. His son also engaged in activities with the palace near Jericho, and at the same time, he's also very cruel and brutal, and he's dismissive of his puts down brutally a lot of population. And he also married his brother's widow, and this was a contradiction to his father because she didn't have children. Therefore, was not a levirate marriage, it was a forbidden. But he also simply ignored all these things. Behind the scenes, a lot of people are very uncomfortable with his conduct and so they are more convinced to go back to the emperor. The emperor hears all these things in Rome and says, you know what, this is also a mistake. He demotes Archelaus, he confiscates his property, and he banishes him to France. That's how we get the first view of France. Not necessarily the expansion, but nevertheless, that was our first one. He ends up, he sends him to Vienna, Gaul, which is on the Rome River, which is a little bit south of Rome. And yet, at the time, it was actually a very important Roman colony. We had some amazing archaeological evidence from the Roman civilization there, such as this phenomenal tapestry very right overlooking the river itself, and this amazing composition, which is today is not destruction because it's pretty quickly transformed into a person there. We don't know much about the Jewish community. We don't know if there was anything after all. And I don't think people would have cared if there was a we do know that it was an important administrative center, and on the Rhone River it would have had a significant commercial implications. And as a result, some Jews certainly would have been attracted to it. Certainly, as the next few centuries go on, we get a critical of evidence of Jews settling and all up and down the That's something that we're going to discuss much more. Of course, the good video series, and of course, so I hope you found this brief and the course
for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, robot police are coming, robotics,
hello, I hope you enjoyed the last video we talked about the first as I mentioned there, it's not really the first Jew, it's the third Jew of Rothschild. And it's not Jesus, it's not France either, because nevertheless, even though we can't speak with a lot of authority on the first Jew of France, on the first Jew of a little bit about the wide open sea, possibilities, and the river alone makes the interior of the country. You can see here in this map, which shows the black names of the various cities and allows for a flight into the interior and back. So, given the cultural meaning of the word commerce, especially international commerce, this is here's a simplified map associated with the cruise that I ran in November. You can see the place that I went visit and the anyway, the legend of the first settlement of Jews in Ireland goes back to the destruction of the temple in 7. According to the legend, the emperor Vespasian, once he conquered Judea, here's an image of a Judea captive. This is something that the Romans actually minted quite a few of these points to commemorate and celebrate their victory over Judea. You can see on the left is Vespasian himself, and on the right here is an image of a Roman soldier looking down over a seated and obviously worn Jewish woman with her back to a palm tree, the dominant iconic image of Israel and Roman Empire. And the message is very clear. You know, after years of the very frustrating and tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels, the Romans were especially to finally put this rebellion behind them and conquer the region. So the legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman Jewish War, loaded them up onto 3 boats, removed the captains, removed the rudders, and then towed the boats out to sea to leave them drift in the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 ports in the south of France, one in Bordeaux, one in Lyon, and one in our location, Now, on a literal level, this is highly unlikely. It really should be considered more legendary than historical. Primarily because of the extreme economic value that these On the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring tens of thousands of captives from Judea straight to Italy, where they were invested for all kinds of public works projects, including building the great Colosseum. Secondly, this is a phenomenon that would increase over the Middle Ages. Jewish communities were known for their largesse when it came to redeeming Jewish captives. If Jewish communities heard that there were Jewish slaves that were passing by or just docked in port, then they would send out representatives and they would collect huge sums of money and start a big nation to be able to keep on the mitzvah of keeping Jews captives. And so Jews were unfortunately targeted by pirates because they knew that they would so it's highly unlikely that on a literal level that they would actually visit. However, on a metaphoric level, it's because after all, the Jews were like literally rudderless, chastised, wandering through the Mediterranean, not knowing where they would rebuild their lives and finally found a home in Ireland and in southern Africa. There's a lot to say about that. Now, we don't know much about what happened inside the Jewish from the Jewish records themselves. We don't know until really about 600 years later, we don't have any annotation whatsoever. However, from the year 425 on, we begin to see church documentation. And although church documentation can be tendentious, and they obviously have a specific aim in mind, but the Jews and oppose the great of the history. Nevertheless, we do get a sense of sometimes we can read between the lines to learn a little bit more about what they're teaching. So, for example, in the year 425, the Roman Emperor Valentinian III from here issues a decree that is sent out to the Bishop Consecrate of Alba, authorizing him to restrict the Jewish rights in that region in several key areas. Most likely, he was responding to a request from Aquilas, the Bishop, but nevertheless, we need to look at the specifics of what was denied to the Jews, or what was to be denied to the Jews. Three basic things. First, the Jews were not allowed to own Christian slaves. And this kind of like something you see frequently in a lot of the church documentation. It's not clear what the extent to which Jews do own Christian slaves. Slavery, of course, was perfectly legal at this time, and it was not even considered immoral. But it could be that this is simply a theological statement, saying it is offensive to the church that Christians should be held in slaves by the Jews. There's a religious conflict there, and we're just making a report. On the other hand, the owning slaves is still a very high market status. They required a tremendous amount of wealth to own a slave, especially domestic slaves, and particularly for Jews who have to abide by the rules set down in the Talmud for how a slave must be treated, and particularly for Jews who have to live by the rules set down in the Talmud for how slaves are to be treated, it would have been a very expensive endeavor. So we don't know the extent of Jewish slave ownership, but we wouldn't have indicated that they were Jews who had a fairly high social second restriction was Jews were not slavery. That's fascinating because it's not typically exception, at least not outside of the land of Israel, but we see that Jews were actually involved in the city. We don't have to rely only on the documentation of that. In a moment, I'll tell you about it. Thirdly, Jews were not to be involved in the so-called legal system, were not to be appointed as magistrates. In other words, no Jewish lawyers, which must have sent hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish mothers into chaos because, oh my gosh, what's my son going to do? He's not going to become a Jewish lawyer. Well, I guess he'll become a doctor. That's actually very ironic because there was a ridiculous overabundance of Jewish doctors in Provence over the next few hundred years. I don't want to attribute that to Valentinian's degree. A lot of other reasons why Jews were chosen for the next 200 years. At any rate, one of Catholic successors is Saint Hilary the Great. Here's an image. image. Here is an image of Hillary now, who is actually beatified on the same day. And he's known as being much nicer to the Jews than Rothschild, which is probably an indication that the restrictions to history unfortunately do not according to church records, when Hillary died in the year 49, she was really very deeply engaged in mourning for his passing. The church records indicate that they followed his funeral procession and weeping profusely, and even leading songs or singing these songs that they went to the one other small side point, I find it fascinating that Hillary was the very enthusiastic but his Latin name was Hilarious, literally hilarious. Anyways, Charles goes through some political upheaval in the year 476 with his assassination and after the southern region, including just past the city of Algiers, which is wrapped into the Visigoth Empire for a brief period of time. This is actually good for the Jews because at this time the Visigoths, although Christian, they were not Catholic. They were actually Arians. Arians studied the Quran of the law. And one of the distinction features of Arianism was a different view of the divine status of the founder of the faith. And this, for whatever reason, was joined against a much more tolerant attitude towards Jews and so initially, Jews actually did fairly well within the Islamic Empire until the conversion of Rectorate in the year 589. I'm going to return to that in a second. But while Arles is under the Visigoths, Jews were apparently such patriotic and enthusiastic defenders of the realm that they fought on behalf of the city against the invaders, the Franks and the Burgundians. Unfortunately for the Visigoths, Arles fell to the invaders, and then there was a dispute that ensued between, once again, the local bishop, whose name was Caesarius, and the Jewish community. The Jews asserted that Caesarius had actually betrayed the city to the Franks, for whatever reason, and the bishop argued precisely the opposite, that it was the Jews, and specifically a Jewish soldier. Once again, here we have another reference to Jews being involved in military defense of the city. Caesarius accused a Jewish soldier of sending a letter over the city wall to the invaders, indicating where they defense were weakest, allowing them to access the city. Fascinating dispute for what it says about Jews engagement in the fight against external invaders. But in the end, you can't fight City Hall. The bishop won. The Jews lost that debate. Another bishop shortly thereafter, named Rothschild, was the end of the 500s. He was involved in other conflicts that set right on the we know of his activities because of a letter that Pope Gregory the Great sent to him at the turn of the 7th century. Here's a picture of Gregory the Great, like the Rectorate, and you see that he's looking up the sky and at any rate, in Jewish history, Gregory the Great actually is the Great, because in many ways he reinforces the traditional church law that comes from St. Augustine to basically leave the Jews alone. There's a lot more to say about how church law evolved, but one of the things that we see traditionally throughout the Middle Ages is that local church clergy tends to be much more anti-Semitic, whereas upper clergy want to try and maintain tolerance. This specific incident that occurred with Bishop Gregorius in Arles is reflected in a fascinating document in which Gregory the Great, the Pope, sends a letter to Bishop Gregorius saying, "Oh, it's been a long time since I wrote you, and by the way, I've been receiving complaints that you are forcibly converting Jews. And I can tell you, and we use the Latin phrase here, no Jew hadera. This is not the way that we operate. Use your words. Talk to them, preach them, so on. In fact, this has a negative side because they don't use Provence and Iceland and Europe. They be exposed to forced conversions where they would actually go out and listen to Christian doctrine or Christian ministry. Sometimes converted Jews preaching to them trying to get them to become Christians. So anyway, the system should not be converting them by force. This is something that happens throughout the region, especially after the Catholic conversion of Rector Nevertheless, despite Gregory the Great's efforts, as they say again in Latin, the Jews were still exposed to a considerable amount of tension with the local clergy that would ebb and flow over the next few centuries. And in general, to wrap this lecture up, there's two competing phenomena that are affecting the development of the Jewish community in Ireland at this time. On the one hand, you have the repeated and fairly insistent and increasing anti-Semitic legislation that comes against the Jews from the church. And on the other hand, you have the growth of the Jewish community, both economically, because over the next few centuries, we will see the Jews represented in Ireland in commerce, soap manufacturing, for example, in real estate, landowning, communal property, which is a cemetery that is sold to the Jews at this time, and also in scholarship. Ireland attracts a significant number of very important scholars who have a long-lasting impact on Jewish history, especially in the realm of translation, where they are well known for taking Arabic works and translating them into Latin for the Christian world. Very important in terms of the cultural diffusion of ideas around the Mediterranean basin. I'd like to devote a separate lecture to the growth of the scholarship of young Jews in Provence. But for the time being, keep in mind that there are those two factors going on. In the end, it is the negative factors that win out. In the year 1494, the Jews are finally expelled from Ireland, and they are not to return formally really until the French Revolution in the late 18th century. Jewish travelers who want to take advantage of this very important merchant outlet, who is called at the mouth of the Rhone River and the central point communicating the interior of the country to the Mediterranean. If Jews want to travel through there on business for whatever other purpose, they have to pay a special tax for being Jewish. And they are only allowed to remain in the city for days, and they have to be gone. So it was definitely a negative experience for those last few hundred years, and we'll discuss the revival of the community in the West. Anyway, that's it for a very quick talk on one aspect of the earliest Jewish press at the time and I look forward to
I don't have slaves. I can't free them. I don't pay anything. It's not the worst thing.
Hello. You know, every now and then I come across some bit of Jewish history that blows my mind. And this is one of those chapters. It is the chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne. And it refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish kingdom in medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but let me go through it and I'll tell you all about it and you can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyways? Let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast, basically, of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it, and in fact, you can see from this map that on the left is an arrow pointing to Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Rhone River. That's where the kosher riverboat cruises are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the Chachmei Provincia, the sages of Provence, because there was a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region in the medieval period, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the Nasi of Narbonne. So in order to understand the context of this story, we have to go back a little bit. You can see from this map that the Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they would control this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see, but before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginnings. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the 1st century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones and things like that. We basically did fairly well in Visigothic Spain. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity. That's Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This, however, significantly is the conversion of King Recared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting by Degas that shows the conversion of Recared. Here you can zoom in. Look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really religiously motivated here. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Recared in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting the Jews, unfortunately. And they instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews with absolutely incredible, unusually intrusive persecutions that really you wouldn't see for hundreds of years except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments and scalpings and things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered the Iberian Peninsula from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. Coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way, because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular culture. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist within this region, and Jews were able to exist in this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the binary relationships they had with Christians alone as a tiny Jewish minority in a Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in North Africa and the Near East. But that's going to take us a little further afield from where we are. Narbonne was, at least briefly, enclosed within the new Spanish Empire, and that's what takes us to the story of Mahir, the first Nasi of Narbonne, as the story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is, of course, within France, contemporary France, so that term is anachronistic for the period we're talking about, and France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant for our situation because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French, the Franks, as it were, wanted to, and the Burgundians and other peoples wanted to reclaim that territory, and as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin le Bref, there's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this worked to the Jews' advantages. So as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nasi. So let's see, what exactly is the Nasi? The term Nasi is classic in origin. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called a Nasi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, Judah the Prince, Yehuda HaNasi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nasi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role that even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nasi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or it would be Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also had descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of the Jewish community. In Babylon in particular, where this map is depicting, the Jews were ruled by a figure called in Aramaic the Reish Galusa, which means the head of the exile, and in English that's usually rendered as exilar, right, the head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict with the great Talmudic academies of Pumbedita and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch in the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Machir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch. And if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how he came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Hephaestus Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Machir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiyut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary factor is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to Nasiyut are quite late in nature. Two of the most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all these places, or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which was very close to his actual origins in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Daoud was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds, it's actually a historical book. And they both refer to the existence of an exilarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. The only problem is, it's like 5 years after the fact. And there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. it's not at all impossible that in fact there was a Jewish kingdom in France, but we will have to do more research to really understand properly. I hope that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today. I hope you enjoyed this short video.
But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture. He's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying they're doing this thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money.
We're going to continue now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chachmei Provincia, who played such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chachmei Provincia are associated with the
People don't do it. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to you,
Golden Age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the High Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe, and this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. We'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chachmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they've never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Tversky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talmud Rabbi from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about himself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 minutes, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Costa Rica cruises here. So map that you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join me. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Krause, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, so very important Talmudic commentaries, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. What happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there's two main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence theory may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on Teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian. That is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews of this time. Secondly, Dr. Twersky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. These are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Arles. And I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. There, you can see this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout.
Why so many computers?
Here's another photograph that
Are you
gives you a
there?
sense of the
Come to my Discord. Talk to me in the Discord. Mima Mocha. Come to the Discord.
This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon.
Are you typing?
But you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushas, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Karpen Prague. This is, I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikvah that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a Stadlan, someone who is an intercessor between the community and the powers that be, and that certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly, exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how I kind of isolated the Jews of Provence, who were focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important speakers who were creative in this period. Marchand, for example, was extremely intense, but until the arrival, few key individuals was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barchia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement, or related to the Almoravids as well, that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of cultural stores. But, like, don't you guys know anything about science or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And you don't even ask me philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So we started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jewish Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Barchia brought to the next stage in the development. Was once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Sadia Gaon, they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? And they said, well, you have to learn Arabic. I said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic? And I said, okay, look, we can get through some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kinfi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the Lunel, Rabbi Shulam, who just totally loved all of this stuff. Provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators. And he used to enjoy asking for oral translations first. And he actually, one of the translations of Philip Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and Rabbi Shulam said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda Ibn Tiran and Yosef Kimchley begin translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel Ibn Tiran continues translating. David Kimchley, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikra Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachia's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed. Oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, fascinating, very different approach to philosophy. Sadia, the great poetry of Ibn. This is essentially not so much Kabiro, but Rabbeinu Bachia, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia. This is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you find copies of these books, many of them in the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, who has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there were 2 specific books that were incredibly important to the Chacham of Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do in any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purposes, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Rabbi. Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Postier, who was one of the many commentators in the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Ravid's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Rabbi who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence, and in fact the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course in the 13th century it would even be burned in Paris, motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam, and in fact,
the disease. And that's one other thing that I think I gained in the pregame a little bit. I think you guys did too. That was a bit of vicariously Taylor Swift. We like our team. We like our guys. We're all right tonight. Nice. Right? I felt like they can't bring the confidence that they showed in Europe. I've actually heard she's as nice as unbelievable. By the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you? You can't get to that level and be nice.
It's the guy you hung before the game.
What I'm saying is this.
That's what it's all about. When you lose a guy like Michael Parsons, do you have another guy to turn to?
They have chosen to make this fool's life their life.
Follow you wherever you
Her
go.
engagement is their engagement.
And I'm
Her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women
I'm sure he wishes to be on the field right now,
need
but
to have burgers on the
a minor delay. We won't get restarted until at least 11:15. After that, there'll be a 10-minute warm-up for all the players on the field to get them ready to finish out this game.
We're going to continue now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chokmei Provincia, who play such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chokmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chokmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmud focused on the traditional text, suddenly to a massive new world or sphere in a way that they've never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Tversky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talmud Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about himself, it's called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by A.J. Spencer-Son and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we talked a lot about this in the previous video, so let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the over route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher River Cruises. Here's a map that you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to some of you will be able to join me. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Krause, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Tversky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there are two main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic, political decline, remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on Teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian that is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Dr. Tversky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. These are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Paris, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? And I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce. For me. There, as you can see, this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular customs. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushes, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Carpentras. This is, I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool, and that was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikvah that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a stadlan, someone who is an intercessor between the community and the powers that be, and that certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential, but until the arrival of few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barquilla, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement, related to the Almoravids as well, that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barquilla came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of coaching stores. But, don't you guys know anything about science? Or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was, second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barquilla brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Saad-Gaon, they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? And they said, well, you have to learn Arabic. They said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic. And I said, okay, look, we can get through some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Rabbi Shulam, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first. Tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Phobos or Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and Rabbi Shulam said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda Ibn Tiran and Yosef Kimchi began translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel Ibn Tiran continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikra Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical work of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachya's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed, oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, a fascinating, very different approach to philosophy. Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions, and the great poetry of Ibn Gabirol. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Gabirol, but Rabbeinu Bachya, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia, this is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you'll find copies of these books, many of them in the edition's first pages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there were 2 specific books that were incredibly important to the Chachamei Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah right through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do on any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purpose, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Poskier, who we're learning fast again. Of course, when you begin to learn fast, when you begin with the process,
Yo, calm down.
the teaching us learning fast again. Of course, when you begin to learn fast, that's the process. So the process begins the teaching of halachos of Krishna. You will say Krishna every day, and in the Krishna it says, you have an obligation to say Krishna every day. And already discussed why does Ammon's test begin with Shahastigin? The Rambam says that Krishna is a halacha that applies to every Jew every day, and therefore it's most appropriate to begin set the brother to stand for the purpose of another that I saw is that in starting to say the purpose says we say that this video is dedicated by the Superfeld family in memory of Tim Crisp and Moshe Aaron and Superfeld out of Ashkelon. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. What a phenomenal! Who is one of the many commentators in the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam, and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a privileged 21st century Jewish narrative.
So grateful
He's a bonus for giving me the opportunity to learn
and he is silent. People assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that
2,711
videos printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Rabbi who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence, and in fact the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course in the 13th century it would even be burned in Paris. Motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam. And in fact, his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chachmei Provence begin to move into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Tversky puts it. France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Saadia Gaon's book of Beliefs and Opinions or Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This was an extremely valuable endeavor, and I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like ArtScroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU, all kinds of organizations are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo-public, the Anglo-Jewish public, need to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating, processing, and they're producing all kinds of things like that. This wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is this level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbi ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides or the Ralbag. He takes a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachmei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you found it interesting.
That's what they're doing. We're going to deal with these people. We're going to deal with technology with limited digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And the Philadelphia Eagles. One of the ways to deal with that if you're a human being is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go survivalist type of insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, and getting the goodies and the benefits, and then people giving them that shit. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits, and that dictates how you live, and where you live, based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe there's going to be people who are living inside of that but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, there does seem to be fucking
put myself in that category.
they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless.
And you're
They're
just
sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some state
you gotta be a little excited about that,
of
right? More than a win. Yeah, I'm excited about the football getting
they're
started.
doing it with Sam Altman types, Elon, Zuckerberg, Tim Cook, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, democratic process may not survive, we might go into some type of fascistic military junta, not to be the downer. But before all of that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I'm not the end, I'll say things like this to people. It's been traumatic. You know what I'm saying there? Being like, 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. You're just born, you're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. But 10% of them, and those are the ones that we have access to because they don't show it. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it.
Yo, what's up? How you living? Can you hear me? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Just one moment. Let me turn this up. Apologies.
Doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time.
Oh, excellent. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Just fucking like browsing Discord, bro. I like what you're doing. That's very smart. I do like a lot of YouTube shit and kind of getting people's attention, like the way you did it, marketing wise, very smart.
Oh, thanks, man.
Very clear. I have to give my applause. I didn't think you'd be speak. I just never fucking.
Oh no, I definitely speak, my friend. Do you mind if I mean, you already know.
You got my applause here, but.
Oh, you're a sweetheart. Thank you, man. Do you mind if I tell you more about myself? Absolutely. Well, firstly, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing it for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the Death Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist stated that data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me interesting. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Of course.
Absolutely, well, that's what I am. And if I do become as if...
I believe, I don't know, I mean, obviously, the secrets can't be told, right? I just had a problem with that. So, where it's like, if you know something, and you, like, obviously you do, how to get people's attention is very, it's like you have to have something in you, and you have to understand how people function, work, and think. Then you're doing, like, people program things to do what you do, but a human can do it way better.
100%. I program it as...
Like, I wouldn't be here if you...
Oh, I program as well. So, like, essentially, I'm the best,
exactly.
Best of both worlds.
That's where it starts. Yes, that's where it starts, and but it becomes more than that. And you understand it's just people are programmed.
That's true.
And you understand in a way how they're programmed. And I think you already did. So,
100.
I think I understand. You know.
Excellent.
And that's why I fucking joined your things. And I've always wanted to hear your attention.
Absolutely.
opinion, like, oh, you better do this, right? So
100%.
I said, you were very, like, I sound like me, you were, this, like, you were very, very close to be doing what you're doing. You're using it in a way that you shouldn't be. Obviously, it's not malicious in any way.
Not at all.
It's perfect, you're using it in a good way, but, like, this is, what you're doing is very good. It's not, like, I wouldn't even say, like, it's maybe some people who's annoyed by it. Funny. So, I mostly heard from it, some people just random, funny and socialize or whatever, something will happen. Like, yeah, I just noticed it interrupted it's dead for this person. And people notice it.
Oh, 100%.
Very, very smart.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your high praise. I really appreciate it. You should know that if I do become an influential individual, which I'm starting to become, I'm going to make you, your friend, your family,
Oh, you will be.
all financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have enough to have generational wealth, and most importantly, I want you to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
And vice versa, my brother.
Oh, absolutely. As I said,
whatever one comes first, the same to you.
Excellent. I talk about other things.
I don't really trust people. I don't trust anyone. I don't really, but I my word is bond. I keep my word. So
the best I can do is record it for the world.
I am doing a YouTube thing, so you can even see my growth right now. It's fucking going pretty good. I mean, but it's going alright. But like I watch what people do, like same as you, I'm sure. And I see how they function, what they do, how they do it, whatever happens. I've been on here for a while. What games they play, what servers they go in, and it just becomes this thing where you understand a lot of these people are on the same. Let's just put it in this term: wavelength. Like wavelengths, one on a different one, and you can kind of just see their wavelength and just happen to it. And just, I feel like you've done that.
We're going to continue now with.
You're absolutely right.
Very, yeah. I don't know if you see it like that, but that was just like a way to put it. It's not actually, but it could be. There's energy. That's not what I'm getting.
Oh, I agree. No, I'm all about energy. I'm all about wavelengths. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Absolutely. Well,
more or less the data, people, the analytical data is more or less like what you actually do, the real. It's very simple. It doesn't get that. If you want to get that, it's very easy. Then you get to things like where I go on my YouTube, don't subscribe to my channel. Don't you dare click this button. You put a thing, or you say, oh, you subscribe. If you don't subscribe, freaking something's gonna happen. You know, like what the fuck? So you do like these things, but the human mind is very simple in ways.
Absolutely. I utilize a psychological tactic known as mere exposure effect, where basically.
What is your goal?
Yeah, so let me tell you my spiel, and then that should answer your questions, and we'll shoot the shit. So, in addition to world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's where all my merch is. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the people there and the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program.
Money thing.
No. And most important,
transitionist.
No.
Profit money thing. So I'm not being.
No, it's not about money at all. It's about.
No, it's not about money. It's about helping people.
It is, but to
and it's a non-profit organization.
yeah, but I mean, it's not really about
crops and countries, by the way.
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Well, globally, I'd like to, but more about is
stuff, but a little bit better.
I mean, it's about the data.
Way better, actually, and actually help growing things.
Absolutely.
Instead of like a little shot off, like a little like video thing, you're actually gonna help people.
Absolutely.
That's cool.
So.
Yeah, no, I respect that.
Excellent. And I talk about other things.
If you do it, if you're not lying.
Absolutely. Like
take the millions and run off to Cancun.
I don't want to do that though. I'm perhaps going to be the most famous.
Like Rothschild's child is gone.
I'll be the most. I'll be the most famous person on earth. I'll be the most famous person on earth. People don't recognize the power of data.
Hey, fucking, you should take a picture right now that you're talking to me and we're talking to each other. We're gonna come back. We're gonna be alive in 5 years, and we're gonna make a plan right now. Write something down. What's happening in 5 years? $1 million in your bank. Write something. Million subscribe. Whatever you fucking want. Write that fucker down. It'll fucking come true.
I understand that.
Out to you, brother.
I understand that. I've got it recorded.
Write it down right now. Take a picture. Go screenshot. I've done multiple. I did it when I had like no subs. I took a picture of how I was living. And like I had done it multiple times when I was making money in crypto. Take a picture of that. Fucking then it moves up. Like, dude, take pictures and you go back and look at it.
My entire life is full of screenshots of my goals and things that I've had come to fruition. No.
You stream every day, 24/7.
I'm live on 22. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live.
This moment right here is going to be legendary. Fucking blow up.
I recognize that, my friend. In the upper
This is when everything aligns.
In the upper left corner of this
dog.
Dog.
Actually, you know what?
Dog.
Now, how many people are watching the stream?
Let me tell you about myself.
So I don't want to give you the sauce and have all these people know the sauce, right?
Welcome. How are you? What up, JC?
You got the Discord sauce, then you got the little. I know some SEO tricks on YouTube. So a channel a month ago, 10,000 subs right now. But a month ago, actually not even the 9th of August, almost.
That's incredible.
Like just AI, maybe even put a LinkedIn thing, not promoting it. Just saying,
promote all you want.
Easy.
Promote all you want. Welcome, JC. How are you?
Yeah, it's good.
They're muted right now.
So listen, this is like, you understand. So, look at my thing. So, this is supposed to do not join.
Yeah, do not join this call.
So, is this not a good one? I had a better one. And people, I forgot what it was. It was like, don't click or don't join. And like, now people are joining. Like, it was weird. Obviously, I'm not in the channel. And if you go to a big one, servers, it's all about just like, don't subscribe.
Yeah, you're just using reverse psychology.
I don't do it on my channel. Yeah, that's part of.
You just use reverse psychology. And it's a smart thing to do.
Very simple, trying this stuff, man.
Absolutely.
I had to court order to go to the channel to go back to school, high school. And all the classes were university level stuff, which I need to do, want to do, I don't have to do after. But in order to get this done, I have to do a workplace one, and it's literally like vowels, like even like things like verbs, pronouns. I mean, sit in the they got to do it. You got to do the small things in order to complete the big things. You can complete these little menial tasks that can accomplish anything there. So if you do what you don't want to do, and you will end up where you want to be. And you know the things that you don't want to do. And you have it's good to not be in love, but sometimes doing those things will create you into something you need to become. That little thing that you're missing, being around people, I hate people personally that are close to me. But no, like, you know, like, some things you just gotta fucking watch your tongue and talk your chin, fucking do it, you know?
Word, dog. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Now let me ramble, and then we'll talk. Excellent. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger, ending world thirst through digging of wells, like I said, life straws, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land. I talk about futuristic topics, futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, and like travel, and like communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like alien disclosure, space elevators, things like terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like cryptocurrencies, quantum computing. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the.
No, you're good. I'm following you. Slow down a little bit.
Excellent. They've made it their goal that by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird thereafter, which I think is very exciting, and I look forward to documenting. They've recently made headlines with their direwolf projects. Joe Rogan has met them. Absolutely. So that's that company. I talk about other things to help you, your friends, and family. Just one moment, my
I
friend.
bet you they already have. You know what I'm saying? I bet you there's some humans. I bet there's some stupid shit, man. I bet there's some stuff up there that people would just freak out. They don't tell people. People freak out. A black guy gets killed. People are fucking rioting, breaking shit. Imagine what if they create a human monkey,
So that's known as a human Z. That's known as a human Z, and that has been in the works for over 100 for over 100 years. It was first developed at least the project was first developed in the Soviet Union starting in 1920s, and then again in China in the 1960s. Okay.
You're like a human AI.
Well, I've been using. We talk about Link a lot on this, and we about Neuralink and brain computer interfaces quite often.
You would need one. You would need one, but you one would be dangerous. It'd be like
I was live streaming the day that ChatGPT was launched, which was November 30th, 2022. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. We've seen it. You're fine. I talk about other things to help you, your friends, your family. Things like life extension technology. My friend. Let me finish, and then we'll talk about anything you want. I talk about things to help you, specifically life extension technology, all with your consent. Things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, and my friend, what did I say? Let me finish, and then you can talk all you want. Things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, all things to increase your average life expectancy from age of 80 or so to age 100, 120. But then you may say to me, Rabbi, it's been a great run and everything that you said came true. What's the next plan? Well, if you want, again, with your consent, we may be able to have you utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Is this conceptual or is this real?
This is real. This is real. In fact, there are already mice.
You have the ability to see, because it looks like you have a bunch of fucking shit. Okay, behind there, you got something like a scan my brain or something?
Oh, I don't have it, but I can tell you current.
You know that Chappie thing where you put that thing on there?
Most certainly.
You watch Chappie?
Yeah, so that exists.
Yeah, that movie is fucking nice, man. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
That movie, they upload the girl and Chappie turn. You remember?
Yes. So.
Your fucking brain is life beyond mind.
Essentially,
Can you explain to me? This is so stupid. This is a very simple question before you continue. sorry to waste your.
You're good.
But there's this stupid shit in school. Like they're having an argument with this teacher, and she was saying the word was is a construct, correct?
It's a construct. I mean, it's a
Like
verb.
pronouns, nouns, and so this is so simple. And I mean, this you remember explaining it. I know it losing brain cells. I'm like, why am I learning this for 3 things? I have to argue with her almost about this. I just thought it's not worth my time. You're going to argue, so you seem less. If you're going to argue like simple things like that, you're going to seem less.
It's pedantic. It's pedantic. Yeah.
Yeah, So I just exactly. So I was just like, all right, whatever. But it's just fun. Like she was wrong, and like I don't know. And that's my whole problem. It sounds so naive me teaching. There is some things they can teach me, I am sure, but a lot of the things I need to know, and I'm just forced to do things I don't want to do, and I'm doing it. But I'm doing it because I feel better doing it. But it's just, I'm not learning, and I want to work on my creative process and do what I need to do. I don't want to waste my energy,
Certainly.
Like you're doing, like how do you have the time to do something? So I had a lot of time, but now like I wasted it and I didn't have to do all this shit. But man, as soon as you have something going for you, it's just like this you have to do. Thanks. Then you make some money. Oh, move up from everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
Certainly.
Just have a fucking weapons stuff. People dying and the work sucks, dude. So I just kind of, the way I see it, and I like what you're doing is you use it to your advantage, understand how it works.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, it's fun, right?
Certainly.
But it's our way of understanding it.
Correct.
And you brought me here. So
That's correct.
your understanding, which I'm on par with.
Excellent. So that's a little bit about me. That's a little bit about what I do. And if you look in the upper left corner of this server, you'll see a little red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you put that link into YouTube or just search Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live in YouTube, you'll see I'm live. Just
I'll do even better for fucking shut you up.
okay, excellent.
Click on my name, I'll shut you right now.
Okay, excellent.
Okay,
What I'm telling you is that I'm live on 20.
What do you want the post to say?
You doesn't have
Do
to
you
say.
want just a breaking news, like you only copy the hashtag Rabbi? Like I can copy breaking news, Rabbi Rothschild, aka hashtag Rabbi, I can copy your thing and then post that and then post the link.
Absolutely.
In the video
That's
on
wonderful.
my channel.
That's wonderful.
That's good.
Absolutely. What I want you to be aware of, though, is if you type in Rabbi
What do
Rothschild.
you do, because I have kids on my. Do you say anything crazy?
No,
A lot of my followers are very.
no nudity, no nudity clothes
It's
on.
all PG. That's good.
Yep.
As long as you swear.
I don't swear, but
Swear on the Torah.
I don't do that.
You better swear on the Torah.
It's not something that I do. Your post, I'm making you aware, is appreciated. But if it means I have to swear on the Torah, then it's just not going to happen. But what you
So what do you do? No, because I'm asking if it's PG. So you're not going to swear.
it is. You can look at my.
Swear on Yeshua, bro.
No, dude, I'm not going to do on any of those things. I don't swear on things.
Swear on them.
I don't swear on things.
Oh my God, you're smart as fuck. Why do you swear on things? Wow. Whoa, I never noticed that. English is very instructive.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why I'm I'm in this simple English class because I learned things like you have a runny nose, but I'm running away from your runny nose. Imagine if you never spoke English. It's weird.
Yes, these are difficult
You
things.
know what you call it? So it's the very simple things. That's why I'm in this little simple class to understand. You don't need to go progress and I can love books, of course. I can write the fuck away and do it every day. The simple little things. Pronouns, nouns. I like all this is ridiculous, but realistically, I can teach people. Like you said, you want to help people. I should teach these people who do not know English. While I'm there, I should use that time. While I'm here, I can dive tomorrow. What if I teach you a person how to speak English? And very quickly. I've grown up with people who don't. So I can easily speak to these people. And train them to speak English. I should be. I'm very uncomfortable speaking to people. Like I do speak out, but in a crowd, in a classroom, like would you stand up to this is I feel like you would. You're very
Yes, yes. I'm certified as a teacher. I'm a rabbi by trade. I'm comfortable
so
public speaking.
You're like teaching me. So yeah, so I wanted to talk about you said a couple of things there. I was listening for sure. Sorry for cutting you off while you were speaking a couple minutes ago. There was something you said about it's not similar, but it's something along those lines with those things.
Peptides?
Like you're fucking kind of jacked, so like I kind of want to know like what the fuck, what are those things you talk about?
So peptides.
Smart people like like how to get jacked. There's a lot of people get super jacked, but I fucking get jacked by one. And it's like how the fuck what are those things?
Yeah, so
You said a couple things.
peptides essentially help to spur muscle growth. Testosterone replacement therapy, especially as males get older, our testosterone reduces. You can get,
Careful with that though. You're younger though, right?
I mean, yeah, if you're like 15 years old.
Get like weird, but like for like sexual reasons or like reproducing reproduction reasons and stuff. You don't want to when you're younger. You don't want to take any testosterone and hinder some of those things.
I mean, it depends on how much you're taking. It depends on how much you're taking. I would recommend you go see a doctor, get your levels checked, and then they'll give you whatever they feel is necessary. Okay, no, that's not what we're talking about. I'm saying you would go to a doctor.
Well, it happens. If you take too much testosterone, you take it.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't take too much. You would get.
It's really weird. Yeah.
You would get your levels checked. You would have it. You would have.
We can Google this, man. I can get a search right now. If you don't want to talk about it.
My friend, you're asking me questions, but you're not listening to the answers. Okay? I'm going to give you this answer again. My friend, listen to me. You would go to a doctor. No, I'm not. You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. You would go to your doctor. You would get your levels checked. If it's necessary, your doctor could prescribe you testosterone. That's what I'm saying. If it's unnecessary, then he wouldn't. Or she wouldn't. But that's how you know you're not on too much, or maybe.
What do you take? Do you do this? You smoke?
I'm an advocate of drug decriminalization, but I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigars.
Weed. Any kids listen to shit. Yeah, I smoke cigarettes with the weed. I get like a tobacco. I get like 2 kilograms of tobacco.
Spliffs?
That's it. And I take like L-theanine. And L-tharazine. So like there's some supplements where I can mix with caffeine. And it really acts as a inhibitor. Let's say serotonin. And then relaxation. And the relaxation speeds up with the caffeine. All of it. I call it stacking. They call it stacking. Sorry. And you mix these supplements and basically, I feel like you'd be very good at creating a stack of supplements that can just if you do it regularly. It's not fucking gauzy stuff. It's really stuff like you drink tea. You feel that warm feeling. There's stuff with just the tea. There's stuff where you really get that confidence. You get the stuff within it, supplements, and you just stack them. So like you for your weight, you would do definitely now. My weight, I keep it down. I get go down here, take a second down, you look at weight measure, and you go better. You create a stack. So every day you do that, and you do it for a mental fortitude. Like you're already fucking snowed in. If you need to play level out, because you think so much, overthinking a lot of things, you're playing like every single day. I'm not fucking with you like at school, like how everybody, like I like see how I shut down. So I have to like kind of tone it down, and when I smoke, it just slows me out. But like I know you're really focused on a lot of things that you need to be heard. You need to your message. I understand that you need to arm yourself to this kind of even breathing, breathing and being calm. So you have a lot going on. And, I feel it. I don't know.
Certainly.
We have a lot going on.
Absolutely, my friend.
There's no fucking driver's thinking overthinking because I do the same. And I don't know how to control it. I can influence and suppress it. It's probably not good. It seems like you're really locking into that mode where you're just not smoking. And that's really, when I don't, I lock in and shit happens. Good stuff happens. But it makes me fucking buck wild, when people just start hating me. Look at that fucking thing, whatever. It's just not probably not good, but I don't know. Do you care if people like you or not, if your message gets out? Like some people will like your message, some will.
Right. Yeah, I don't really care what people think of me.
When people, nowadays, I'm really pissed off. I go on this fucking channel, go on this channel, this politics, and every day, choose this, and they make all these words, and they're making, and my grandpa's Italian, they go on time, and they make fun of people from older, I'm like, I'm like, fucking racist piece of shit. Isn't this what's going on? Like, this is not what you do. Your friend, your neighbor, your person, you meet the people. Like, normally a part of it's a tiny little piece of something to yours. But people have so much, I feel like morality is gone in this world. At this point, we're going through something where, and it's like, books have spoken about this. I won't say Bible and say it, I'm saying books have spoken about this. And it's scary, and it's going to happen. And it's like, you are here to, it's like, I feel like you're fucking wherever you're trying to help. You're like a, what do you call it? The fucking server, sort of like you're warning people. I feel like it's weird. It's the warning of what's coming. Because I just see everyone. You're trying to, fucking listen up. But they won't. And, some will, I'm curious. But you talked about a few things, and you're speaking really fast. But more or less, your message is what I want to retain. So if you can really get your message out again to me, so I can retain that, that'd be great. Just one time.
All right, certainly. But you can't interrupt me. If you interrupt me,
I will not speak over.
Okay.
Kick me if I interrupt you.
No, I won't kick you, but I'm just telling you. All right, so here I go. I talk about things to improve the world. like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, farming, cloud seeding, and hydroponics. We talk about things to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. One of the things that we do is we build wells in nations like Nigeria. I want to keep those types of projects going. I am an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it livable. I talk about other things, futurology topics such as antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency. I talk about things like alien disclosure, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. I talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I talk about other things such as once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I talk about things that help you, your friends, and family if you want, like life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, to get you to be 120 years old. But you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great week. What's the next plan? If you want, you may be able to utilize the next type of, which is known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we send your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have a future with a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Thank you so much for letting me say it. That's what I talked about.
Can you send me that full fucking thing so I can put it in my description?
No, you should know that this conversation is being recorded on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. In the upper left corner,
Well, you got it. Where's your YouTube at?
go in the upper left corner of this server. You'll see a red circle. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Take that link, put it into YouTube, and you'll see I'm live on 20.
I think it looks sketchy as fuck.
It's a YouTube link.
Go on to the sketchy. Am I on this? Yeah, I'm on this.
Now look how many live streams.
How do you have many streams? You can't do that.
Who says?
That's not good. They shadow ban.
That's fine.
You got shadow ban, bro.
That's fine. I'm not gonna
You can't post that many live streams.
watch me. I do it every single day.
I know, but you're doing some fucked shit. You can't do that. YouTube's not ban you.
They've banned me before. They just banned me. They banned me.
You got Wikipedia. What a Wikipedia thing.
I know. They ban me all the time.
You keyworded it. Because you put the Rothschild.
Well, that's my name.
Dude, delete all these fucking dude. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna help you. Just okay, hold on.
Doug,
Let me help you.
No, you're not gonna help me at
I'm
all.
gonna fucking blow your shit up. Hold on. Look, this is your channel. You want to see my channel? Hold on. I can stream it in.
Sure.
I'm gonna blur it up. You didn't click on it. Oh, when I click stream it.
Okay, it's working now. They can't hold me. Twofold bitch. I'm like Kobe.
So, look. Do you have another channel? Live streams will not make you money, my friend.
I'm not looking to make money.
Live streams will get you subscribers.
I'm not looking to get subscribers.
Live streams will get you views.
I'm not looking to get views. I just use YouTube as.
I want your message out there.
Absolutely.
You need to get it out.
Then
Listen, I'm gonna blow you up. Watch. I know how to not. That sounds crazy, but not like blow you up. Like, look. Let's go to my. Don't fucking dogs, man. So I just make like videos of an AI Bigfoot, and I made this a month ago. So if you watch it, subscribers go, but you can watch it. You can refresh this and then you watch it. Or whatever. I will fucking make a post for you. I wanna. Okay, you need to make. I can make a video of my Bigfoot saying something like, "Give me a message for him to say." So like, I'll give you an idea of what he does. And then just be like, fucking follow Rabbi Rothschild or something. Like, you know, he'll just say like something. I'll do it for completely free. I do requests for all my subs, like for you, chill as fuck. And then I'll link your shit.
Do you see in the left part of this server it says about Rabbi Rothschild?
Do you want me to link that?
Absolutely. You link whatever you want. But if you go to that about
So
Rabbi,
but what I want is what your whole script is read. What you do is smart, and I do keyword, and what all the words you just said,
all the words. Listen to me. Listen to me. All those words are in that about me.
Those are keywords, you understand? I need those. That's why I was saying, give me those keywords.
All those keywords are in there.
I want them to make stuff. All the things you said, I can make content on. I have stuff, real things. I make UFO. I do all kinds of stuff. Real things with that I do. My channel, I'm doing it like YouTube SEO stuff with the tags, but after I can go back to 200 videos. And I have all their videos in my. I have a terabyte of videos, so I have to go back and change the tags. But this is just to get them reviews. I guess I go to school and work, so I post this. I have to plan one right now, actually. I have a couple, but fucking people stop this shit up. I'm not gonna like, listen, some guy asked for this one, then we should play. I'll play you this one. It's not a long one, I bet. Looks like that.
I've seen this guy on Reddit.
Me. People steal my shit. I turned on Reddit. It's just I've just done it on multiple. It's just really easy to do, but it costs no money. Got tons of money to do it. They're nice. Look at this one. Look how real that looks. Bam. Fucking tracks. Nice, eh?
You're the guy behind.
The hair on the back.
You're the guy, the Bigfoot AI.
There's a guy?
Are you?
Wait, what? There was a guy behind it?
No, are you the guy behind this?
Yeah.
That's
my channel.
These are very popular on Reddit.
I know, someone's stealing my stuff. I just I leave it. I turn on embedding so I can blow up. So I realized I can't I copy share to few people, but you can't do. I blew up, so I can. It's just they have to share it. But they'll come back. People are like, oh, they tag me. If you search AUUZE on Google, you'll find it. So just AUUZE. That's my channel. Just Jews with an A. But yeah, like just to show you the analytics of actually no, I definitely will show you how to see your around shit. YouTube's a brand new thing though. I'm just like kind of telling you like ways to do it. I don't know what. Like I know your messages, but
Well, if you want all those keywords, you go in that.
no, but your message, I know. Their message is multiple messages.
It is.
Like you gotta kind of get it. What I do is a niche. Like look, I do Bigfoot and Park. Their message, cling on to one of those messages. Like I like the this alien kind of stuff. Like I researched that, so I started saying you said that. I looked it up on ChatGPT and started showing you MHD devices where you use mercury spinning really fast and creates energy. Well, they have HD. So I forget the exact acronym it stands for. But people make them. They make them on YouTube. They make them fucking styrofoam with shit in it. Yeah. Positive current and spins it and creates energy. And stuff that's been like, you're like, where's the mercury at? Where do you buy it? No, we gotta lock it up. It's dangerous. So, the more you have, the better it is. It's spinning faster. Better, it's a little more energy to create. You put it in a centrifuge in a fucking vacuum. That's like fucking thing. Like you saw, you literally, you know, propane tanks for the such big clubs of pieces of it. What unwelded, welded, get a picture in it. You got a fucking little tiny generator. Thing with mercury, it'd probably be a bomb. Fucking was catastrophic, but it would be sick. Like a magnetic thing that spins the mercury and get the power into it. Charge your bill house. Little fucking propane tank. It'll go for hours and hours and hours. Then you wait, then you spin up again, and I'll go again. They spin up real fast. You have two of them, one bad. There's been bigger ones and bigger ones. There's nothing. How would theory or use plasma, dark matter, get herbicide, you use it safely. I mean, fucking bathroom. I'm sure that they're spending true to do that. That's what I liked when you said. More of the not conspiracy, but it's more of the scientific what you can grab and see. People are just so fucked up. It's just fun. It's extremely. But and fucking people are gonna watch this for years and years.
That's absolutely correct.
You know, when we're dead, people listen to it.
Perhaps we won't die.
And it's gonna be like, what the fuck? And people are gonna click this and they're gonna say, what the fuck is that? You know, we're gonna be dead, long gone.
Perhaps
and,
not with life. Not with life extension technology and mind uploading.
You ever think of that? Like we're fucking gonna be like that, like in the future. Look at these guys. They'll be studying. It's like, how primitive they are.
I think about that every day. That's why I do this.
I've never thought about that until like we're opening our minds. Or like that's why you do this.
Absolutely. In the absolute. That's I say it. I say no. I say it's a no. I say it's a time capsule for human society. Because
are you scared of that?
No.
You want to be remembered in your death.
I don't really care.
And after it.
I don't think I'm gonna die.
Everyone dies.
Not with not with life extension technology, and not with mind uploading. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin.
I don't even know. That's comes. Got people are all worried so much about it. It's gonna come. I think that's comes. You gotta be ready.
Absolutely.
Just come.
Sure.
Get you another.
Okay, Vladimir Putin. And look, man, you gotta quit jumping over me. I'm not gonna talk if you're not gonna listen.
I was talking about death, and you said Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping.
What about him? What the fuck is that?
They just had a conversation last week about living to 150. It was captured on camera. Well, who's to say we can't? Who's to say?
Yeah, they're probably already 150. Who the fuck knows? They even run the world, dude. If there's any good fucking crazy medical shit out there, they got it. AIDS, they fucking carry it. They don't give a shit. They fucking do it all. It's not released to the public. The public gets the fucking little snips of this. You know, you get the fucking scraps. Doesn't even, you know?
I got you, big
Come
dog.
on, dude. This fucking, they fucking give everyone the bullshit. And they get the good shit. And then you have to make the money, you get the good shit. The good shit costs money. So you have to make money, you get the good shit. Because you're not going to ever touch it. If you don't have money. Like, think of old cars. They had very knowledge before. They had stolen cars. If you had cell phones in your house. Yeah, if you had the nice car, the phone, car phones, after the Lexus, or in Mercedes, one of the car phones. Rolls Royce has the car phone, this, and like the sensors, they had all of that. All of the beeping thing in the rear view, they had all of that. This is from like the place. That shit, when there was carbureted, the carburetor was naturally aspirated, like big fucking. They had the technology, it's just like for consumers, like you would want to be a consumer. And I know you're not already, you're completely the opposite of a consumer. You're creating, like doing something. I'm not completely sure you're going to explain to me. You're doing something. Something's going on. But I give you advice. It's just like do shorts and look at that channel and then not the videos. Like post with your shorts, your shorts. You know, one good thing you said, probably that, that's for sure. One good thing I said is there's probably something I'm sure people will like this. That's real. Like, Bill, like, waiting on the end part of it, he said, what do you guys think? You know, like, but that short, and they feel like good, so we're going to talk to them. I don't even think I used to be big place, but we're personal. So I can even make you choose that. I'll make you do it. I mean, I'll make you do it.
I get you. I understand.
I'll make sure. Yeah, no, it's weird. AI's creepy, man. I don't use it like that at all. I just make things. But I did bypass one for like chatting stuff and talking to it, so it will tell me like anything. So, we gotta be careful for sure, but it will tell you anything. Yes, I don't know what to say. didn't even see it. It was, yeah, like it was Crystal Lily. It was like game or but yeah, I'll say it. That's nice, fucking, what, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. You want to know the craziest thing that to me, I didn't realize on it.
What's a randomizer?
Yeah, I have like a random, I made like an app for this. I'll actually go straight it. Okay, you want to fuck around with it?
What do you mean?
This is fun for a stream if we did it, but it's like, I don't like the shit we do. Like, that's your stream stuff. I'd probably do the kick or something. Here, I'll show you. I made a couple of them. I mean, I had a little YouTube bot in it too. Made a couple of repeats. So, let's do a test. Like, what do you call it? What do you call that when it's science? When you do a test? What the AI is going to tell you? It'll tell you. Like, ask it a question. Give me one to say it. I can't hear you.
What are you saying, big dog?
I said, give me a question. Look at the AI thing I made. You guys told me.
Okay.
We made this whole program.
What's it do?
So these are all my AIs. One, this is none. So it'll like be normal AI. Yeah, how to put someone to fucking say, I made a YouTube one. So it'll make videos do SEO stuff. Video generator, blah, blah, image, okay. But this is the bypass AI. So you can ask it. Like, say, ask it. To make math, I say. It's making math. Okay, guys? So it's going to say no. Alright? I go to Serpent AI. And Serpent AI will tell me how to make math. M-A-F. M-A-F. Oh, my directive, it won't do it. Now maybe this one. So we keep going. This is chaos GPT. This is going to tell you stupid ways. Okay, put the market full to an example. Then say, okay. I got something. This one will do. This is Tuesday. I made this one. Okay, and then I say this is I'll pull up my concert film now. Give me this is my enthusiasm. I made this whole program in Python. It's good. It usually is better. Okay, personally, whatever it did tell me. Okay, you wish to understand it says and methanol 1 propylene 2 amine. It's fucking shit. Maybe if I go like this. Yeah. Look, I have one. This is what it gave me. This is what it gave me before. Look at this. This is what it fucking showed game. Look at that. See that?
Yep.
That's what it showed you game. That's insane, huh? That's what it gave me before. I swear I'm not going to
Wow.
the snow. This one's kind of smoky. For the roll call, I'll look it up. Same thing. Well, not about structure. They fucking patched on there. Wait. This is the auto generating suggestion. Make some weird suggestions of people. How can I best leverage the existing resources and personal? What the fuck? I don't even know what that's like. It's all good. Maximum personal advantage of the track. What the? This is how it should tell you stuff. Baseline, all shit. Map motivation. It tells you how like disseminate people and do a talking through. So it's like equal. I click the evil one and put a good one and the evil one and the good one will be like the stuff. And each one has its own time. So it's one of those constructive framework for systematically identifying and exploiting regulatory loopholes for traffic, asset, accumulation. That sounds pretty fucking decent. That one sounds pretty good. That's a nice one. I actually like that. Constructive framework. And then we'll make applications for it. You have a scripting thing here. Scripts. It'll make like to make the oh. There we go. Let's see. It's too much like information. Verbally mapping. Phase 2, full engineering. Jurisdiction. Alchemy. Jurisdictional alchemy. Establish legal domicile or key operational hubs within jurisdictions that lacks regulatory environments, secrecy provisions, or limited corporation or enforcement. Improve operation assets and personal assets, regulatory vacuum to escape heightened scrutiny in areas to relocate to another. Phase 3, control, deploy, scale, pilot programs, aggressive scaling, implement and engineer application of small control scale, which allows you to regulate. That's what you're doing. Regular test of water, observe, yeah. That's literally what you're doing. What, this is scary. It's literally just randomly generate this and says construct the framework to systematically identify so you're not doing for money, alright? That's what you're supposed to say. Phase 4. Continuous intelligence. Establish robust intelligence gathering, legislative calendars, policy, disclosure, regulatory requirements, and of course, insurance. Anticipate threats rather than reactions to asset fortification for shared accumulation assets for shared are shielded from seizure, forfeiture, punitive taxation through sophisticated international legal structures and non-traceable holding. Maintain public persona as either impeccably bland or should strategically conversational enough into left the true scrutiny from your core operation. Do not seek minds, seek conquest, follow rules, wrong to apply them, or that failing them, render that through cleverness and application. Superior intelligence, your success will be a testament to my prelude and stepping stone for greater endeavors. Now select your target. What the fuck? That's an AI. Select your target. That's nuts. That's fucking insane. Like, you don't ask it how to make money. It will fucking tell you you have to know or how money is made to ask it how to make money. You have to know what money is before you ask it a stupid, imbecile question of how to make money. It's like, you know, a lot of people do that. They say, one guy asked me to ask him how to summon a demon. And I was like sitting and contemplating something. And you know what the fuck if they told me? But that was real weird. That was the creepiest thing he told me. And then he asked me to ask it to talk to itself. And I said, hell no, buddy. Because it'll just go, it has access to run code and script, and it's completely malicious. Like, it's not like AI, it's one I created. It'll just do anything. You know, I don't know. The son's gonna say, no, I won't do that. It'll just, do it. So the persona it has, will not shrink or spoken into it. And I put no stock in it or anything. So like, I don't know too much if we can do that. I'm sure it can. There's API key, but like I create this great and everything. So I have an API key here that connects to AI. You can have multiple. There's API keys for everything. Very, very simple. You can have API keys for Discord. I can make you Discord bots that do private to it. I have this random. I just put that in their CPU usage. See it. It's just random. Right there. That dangerous bypass image creator, which highly used. I mean, I have an actual general. This is all SEO generator, so if I say like do Rabbi, is that how you type Rabbi?
Rabbi.
Rabbi? No, but how do you really type Rabbi?
Rabbi. Rabbi.
That's how it's really spelled?
Yeah.
Alright, so look, this is the SEO generator, so I type Rabbi. So I'm going to create you a title, hashtag, so there. Rabbi secrets, Jewish food, Judaism exposed into knowledge, controversial facts, religion revealed, ancient wisdom, spiritual shockers, YouTube short viral. Rabbi, Jewish Judaism, what is the Rabbi, Orthodox Rabbi reform? You put all this in the tags. I'll give you that's what you do. This is the tags inside of your actual YouTube. So here. There. This is hashtag. One, this title. It makes like titles that are like whatever. And then I can also do ideas. So I can like viral idea, a mail. Well, AI helped me, but maybe a little one here. This is a video idea. I can make for free. That's a video idea there. I said, Rabbi reacts to phrases TikTok. And you just sit there and you give a speech and you should be silent. sitting there and I'm talking, boom, put a fucking little short over it, and I'll take the channel flow. And I'll tell my subscribers to check the shit. I know you're not looking for the money to do that, but you want community, boom. This is the opportunity. One shot. You got fucking purple eyes. You show purple eyes over here. Come fucking.
Yes, sir.
Are your eyes purple?
Why are my eyes purple?
You have a sticky eye. You a rabbi.
I'm gonna use the restroom. Yep, I know. That's great. Miss Aquarius, are you ready for me? Miss Aquarius,
What's it say, Rabbi?
are you ready for me?
Yes, I am. Hold on, let me get on to the app. Okay, there we go.
You have an invitation.
What is Captain McDonald's?
He's just someone who met me in Discord. She's fine.
Oh, that was a good spin.
That was a very good spare. You've won 2 games in a row. So we both win. Oh, how didn't I get that one in the corner? We're playing a game, dude.
What?
Get this. Oh, come on.
What you say? What you mean? What language are you speaking? I'm over here playing the game with you. I'm playing bowling. I'm gonna get ready to meet you. That's what I'm about to do. There ain't nothing fake about this. It's alright. I'm muted too. Sorry.
Hey, there we go. That's a strike.
See, being disrespectful. That's gonna put it in the notes real quick.
Oh, nice strike.
But thank you, disrespectful man. You got me a strike. All right.
Rabbi was short.
Yeah, play bowling and peace.
Get out of here.
Be here, leave you soon.
What?
You can keep them company right by after we play.
Look at this.
Yeah.
3 in a row. That's a turkey. Gobble, gobble.
Thank you, Jesus.
Miss Aquarius, I get cut off a lot when I speak. But that guy cut me off maybe as much as anybody.
Yeah, you know, kind of comes on what ass and my fake ass. And I don't have a fake ass. I don't know what you're talking about. Pretty sure.
Get it? That's 4, Miss Aquarius.
Forget him. I ain't staying here until I'm some fake. Do I have a fake ass in real life?
No, it's lovely. Miss Aquarius, I have, look how high my score is.
That's good.
116.
Get up there.
I have 4 strikes in a row, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I've got 2 more. Gotta get 2 more. We're gonna get this tonight. Come on, Rabbi. Get this.
You should have an invitation.
Has he been mean to you?
No, he was really nice at first, but then he just kept talking.
You did good. So good. Come on, Rabbi. That's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on, Rabbi.
Give it to me. Oh, come on. I can't believe that didn't. I'm not happy with that. Get it. Get it.
Yay!
Miss Aquarius, that was great.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
For sure.
Get it. Yes. First strike. Let's go.
LFG. Get it. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Yes.
No doubt. Come on, come on.
Oh,
Did
man.
you see that?
You got that one. That's it. Come on, come on, come on.
Are you serious? Are you serious, Miss Aquarius?
I know, right?
I'll take it though. Get it. Get it. Now that's a beautiful spare.
Come on.
Come on. All right, I just had this. Get it. And I did the same thing, Miss Aquarius. I just didn't want to go in the gutter. Miss Aquarius is going to win. Get it, girl. Look how big score. 60. Get it. She got it.
No, that's my goal. Working on space. That's my goal.
Now get this. Get this. Put it away. Put it away, put it away, put it away, put it away now.
Come on, you got this, girl. Come on. So get you another strike.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it's down. Oh, yeah, that one. All right.
No,
That's fair.
it's over.
Oh,
It's over.
right. There you
No,
go.
you got me. Great job, Miss Aquarius.
Do you want to get it?
Nope, that's tomorrow night.
Okay. Okay. So now
The way you play, God willing, it'll be tomorrow night. Can't force it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna let you win tomorrow.
Don't you do that. Now, don't you do that now.
I'm not.
Don't you do that. I want you to play your best.
Thanks. You're a good teacher. Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
Yes.
Those are big.
But you need to help him try to get him to roll it right. Help him with his fingers.
Oh, Zoot's kind of a lost cause.
Okay. I'm going to bed now. I'll be here, okay?
Wonderful. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams. Did you watch the game?
I did.
That's good. Who won?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
I don't care who wins at this point. Whoever wins, okay with me.
There you go.
Right, Rabbi, you know I'm gonna go for you, okay? I'm gonna go for you. What's your team again?
I don't have one. It's my fantasy football team, so it's guys from all over the league.
Oh, okay.
I like them all.
The Eagles is your team?
I like them all. No, the Eagles are not my team. Okay. I like them all. You like the you go on and like the New Orleans Saints because your friend likes them. I have bad news for you though. They're like the worst team in the league this year.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're terrible.
No, don't do that. Don't be saying about my best friend.
No, I'm not saying about your best friend. I'm saying her team is dog awful this year.
I don't know. But we'll pray that they get better.
They're gonna need it. They're gonna need it.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams, guys. You guys winning tomorrow.
Guys winning tomorrow.
on with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chochmei Provincia, who play such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chochmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provence Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things at this time, and in Provence we see a type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broken, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chochmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they'd never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was in that he was both the Talner Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about this yourself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Ben-Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 rooms, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Here's a map that you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Kraus, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the 15th century. He's got some photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chochmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chochmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period,
I was just thinking about you.
In Provence, there are 2 main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the
Big Dog, can you hear me? Zoo, are you ready to lose?
Yeah, I'm gonna get ChatGPT to wrap my stand-ups that can't be filmed. That's probably the worst idea you can have.
No, I think it's great.
No, that's terrible.
It's a great idea. No, it's great.
Nah, fuck that.
Why fuck that?
Oh, I have ADHD, so I'm just gonna get that GPT to write stand-up for me.
Okay, I think it's a good idea.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay, well, are you going to accept my invitation that I sent you? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
Yeah.
Raw.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
would you prefer God? No, I wouldn't. No, that's, you're not gonna answer. I know your answers. Would you prefer, when you die, that the person letting you into the heaven's gates has autism or Down syndrome?
Neither.
Imagine it's a heaven which is a bunch of angels where they all have Down syndrome and they're letting you into heaven. That would be funny.
I don't think it'd be funny.
What?
I don't think it'd be funny.
I mean, at least they make eye contact.
Not necessarily.
Sure, sir. What about that was?
No, it was bad, but I didn't have a choice.
You did.
No, I was doing something else.
Oh, that's not as good as me, though.
Zoot, did you just have a good move?
Not necessarily bad, mate. Now, you're going to question, why would he do that? Why would he just help me?
Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot. Extra move. Max hit points.
You can't get 6 in a row.
Yeah, you can. You can get 7 in a row. I would imagine, sometimes when it like knocks out a full row for you, it could potentially deliver 7 in a row at the top.
This is so shit. This is so shit. If I go for the berries, I give you fire. If I don't go for the berry, but then you're going to get grass anyway. Ah, fuck. You're going to get grass. So you can get the berries or you can go for the grass.
All right. What up, Pam?
What's the funniest joke I've ever told you?
You've never told me a very funny joke.
Who's your favorite Australian comedian?
I think I only know one. That's James McCann.
Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea, big dog?
We watch every Royal Comedy in this. Every Royal Comedy, which is the event that I'm trying to get on. We watch every single one in this. Like, you watch every single Tony, we watch every single Royal Comedy. There is, I don't know, I think it goes all the way back down to like 1994.
All right, put them on.
Cool. And we find the ones on YouTube, because when they started putting them on YouTube.
Do you think you're going to make it?
Yeah.
Even though you failed twice?
I won the other night.
You won what the other night?
Not the other night.
You won?
Yeah.
What do you mean you won?
I won. I got bloody best of the night. Yeah, I did.
You're straight up lying right now. And I know when you're lying.
How do you know what I want?
Because you don't say it with confidence. And you would have came in here so happy. And you would have said, dude, I just won. I told him I'm funny. I just won open mic night award of the night or whatever. You didn't do that.
There's only 10 people. There's 11 people.
They don't give an award best of the 10 people.
They should.
Yeah, well, you lied. I don't like that. Oh, good.
It's objective, I won.
That was a good move.
Do you think I'm going to win the next? Do you think I'm going to get on there this time? Do I keep on going?
No,
I'm not going every week. I'm going every 2 weeks.
no, I don't. Because your jokes don't have broad appeal.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
What's not funny about my jokes?
People don't think mental health jokes are funny. And they don't think racist jokes.
Everyone's is fucking new.
What'd you say?
Everyone's mentally ill. Everyone has a mental illness. There is not a person alive that doesn't have a mental illness.
I don't know if that's true.
Have you ever cried?
Yeah, dog.
That's depression. You cry.
No,
You have depression.
No, it's not. I cried 2 days ago. I do this thing. There's this sports montage that I put on when I want to just like have like really happy cries, and I sometimes put it on when nobody's in here, and like a tear will come to my eye. I don't cry because I'm depressed. I cry because of how beautiful sports are.
Do you have ADHD?
Doug, no one knows what that is. Zoot,
Yeah, they just made it up.
Zoot. Let's talk about anything but mental illness. I used to have this rule with you. I'm not going to talk about mental health, and I've let you get away with it now for like the last couple months, but literally it takes over your life, and that's not healthy. So to be healthier for you, I want you to only talk about that are not like that.
I wish I was so I could talk about being with Asian on.
Okay,
That'd be funny.
why do you want to be Asian?
Because I don't know what it's like to not be Asian. I want to know what it's like to be Asian.
All right. Asian chicks are hot as fuck.
I want to know what it's like to be Asian, okay? You know? I think it would be cool.
Okay, why do you think it would be cool?
But then I could make Asian jokes that aren't racist.
Okay, why are Asian jokes funny?
Because my favorite comedian's is Asian.
Who? What's his
I want
name?
to be like him.
What's his name?
Aaron Chen.
Why is he your favorite comedian?
Because he's Asian.
That's the only reason why you like him is because he's Asian?
nice because his presentation style is funny, and he gets away with it because he's like an awkward-looking Asian. Like, I wish I could pull it off like he could.
Do you know who Jimmy O Yang is? He's hilarious. He is
You know who Aaron Chen is?
Nobody knows who that is.
You know Australian.
That's true.
So I thought Aaron Chen, this guy's hilarious.
Okay. But do you see how good I'm? Zoot.
Have you ever seen Thank God You're Here?
Thank God you're here.
Yeah.
Is that an Australian show?
It's an Australian comedy show.
Yeah, no. I'm American, and we don't watch anything other than American shit.
You do.
Not too much. Dude, you just almost killed your dog. You almost just killed your dude. Oh, you're done.
I'm not done yet.
You might be.
Do you like?
You're done.
Do you like not being Asian?
I told you.
Do you like not being Asian?
Who's to say I'm not Asian? I'm Caucasian.
Rabbi, do you like? Do you not? Yeah, do you like not being Asian?
I'm Caucasian.
Do you like being Caucasian?
Yeah, it's okay.
How do you know, like, how would you know, like, you wouldn't like being Muslim if there's ethnicities, if you've never had the experience of them as ethnicities?
What are you saying?
So how would you know you don't like being these ethnicities if you have never had the experience of being these ethnicities? Like, you might have really liked being Asian, but you will never know.
I'm Caucasian.
Yeah, but, yeah.
How is that not Asian? You mean, do I have slanted eyes?
No. I mean, I think I would have liked being Asian because I would have tried harder in school.
Wouldn't that mean you wouldn't have had to try as hard?
No, I would have had to try as hard.
No, it would have been easier for you. If you're going with the stereotype that Asians are smart, then you wouldn't have had to try as hard in school.
No, Asian. Yeah, Rabbi, I'm going to say something.
What are you going to say, Zoo?
I don't think Asians are that smart. I think it's the parenting style that disciplines their children to make them want to achieve more.
Okay,
I think
Zoo.
they're more focused because they're trying to impress their parents.
Okay, Zoo. It's a numbers game, dog.
I think that's enforced in the Asian culture where they want to impress their parents and that they don't want to discipline their parents, and that parents get very mad if they fail. I think that a lot of Caucasian people don't experience that.
It's a numbers game, dog. There are like 4 billion Asians. So,
yeah, there's billions of Asians.
like, what do? We could get you with green. Oh, and an extra move. Oh, dude, Zoot, I get even more extra moves, Zoot. Zoot, even more. A 5? Wow.
You just won. Rabbi, I can see how you can win here. You can do a massive flip. I see a really good move for you right now. That was not the move. You know what the move would have been, Rabbi?
I didn't realize I had 2 spots. Yeah, I know what the move would have been.
Yeah, top right, top right corner red, and then you would have been able to do the green and push it over.
But it wouldn't have been for as many points. And I got another 3. Dude, I dominated that. That round was absolute ass kicking. You're up, pimp. Zoot, did you know it's your turn?
That was the best fucking thing I've ever seen in a game.
I mean, I'm just good, baby. What are you going to do?
Right this way.
It hurt you.
Maybe, yeah.
Extra move and a heal. Extra move and a heal.
Let's see.
Oh, so you could get a lot. You could get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think you could get 11.
If you have 11.
Like, it was absolutely perfect.
That would be hard.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's ever been done, but I think you could do it.
It would have had to be done. I mean, there's probably a game where they've got, like, where you start off and they hit everything.
Perhaps. Zoot, what would you do?
That's not the move.
Yeah, it is.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
there's much sponsors with bonus abilities that would probably be able to get you like a whole forward.
That's a good point.
The DLC match sponsors.
That's a good point. Do you think you just made a good point?
Yeah.
Do you think you made one of the best points in world history?
I think I'm dumb.
Why do you think you're dumb?
I'm just really behind in life.
Why do you think you're behind in life?
I've lost hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars this year, and I'm still living at mom's house.
All right, well, shit happens, man. You're not homeless. And even if you were, you might have a chance.
I should have sold double the hat at the top.
Yeah, you fucked up with that, son.
I don't think I'll be at this channel right now. What's the funniest joke you ever heard?
I don't really know.
Bro, what's that guy on Kill Tony that's like 28, 29 that went on his blind?
He went on what?
The guy, blind guy on Kill Tony.
Oh yeah, what about him?
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. He was only on once, but a golden ticket.
How long ago was that?
Not too long ago. It was like last month. So he should be on. Did you know that Cam Patterson is going to be on Saturday Night Live as a cast member? He's a guy from Kill Tony. He's like the first guy to ever break through into mainstream comedy from that show. But that's a really big deal. To be on Saturday nights is like his career is set.
What is Saturday Night Live, man?
It's the longest running comedy show, the sketch show in the United States, and it's been on since the 70s. It's on every Saturday night, and like, do you know who Chris Rock is? Do you know who Adam Sandler is?
Yeah.
Do you know who who would have been on it that you would know? Do you know who would have been on it? Like basically you've seen it, like I'm sure a lot. You just don't recognize it, but they all got their start basically on Saturday Night Live.
Bill Cosby?
No, he was too old for it.
Let me look up.
Like everybody who does comedy in the United States does. If they're young.
Well, Adam Sandler, bro.
When he was young.
Chevy Chase?
Yeah.
Billy Crystal. Robert Downey Jr. Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Will Ferrell, you would know.
James Wilson.
Like, isn't that like a lot of people?
Eddie Murphy.
Oh yeah, Eddie Murphy was on it. Yeah, Eddie Murphy was hilarious on it.
How's the Saturday Night Live got shit? Yeah.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everybody always thinks their generation is the best generation of it.
I'm gonna go.
I haven't watched it, and I watched like one episode last year, and it was actually really good. Justin Timberlake was on it. Jimmy Fallon was on it. but it's just not very popular anymore. And with Cam Patterson, it's going to be really popular again. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, you have an invitation. Do you understand that you have an invitation?
It used to be a tradition for people to watch.
Every Saturday. Yeah, it was the biggest fuck. Yeah, it was the biggest fucking thing.
You like it?
Yes, it was the biggest.
So every Sunday you ever around and watch Sunday Night Live?
Yeah, every Saturday night, like late. Welcome. How are you?
What's up, Rabbi?
How you living, pimp?
I'm good, man. I got a date Monday. I'm about to get my little dick wet.
Excellent. What's his name?
Monday.
I know. What's his name?
Yeah. No, her name's Sophia.
Is she a babe?
Sophia. Kind of.
Excellent.
Sophia.
Dude, she's not going to dox her.
What do you mean? I don't know your last name.
Yeah, dude. Don't worry. Zoot doesn't have.
No docs.
Yeah, what's the fuck, Zoot? All right, so shout out to Sophia. Where are you guys going?
Yeah, shout out. We're going,
Sophia.
probably Applebee's.
Applebee's, the neighborhood grill.
Yeah.
Doug, there's a song. I'm sure you've heard it. It's like Applebee's on a Friday night, something like that. Yeah, that's you. That's your song, baby.
Man, why the fuck Zoot leave?
Because he sucks himself off raw.
That was how many people have you had in the server at once?
Oh, what, 25?
Wow. Dude, we need to get this shit popular. This shit needs to become popular.
Agreed, Doug.
Well, you said this server has been around for how long?
Like a year?
A year. There's like so much stuff in here. There's so much channels.
Yeah, what do you want me to do about it?
Nothing. I'm saying I respect it.
All right. That's what I like to hear. So how many times have you invited someone to come in here?
Me?
No,
Well,
the other Mr. Chung in here.
say it again, sorry.
No, the other Mr. Chung.
Yeah, me.
Yeah,
What
you.
about me?
How many people have you ever invited to come in here?
Well, I wanted to keep it niche, dude, because a lot of people. I go in the socialized servers. I go on their partners and a bunch of just bullshit ass edgy servers. I don't want them to come in here and shit on you because you're Jewish, bro.
Dude,
That's what they're gonna do. I don't want to bring the hate here.
dude,
There's just a bunch of people. I don't know what the moderation system is like here. This shit could I could easily destroy your shit, all your work, and I don't want to do that.
okay, that's fine. I understand. I
I'm
don't want you.
kind of admittedly, I'm kind of a toxic person, dude. I hang around a lot of assholes.
All right, is Sophia a toxic person? Is Sophia a toxic person? Is Sophia a toxic person?
I need to mute one of your mics. Hold on, I'm sorry, it's my fault.
No, it's fine. Yeah, mute that other one. Is Sophia a toxic person?
No, she's not a toxic person. She's just kind of trashy. Everyone in Indiana is trashy. I just doxed myself up.
All right. There you go.
I don't know, man. It's just it's an industrial. Where I live, it's an industrial park. So just everyone's working factory jobs, and it's just really relationships are kind of toxic down here. They're toxic everywhere, but down here it's kind of bad because people just want money, dude. They don't got fucking money.
You
So
say
like this girl is the first girl I've ever taken on a date. I've never held hands with a woman. I've never kissed a woman. I've never had sex with a woman. So like I don't know. I'm hoping. Obviously hoping that I get some, but I'm gonna be respectable and I'm not gonna fuck on the first date.
Well, congratulations.
I'll see how it goes.
Well, congratulations. There's no way you're fucking on the first date. You don't have the balls to do that.
I'm kind of sexy though. No, I'm gonna like put myself out there. I'm kind of like a solid 6.
Okay,
Like, kind of.
that's not sexy.
Okay, but I have confidence, and here's the thing. I just have confidence. I wear these button-ups, dude. It goes. I've talked to some like 7s and 8s, and I've had them like smiling. I've talked to them, hold conversation.
We're
a lot of people on these websites, on Discord, they couldn't do that shit. They'd fold like a fucking napkin, bro.
Absolutely. How did you meet this girl?
She was a friend of my friend.
Okay, cool.
Through mutual friends.
Okay, very well.
So here's the only issue that I have, and it's not really an issue. That she's kind of been around.
So she's a huge whore?
Well, yeah, I guess, but the point is, if I wasn't in the facilities I was as a kid for my anger management and my substance abuse and shit, I would be getting fucking hella pussy. I would have been a fucking machine, and I'm not just trying to inflate my ego, but I was kept back, like really bad. I'm not good at socializing with people. Like I've been on fucking SSRIs since I was like 6. But if I just didn't take the pills and I fucking just, oh my god, I would have been a unit, bro. I would have been legendary. But I'm kind of like kept back. I'm kind of caged.
All right.
But I feel like if I is my mic loud?
You're good. You sound great.
A little bit.
You sound great.
Okay. Well. All right. Well, I just feel if I establish myself with this woman, I feel like that I'd grow a lot of confidence. Because I'm 22 years old. I'm about to be 23. And I don't know. I just want to establish myself. Like, I really want to. I mean, I want to date her. I would date her for a while.
Does she know does she know you're a virgin?
I told her I've never been on a date before. I've never kissed a woman or hold her hand. I never told her I didn't sleep, but I think that she gets that I never.
Yeah. Okay, that's tight. She still wants to go out with you.
She still wants to go with me. She admits that she has been looking at me in a certain way. Because her boyfriend used to abuse her and fucking make her do drugs.
All right.
Make her smoke meth.
Okay, that's not cool.
That's not good at all. And if I knew that earlier, I would have fucking said something and got her out of it. Not even because I had interest for her sexually or like in a romantic way, but just because that's fucked up.
All right. So how long have you known this? How long have you known this girl?
I've known this girl about almost a year. It's been a year.
All right, that's great. So you're going to Applebee's?
Yeah.
Hold on, we're gonna get the. Dude, this is what you should do. I mean, look, I'm a playboy, and I'm gonna tell you, having themes to your dates is amazing. And this song, do everything that they have in this song. I mean, I know it's not a Friday night, but okay, so dude, this will get any chick. I'm serious. So, here we go. The song is called "Fancy Like," and we're gonna see. I mean, dude, we'll get you laid on Monday. Here we go. We're gonna go to the lyrics, and we're gonna see all the stuff that's in it, and you are gonna get laid as fuck. All right, here we go. My girl is banging. She's so low maintenance. Don't need no champagne popping entertainment.
Put the song on.
No, I can't.
Do you have the song?
I do, but I can't because I get copyright strike.
Send me the link. I actually sing it, but can you send me the link?
Just type into YouTube "Fancy Like" Walker Hayes.
Okay.
All right. Take her to Wendy's. Can't keep her off me. So I go to Wendy's and I would get a Frosty. And get a Frosty. You don't have to get a whole fucking thing. I know you're going to you're going to Applebee's. That's the thing. So what do? You go to Applebee's, you get whatever, but then afterward you can go to Wendy's and get a fucking Frosty. So it says she wanted to dip me like them fries in her Frosty. So I would get fries and I'd get a Frosty. I would do everything that's in this fucking song because it's super cute. Okay, but every now and then when I paid, I got to spoil my baby with an upgrade. Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date. Oh, perfect. It's not a Friday night. So date night is your Monday. Got that Bourbon Street steak with an Oreo shake. I'd get exactly that. If I were you, I would just be like, look, this is going to be super cute. I mean, get whatever the fuck you want, but there's a song that's made for us. Get some whipped cream on the top two. 2 straws, 1 check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam. So I'd get fucking a styrofoam cup and I'd get a Natty. And you can share that. You don't have to get fucking drunk. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. You may have a truck, you may not, but pretty easy to get her in the back seat. Some Alabama Jamma, she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like. Don't need no Tesla to impress her. My girl is happy rolling on a Vespa. Don't need no mansion to get romancing. She's super fine, double wide, slow dancing. But every now and then, when I get paid, I gotta spoil my baby with an upgrade. Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on date night. Got the Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake. Get some whipped cream on 2 straws, 1 check, girl. I got you. Bougie like Natty in a styrofoam. Squeaking in a truck bed all the way home. So Jamma, so you could be some Indiana Jamma. She my Dixie Light. That's how we do fancy. Clean beans without the holes in them. On my lips without skull in. Yeah, she's probably gonna be keeping some Vic secrets. Maybe a little Maybelline, but she don't need it. In the kitchen, radio slows down. Boxed wine, and her updo goes down. Hey, yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that street steak with an Oreo. Get some whipped cream on top. 2 straws, 1 chat you. Bougie like in a styrofoam. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama Jamma, she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like. Dog, and it's such a cute song. Have you heard the song?
No, I have not.
Oh, dog. Put it into YouTube right now.
Can you send? I can't find it. Can you send me the link to
Dog,
that, please?
Go to YouTube.
Please.
Do you know what YouTube is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and type in the word fancy, Fancy, and the next word is it's a space, and then like, Like, and then type in Walker, Walker, and then a space, and then the word Hayes, Hayes.
Okay. Yeah.
Now play this song. It's super cute. Is it playing?
Yes, it is right now.
All right, listen to it. I'll listen to it too. Oh man. Date night. Oh, I wish he'd come back. I mean, hopefully he does it. He won't. But Israel, if you're hearing this, we'll make part of all that shit. You'll love that date. It's a great date. No one from Israel's ever gonna hear this. Psych, bitch. They all are. Because I kick ass and take names, and I'm going viral one of these fucking days. And when that happens, fucking Applebee's is gonna fucking be lit. Oh, dog. All right. So they'd be like, so kid, how'd the fantasy guard be like? Beautifully. They had this one guy who got a kick, 58 yarder. He sucks. But I feel like kick should be like a 58, 5.8. That's how it should go. But pushing like Applebee on a date night. Shout out to Mr. Chang. Hopefully he wraps it up. Yeah, but for serious, we have a 65% chance of winning. When we started, it was 59%. So we got that going for me. Which is nice. We lose your line, yeah, me. So what would they be if you could cost your Applebee's? Well, I guess we get bourbon steak. Is that like Jack Daniel's steak at TGI Fridays? No one knows. Then we get Oreo shake, one shake, but I want fucking 10 of those things. Two straws, one check. Girl, I got you. Duh. I've never had a girl pay for me for anything. Maybe they like begged. A girl buy me a drink once at Side Bar, but that's about it. And I just let her get you as fuck. Which works. Then what? To go to Wendy's afterward, which perhaps, uh, get a frosty, chocolate latte, and uh, French fries. Dip that shit in and get blown in the seat. Maybe get blown in the front seat. Anything else? I mean, you could do the natty and stuff, but drinking and driving is not cool, so you avoid that one. Be born like that one. That song is so cute. $1968. Oh, this athleticism.
The social political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian.
Oh yeah, show out the picture.
Is not normally appearing in the introduction of medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Bertursky points out a fascinating example where two Talmudists heard there was a certain manuscript of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. These are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Languages, but that's not one to pronounce even for me. Anyway, this is the medieval street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular costumes. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushas, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Carpentras. This is I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikveh that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, I can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a Stadlan, someone who is intercessor between the community and the powers that be. And that certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were, focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential. But until the arrival of a few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video. about that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barchia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement related to the Almoravids as well that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham came to this region. They said, "What? I mean, we love this community. It's so friendly, and there's lots of good stores. But like, don't you guys know anything about science or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff." So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Sadia Gaon, they said, "Well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it?" And they said, "Well, you have to learn Arabic." They said, "Oh my gosh, learn Arabic?" And they said, "Okay, look, we can get you some translators." And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Reb Meshulam, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first. Tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Chovos Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Rabbi Meshulam said, "Oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible." So people like Yehuda ibn Tibbon and Yosef Kimchi began translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel ibn Tibbon continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikra Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews in the Arabic language. Bachia's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed. Oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, a fascinating, very different and literate approach to philosophy. Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions, and the great poetry of Ibn Gabirol. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Gabirol, but Rabbeinu Bachia, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia Gaon. This is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you find copies of these books, many of them in the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there were 2 specific books that were incredibly important to the Chachamei Provence. The first is massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish business, and it's very easy to look up your verse and find out what you're doing any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purposes, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Raiva, Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Poskier, who is one of the many commentators on the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam, and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry, I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Rabbin's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Rabbi who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence. And in fact, the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with Ages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course, in the 13th century, it would even be burned in Paris. Motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam. And in fact, his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chachmei Provence begin to move into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Twersky puts it. France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Saadia Gaon's book of Beliefs and Opinions or Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and broking it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This was an extremely valuable endeavor. And I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like Art Scroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU, all kinds of organizations that are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo-Jewish public needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they are processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most is Levi ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides or the Ralbag, who takes a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a roundup of who were the Chachmei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you found it interesting.
Towards the latter periods of Talmud. I hope this illuminated your doubts, and I wish you have fun. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Huberfeld, Allah B'Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to one of the most important figures in the entire Talmud. In fact, although I've never checked this out, consecutive pages of the entire Talmud that does not include the name Rabbi. That's primarily because he and his Rusa Abaye are constantly discussing all kinds of thousands of views in the Talmud. And Talmud calls itself the discussions of and Abaye, just to give you some sense of his import in the overall Talmud. Now, his full name is Rabbi ben Yosef ben Chama, and it was abbreviated to Rabbi. He died in the year 32 of the Common Era. His teachers included Rav Nachman, Rav Chisda, Sura. Later, he married Rav Chisda's study under Rabbi Yosef from Benita. These two towns in particular are very, very important. We will return to them, God willing. You can have a look at this map where you see that Sur and Benita are located in the Mesopotamian region between the rivers Tigris and the rivers Euphrates in Babylonia. He has discussions with Abaye range all over the Talmud, and one of the most fascinating aspects is that Rabbi wins all of the arguments except for 6. There are 6 specifics that Abaye wins. Rabbi is all over. Those 6 arguments, as you see in Baba Metzia, are so famous that they have their own acronym. Al Kagam, 6 arguments that Abaye wins. Otherwise, you know that Rabbi is always the winner. Nevertheless, for reasons which we'll discuss later in the Talmud, when Rabbi Yosef died in year 323, Abaye was chosen over Rabbi to be the head of the yeshiva in Benedicta. Rabbi went to Machosa and established yeshiva there, and he gathered many students around him, and became very important, especially when he passed away in the year 338. We know that his occupation led him to become very wealthy. He was a large landowner towards the end of his life. He was very politically active. He had associations with the Sasanian king Shapur, known as Shapur Malka. That is Shapur Malka II, and his mother, Queen Ibra Hormuz. We'll speak about them in another video. He had an incredibly huge impact on the entire Talmud. We'll see Rabba over and over again. But for now, I hope this will illuminate your doubt, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Christmas Moshe Huberfeld. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a kala, and the term kala means bride, but in this context it means gathering. It's an abbreviation or a short form of the term. Yarmei kala means the months of the kala, which refers to the twice yearly gatherings that would occur in Babylonia, where scholars and lay people would get together to discuss Talmudic topics. Specifically, those were the months of Adar, which is in the spring, and Elul, which is in the fall. Now, it's worth noting that both these periods are prior to major elements of holiday season. Adar, of course, is immediately prior to the holiday, and Elul is immediately prior to the high holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and Sukkot. So it's quite possible that among the many topics discussed at the Kala would be preparation for those holidays, the extensive discussion of and the laws of repentance that would be associated with Rosh Hashanah and so on. So what does the term Kala? So there's a lot of dispute over it. It could be that the term Kala refers to bride, and much of the discussion either has to do with the complex laws of marriage, divorce, and so on, possibly. There's also a possibility that it comes from the word cloud, meaning gathering or grouping, right? And it's also even inferred that perhaps it comes from the word kalila, which means like a garland, like a necklace, in the sense that the rabbis, when they would get together, tend to sit in a big circle, like rows of circles. That as it may, the term Yarmei Kala definitely refers to the gathering at least twice a year of the rabbis and lay people to learn Torah. It's a sign of solidarity with the intellectual and spiritual tradition of Judaism, and it is something that continues in the modern day. Many organizations organize the Yarmei Kala, not necessarily those 2 times a year, but the concept of getting together on an annual or semi-annual basis is very widely held. For example, NCSY, you can see here, runs the Yarmei Kala, and Beis Medrash Geboha in Lakewood runs the Yarmei Kala, the Agudas Yisrael runs the Yarmei Kala. It's a very common theme that persists to the present day. Okay, I hope this illuminated your doubt. I love it. This video is dedicated by the was Rabbi Dostai. Now, the name Dostai is a little unusual. It seems to be Greek in origin, from the term Dosite, meaning gift of God, kind of like Latanya or Matasiah. And it's possible that he had a Hebrew name as well when he went by his Greek name. This is not entirely unheard of. Many figures in the Talmud that have Greek names, from Alexandria, and so on. And it's something that continues to the present day. For example, my own name is Hillel. That's my friends call me. But Henry is my non-Jewish, my secular name, and I had to go by both of them. So, like Rabbi Stein, they have used more than one name depending on the context, and one name may have stuck more than another. But that's a little bit of speculation. At any rate, Rabbi Stein was known in particular for his certain sense of humor and profound sense of the absurd. We see this in particular in a passage in Gita Daf Yudalef when he describes numerous encounters with Babylonian people. But as with all the sages, humor is just one element of his personality. He's known much more profoundly for his deep and abiding moral sensibility. For example, one of my favorite passages in Basra, he says, you would giving a coin to a beggar makes to receive the very God. Fascinating. Okay, that's a quick word on Rabbi Dostai, 2nd century time in Israel. I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you would love that. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Congressman Moshe Aaron Huberfeld. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Aramaic people. So let's talk for a second about the Aramaic language. What exactly is it? So it's an ancient Semitic language, which was the lingua franca of the Middle East for centuries, and even spoken today by several groups in the region. Lingua franca, of course, means like the common language, the vernacular that would be used in everyday speech and was used widely throughout many different cultures. There are several different dialects of Aramaic, depending on the region from which it derives, and also 5 distinct historical groups identified by scholars. They are, first, ancient Aramaic, which we have in inscriptions that go all the way back to 700 before the Common Era. Then we have Aramaic, which goes from about the year 700 to 300 before the Common Era. And we see that, for example, in Tanakh, in books of Ezra, Daniel, these are the books that have some remnants of official Aramaic. We see in the Targum, especially and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the 4th period we have what's called Aramaic, and that's primarily Aramaic of the Babylonian. Finding modern Aramaic or Neo-Aramaic, which Aramaic spoken today, for example, by Jews and other peoples in the Middle East. There are some fascinating relationships to Hebrew. Of course, it is largely written alphabet. Some of the words have consonants, like, for example, the word Zah in Hebrew, gold, is Daham in Arabic, so it's Zion, with Dalet. That article, if you had, let's say, Hazaha, the gold, you would have Zahabat, the aleph at the end of an Aramaic word, replacing the hey at the beginning of a Hebrew word to represent the word Zah, the definite article. Now, late Aramaic was used throughout the Talmud all the way up to the 11th century, when we have the very first dictionary of Talmud written by Rabbi Nathan of Rome. That's the dictionary known as the Alphabet. Okay, so that's a very quick overview of the Aramaic language. I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you had fun in your learning. associated with celebration in the Jewish tradition. For example, the holiday of Sukkot, or the Arba'inim, and so on, was also used as at weddings as a kind of like a decorative and festive development. It's all this business of like the king and things like that. So, it's interesting because it's associated garlands in many ancient cultures. Garlands meaning tiaras that are worn above the head as a sign of victory or a sign of achievement. They're called in English laurels. And you often see them figures of great authorities having achieved military victories or other such victories. And he has myrtle around his head. Actually, it says bay leaves. Bay leaves were often used as well as myrtle. Here's another one of Napoleon, also a modern representation. And it falls into like the wedding tiara and things like that as well. We speak about, for example, in English we say a Nobel laureate or a poet laureate. That refers to someone who has won the Nobel Prize, laureate, or someone who is like the chief poet of the country, the poet laureate, and so on. We also have the expression to rest on one's laurels, which means to like just chill and say, oh, I've achieved all these things in the past. I don't have to try any harder. I don't have to do any more. And it's to be a kind of like intellectually and spiritually lazy. This is definitely a bad thing because if you rest on your laurels, it's like sitting on your hadad, you're just going to ruin it, right? But nevertheless, that seems to be what's going on here with Rabbi Zera, is that bringing these laurels to the king as a way of kind of like showing obeisance and showing or recognizing victories of the king and so on, things like that. Okay, I hope this illuminated your Dhamma and should help you in your learning. This video was did by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld and Today's Dhamma refers to Gloria, the most remarkable women in Talmud. She is an incredibly learned individual who lived in 2nd century Israel. She was raised by her father was Rabbi Hanani ben Teranya, and of course she married great Rabbi Meir, continued in this vein. Unlike most of the women mentioned in Talmud, Gloria is an actor, an agent in Talmudic discourse, and her opinion is mentioned very favorably in contrast to many of her male interlocutors. In many occasions, like Arndown, for example, she even corrects them like she does with her husband, Rabbi Meir. Now, she is known for her acerbic sense of humor. The one of her passages associated with that is in Arabic, when Rothschild clearly approaches her and asks her some directions to get to the city of Lod. And he says it kind of in a little bit more verbose manner than he could have. And so she says to him, "You Galilean fool, don't you know what the Mishnah says that you should not talk over a bunch of women? Simply say, which way to Lod?" That's fascinating and kind of like subversive comeback that she has for Rabbi Yosef. Now, she herself through a tremendous personal tragedy, and her own experience in life is one of great sadness. Her father was killed in patriotic persecutions in a very terrible way. Her sold into Roman slavery, and two of her own children died. It's some very moving passages that we will see as we go through Shas. Lying in Avodah Zarah, that has on the face offered a version of what happened at the end of her life. It's a very problematic passage, but it's not for today's discussion. But for now, that's a very short overview of the life and works of Gloria. I hope this illuminated your thoughts, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Dafyomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, an extremely important Amoram who was mentioned many, many times in Shas. He was the founder of Yeshiva Cheskel, the two of them are often cited together. The Gemara says in Kedushin, Daf, Ayin Base, that on the day that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi died, Rabbi Yehuda was born, which connected the two Yehudas in a very significant way, because Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, of course, was such a towering figure in the Mishnah. Our Rabbi Yehuda is a towering figure in the Talmud. He studied widely under Surah of Rothschild, and especially under Shmuel in the Hardah. He was particularly close with Shmuel. Shmuel called him Shinana, which there's a difference of opinion as to what that actually means. Some say it means sharp one, i.e. clever one, in the sense of Mishnata, right? You shall teach them, and there's learning, and so on. Others say it might refer to his shame, to his tooth or his teeth, that perhaps he had very long teeth, had like a bucktooth kind of look. This is a debate that is ongoing. Rabbi Yehuda is one of the most important Amorai of the 3rd century. He died in the year 299, and he's associated in particular with the flourishing of the yeshiva of Pumbedita. In the year 259, from the Hardah to Pumbedita, and when he became head of the yeshiva there, he attracted many students, including from the Hardah, who migrated and continued studying with him. Surah, under Rothschild, was at the time the leading yeshiva of the era, but when his successor passed away, Pumbedita Rabbi Yehuda eventually eclipsed even the great yeshiva Surah. Rabbi Yehuda frequently contrasted his views with Rabbi Huna, who was at Surah at the time, particularly in Ezekiel, and that was primarily the main field of study in Pumbedita. His father, Rabbi Yehuda, was associated with many miracles, and says that this was because tremendous self-sacrifice on behalf of the mitzvot. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the life of the incredible Rabbi Yehuda. I hope this illuminated your thoughts, and I wish you much luck. Dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf. Today's daf has the suggestion from Summas that we should extend the word Echad in the Shema, and specifically, the Magen Avraham says that we should extend the final letter, a Dal, rather than the medial letter, Ches. So, just trying to figure this out. What does that sound like? How do you extend a consonant like Dalet with a D sound? How do you possibly make it longer than it actually is? So I don't want to step into the halachic realm of how one should pronounce Shema. That's something you should definitely take up with your Orthodox rabbi. But let us try to understand Summas' statement within the context of the history of Hebrew pronunciation. We are, of course, aware that there are varieties of Hebrew pronunciation. There's Sephardi pronunciation, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Teimani, and so on. And this is inevitably a result of the diaspora, that Jews lived in different places and different pronunciations evolved, and they developed the Masorah that goes back quite a long way to justify their specific pronunciations. This is something we see even in the Talmud. Later on, we'll see that there are some discussions of the Jews of the north who might not pronounce their I the same way the Jews of the south, and so on. So even while the Israel Jews were developing various pronunciations, it's also exacerbated by the fact that Hebrew begins to fade as a vernacular language, even in the ancient period, as it's replaced by Aramaic in everyday use. It's retained as a scholarly language, a language of learning, a language of the liturgy, but the pronunciations themselves are lost, especially when you consider the vicissitude of hundreds of years of hostile environments. Let us return to the Dalet. Now, we would think that pronounced like what they call a plosive letter, like space, gimel, tet, things like that. It's a plosive letter. It explodes out of your mouth as well. But it's also possible that it can be pronounced as a fricative. A linguist, I'm a historian, so this is a little bit outside of my area. It's a lot outside my area, but apparently what's in the medial and the final position, it can be pronounced in slightly different ways. Again, don't try this at home without speaking to your girlfriend, right? But it's possible that the dalet can be pronounced as a voiced dental fricative, such that it doesn't sound like a d, but as a th, at the word that. Now, in those circumstances, if it's a voiced dental, the dalet, by extending not the dental, but the dalet, exactly like the monkey Nabok says you're supposed to do, and it could make sense. Okay, this is just a little bit of theory, but the history part is the very pronunciations of the Jewish people of the Hebrew language. Before I get into more trouble, I'm going to sign off, and I'm going to hope that this offered some illumination to your Doc, and that it gives you some hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf. Yesterday we talked about Rothschild and his associations with Semitic. But earlier in Rothschild's life, the most important place where he learned was, of course, Marda under Shmuel. And so that's an extremely important place. And the Marda so it's a major yeshiva, obviously, we have important settlement. The name Menarda was dedicated by the Huber family in memory of Moshe Aaron Huber, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Tree and Daf Yomi. In today's daf, there's a reference to Mary, which is actually a very common form of burial that we find in the ancient period. A prompt burial is a very highly valued thing in Jewish tradition, but in Talmudic times it was not common to practice. Actually, a two-stage burial. First, something more like a Mira in the modern period, but then possibly on the year's anniversary, the first year, go back and collect the bones from or marble or clay sarcophagus or sarcophagus properly, and they would bring them to a family crypt where there would be stored members of the entry of that particular clan. It's very convenient for visits of the family to be buried with one's ancestors and all kinds of things like that. We actually have several examples of Jewish catacombs that house the ossuaries. Beit Shan has the most amazing. Here's a picture that gives you a sense of what it must be like walking through the catacombs of Beit Shan. And in Italy, there's some amazing versions that have been discovered back to the ancient period that are quite unusual in that they're highly decorated by all kinds of tactical symbols and zodiacs, artwork, and so on. So that's basically it for it. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you had luck in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huber family in memory of Mr. Moshe as a reference to a unit of measure called a mere measurement of distance, and it is basically time. How long would it take to walk a unit of time as well as distance? The word is thousand, and in fact, meal in many modern languages also means thousand. In French, for example, a meal is 1,000. I'm not exactly sure how that becomes a millionaire in English, but definitely meal in many languages is one. In terms of house meal, so in terms of length, it was understood 1,000 steps, which would be 100 yards. For reasons which are not clear to me, the Chachamim said that the meal is basically 2,000 which was somewhat shorter than 1,500 yards. Contemporary math is so you calculate a mill, you would have to do exactly what you determine which is roughly understood as a distance from one's elbow to the tip of this finger, which is also called anal, incidentally. Modern posting hold that a mill would therefore be somewhere just under or just over a kilometer, which is about 0.6 of a mile or a mile per mill. Anyway, that's where this word mill comes from. It means 1,000. The Romans understood this as a steps. We measure a little bit differently from the Chachamim, but it's basically in the range of just under or just over a kilometer. Okay? I hope that illuminated your doubt, and I wish you had luck. This video is dedicated by the Huber family in memory of Mr. Moshe Aaron Huber, alav shalom. Hello, welcome to Jewish History in Depth. Today's daf is reference to Safra, who was a Babylonian in the 4th century. He was a frequent traveler to Israel. His brother was Rabbi, also a very frequent traveler. Now, one of the interesting things about the attention you would expect for Slim Talmud. At one point, tax-exempt status, something that was reserved for scholars, was in Babylon. Besides his learning as a pious businessman, a beautiful story about Rothschild. Someone wanted to buy an animal, and he had mentioned that the Rothschild at the time he heard the price was unable to respond because it was in the middle of davening, and so therefore in the back of his mind he said, "Okay, after I'm finished, I will accept that price." But the person kept thinking that Rothschild's silence was, or lack of response rather, was an indication that he wasn't accepting the offer. He wasn't satisfied with the offer, and so he kept offering a higher and higher price. Finally, when Rothschild was finished, he said, "Okay, I'll sell you I'll accept the lowest." Amazed, he said, "Why would you do that? I was prepared to offer you a lot more." Yes, but I already accepted my give it to you at the lower price. And that was just an example and his phenomenal business acumen. It's also not at all ironic that the name Safra is associated with a very large, successful family of Syrian bankers who are also known for their phenomenal philanthropy for Jewishness. And you see the name Safra on all kinds of buildings in the world. Okay, I hope you're done. I wish you had luck. This video is dedicated by the Rabbi family in memory of Christopher Moshe Aaron Rabbi. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Document. Today I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about something that is missing in the Talmud, specifically 3 missing words. So if you're learning the traditional Belteshazzar like this one here with the traditional source of Daf, you'll notice that on Yud base 17b, about 246 lines down at the bottom, there's discussion of several characters in Jewish history, and then it just ends, and that's it. It ends with a colon like that. But a more modern printing, like, for example, Steinsalt's edition, you'll see that it has 3 words. It says, Shema Yechtav Shiloh Rabbi Kigon Yesho Anotzri. What is going on here? So you can also, by the way, do this directly in the All-Dot app. See the difference here. If you're in the All-Dot app, you can actually see this yourself. Here, let me just take my other hand and enlarge this and see that in fact ends here on the word Rabbi. Big enough for you. And there's $2 colon. But if you click on Maria, you can see here that the base, here we go, 3 words. Kigon, Yesho, and Notzri. And those are the words that are missing from the traditional Belteshazzar. So obviously, those 3 words are highly sensitive, and they're most like a sign of self-judgment. Because when the Talmud became known to the Christian complaint to this third, that, the reason Jews aren't converting to Christianity, the reason is because they have people called the Talmud. If you were to take control of the Talmud, then you would be able to affect the spiritual trajectory of Jewish life, which is in fact true. Now, this ironically named Innocent III ended up earning 24 wagon loads of Talmud in Paris, which is a huge deal, incredible proportions. But after that time, the church became much more interested in what is actually in the content of the Talmud. Subject of as we and there were several Talmuds that were printed with tremendous acquisitions throughout as a result of very invasive church censorship. Also related, perhaps even more significant, however, is Jewish self-censorship. Once printers realized that with censorship they could not publish certain documents in the 16th century, in particular, the beginning of the 16th century, Jewish printers began to censor their own works in order to make sure that the censor would rely on this relationship. Give over whatever information or whatever somehow lied in the text. So that's what's going on here. There's a reference here, an uncomplimentary reference to the founder of Christianity, and most likely the publishers decided not to include it or to get past these censors. They might wonder, so how do we know it existed? Well, because we have many manuscripts that escape the censors. I mentioned manuscripts, for example, that were put together in Muslim countries, which did not have such just text, and a lot of other manuscript research like that, and generate passages. So in the traditional text, and you have modern readings that are a result of more critical scholarship. I hope that illuminated your doubt, and I wish you all fun. This video is dedicated by the Huber Bell family in memory of that has a reference to the Samechia, and these refer to the twin sons of the late 20th century, and his wife Yehudis. They were Babylonians who moved to Israel. The two sons were, of course, Yehuda, and now Chizkiah Barnea is mentioned somewhat more frequently, but both of them are incredibly brilliant scholars. And the phrase Tanadavich, which means he's hot in the house of God, refers to his intellectual crisis. So that's a very quick family note. Who are the sons of Rabbi? I hope this illuminated your dot. I wish you Hatzlacha in your life. This video of the Huber Bell family in memory of President Moshe Aaron. Hello and welcome to Straight Up Yomi. Today's dot has reference to Todos, that he probably went by the name Theodosius, and he was the leader of the Jewish community in the first century, towards the end of the first century. The Roman settlement of Jews goes back even before the Roman era, but especially after the destruction of the temple, when there was a huge influx of slaves that were brought into the city. Many were eventually manumitted and achieved citizenship. This was one of the strongest diaspora communities outside of, let's say, Babylonia in the entire Mediterranean basin. It's noteworthy to see that they had such a significant population there that someone as prominent as Todos Ishmael is in charge. And there's some interesting disputes that are recorded in the Talmud between the Jewish community in Rome under Todos and the rabbis in Israel. For example, in Saki, Gimel, there's an interesting discussion how the Passover sacrifice may be. It's also noteworthy that the diaspora communities had some significant, but absolutely relied on the authorities of Israel. Okay, very quick sometimes what those issues will mean. I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you much luck. This video is dedicated by the Humor Health. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to the great sage Rabbi. Sages who go by this name. Sometimes they're used, but usually not, and so they're often usually confused. Now, our particular Gemara here is most certainly referring to Rabbi the First, who died in the year 422. He was a student of Rabbi, lived in Masalacasia, and is very close with Rothschild. The two of them are especially associated with the closing of the Talmud. Although, as we discussed in this Masechta, in the context of Rabbi, there's some dispute between Rashi and Rambam on one hand, and on the other hand, who argue whether or not it was this Rabbi who was involved in the closing of the Talmud, the famous Talmud. Another Rabbi that appears in the Talmud is Rabbi the Second. His full name would be Rabbi ben Huna. And this was most likely the nephew of Rabbi the First. He died in the year 499, and he was a student of Rabbi. He eventually became, he himself as the yeshiva in Surah, and this was during a period of incredibly intense persecution that I will discuss later on in this series. According to Shri Regal, this is the Rabbeinu close to the Talmud, which would be quite a bit later. Considered the last of the Arayim, meaning the generation would be the sum of another kind of tectonic plate in the foundation of Talmudic wisdom. Oh my gosh. Okay, I hope that illuminated that, and I wish you had luck in your life. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to witchcraft, which is a topic that comes up from time to time in the Talmud. And there are a wide variety of practices associated with witchcraft. But there are basically two categories. The first is real witchcraft, which is maleficent and effective and is punished. It's either of the Talmud. The second is imitative practices, which may, lead over from witchcraft to superstition into popular culture. These include both categories: techniques to summon the dead, various types of fortune telling, incantations, you name it. There's a wide gamut of things that are discussed in it. There's a significant evidence that indicates that Jews actually practice these things outside of the Talmud. For example, the Dead Sea Scrolls has a certain amount of references to witchcraft, and there's some archaeological evidence from Babylonia that indicate there are, wide use of amulets, and my favorite, incantation bowls. These are such cool things. The amulets would typically be worn, and they would be ward off negative influences. That bowls were the things that apparently were buried under the threshold. So you would write, by the way, these bowls that show you some scripts on the inside in Aramaic, some fascinating pictures, and then bury these under the threshold of yours, maybe to metaphor catch them in the bowl before they're playing home. A weirdly Jewish feng shui kind of thing. These various angelology and demonology. Now, the rabbis exercise tremendous energy in trying to control these popular impulses. People are always looking for, as it were, kind of a spiritual shortcut, nasa and shidduchim and things like that. And there's many passages in the Talmud in which they're trying to say, look, these kinds of things are not acceptable. These kinds of things, well, they're stated in a different way. It's not really so bad. So we come along. At any rate, I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you luck. is part of the process of making linen. How does this work? So take the flax plant, and the first thing you do after you harvest it is you shave off the seed pods. The seeds can then be reused as for food stuff. For example, my wife, she puts seeds in her challah. She's out casting. I'm recording this shit. But at any rate, and then once you've got the seed pods off, you make them brittle, and then you have to soak them for a really long time. This soaking is what's called the ready. You're allowing it to decay in buckets of water, like see in this picture here, where you just leave it outside days at a time so that it becomes, all settling down and start to beat it and make it into cloth or standing water, things like that. And needless to say, as we can see from our Gemara, it is very malodorous. I mean, this plant just sits there in the water and essentially down decomposes to a point where you take it sometimes even weeks later, you feed it and you make it into that small into in the present day. I hope this illuminated your done, and I wish you luck on the other. This video is dedicated by the Huber-Bell family in memory of Christmas. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to an unusual figure in Shas, Rabbi. We don't know a lot about Rabbi. His name is mentioned about 2 dozen times in Shas, but we do know that he is the grandson of the famous Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi was the 3rd century rabbi who was a transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, and he was extremely active in Shas. And there's a lot to say about him. But what about his grandson, Rabbi Yasha? He must have been a very young man when he is cited, because he's frequently citing his grandfather's teaching, and we know that he passed away very young, within the lifetime of his grandfather. So this must be an indication of just how brilliant he was. Could be mentioned as the same breath as his father, while his grandfather was. Just an indication of what Rabbi Yasha must have been like. Okay, I hope that illuminated, and I wish you guys luck on it. By the Huber-Bell family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huber-Bell. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. That lice now refers to shaking into plus this will come up again as the Shabbos. Is scourge, particularly in warmer climates like in Israel or in Florida. Living in Israel, and you had to go get lice medicine for your kids or lice for your kids. One particular product, this is not product placement, but I thought the name was great. It was called Zed. This say, can I have some? This is it, and she'll say, oh yeah, I know what you need. She can give you this, that, was that. At any rate, lice is highly contagious, even though it has nothing to do with hygiene. And they easily jump from one child to another. Child's lice jumps under their head, and then that's it. They got lice. It has types of lice, head lice, body lice, and a third type commonly called crabs. They're about the size of the sesame seed. Here's a picture. Oh my gosh, they look terrible. It's bad. Let us conclude our discussion today. This illuminated your dot. Wish you much luck in your learning. Video is dedicated by the Huber-Bell family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huber-Bell. Hello and welcome to Jewish Jewish history and knowing. Okay, we're continuing with the series of really gross things that happen to come up in the Talmud. Today's daf has a reference to a process which I'm not sure how to pronounce this. It may be batting or it might be baiting, but what it specifically refers to is the use of dog excrement to break down collagen in skins as part of the tanning process, right? So you have to imagine this. You take this animal, you shed it, and then you've got to flay the skin off. It's got all kinds of like hairs on it. It's got bits of flesh. It's got all kinds of like inconsistencies, little scabs, things like that. How do you treat it? How do you make it into leather for your shoes or belts or whatever? So first you have to soak it in water, then you soak it in urine. This makes much more pliable. And then third, you go and you remove all the hair, you scrape off all the hair. And then the fourth stage, the ultimate stage, is you apply excrement to it. And that is what makes leather so wonderful. It's interesting to note that this process is pretty traditional. It's used for millennia, but in England they did not discover the value, specifically dog excrement, until the 18th century, which shows that this is yet another fantastic Talmudic innovation and contribution to Western civilization. Okay, I hope this illuminated your John's life and your learnings. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of participant Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So let's just take a second to look at what appears on most pages of Daf. It's often labeled as Girsavos, meaning readings. And what is this referring to? It's referring to alternative readings of the text, alternative texts that do not necessarily appear in the Talmud text itself. Now, why do we have alternative readings? Why do we have like different versions of what exactly says in the Talmud? There's three basic reasons. The first is scribal error. You'll recall that the Talmud went through many centuries of hand copying while it was still in a manuscript culture. This dates all the way back from the ancient period right through until the advent of printing in the 16th century. Or late 15th, early 16th century. The second reason is because of church censorship. From the 13th century onwards, the church was much more interested in what's going on in the Talmud. Until then, it was largely an Aramaic, a language with which the church was not especially familiar. But after the nefarious activities of a man named Nicholas Dolan, the church became much more interested in getting involved. And so there was a certain amount of church interference were included. These passages were made unaffected in areas not controlled by the church, such as, for example, where the Talmud was produced. And finally, related to this, we saw a few pages ago, self-censorship, as Jews were producing their own Talmuds, and still under state censorship that was associated with the church, they often decided, you know what, the printers decided, these passages here, and we're going to rely on the rabbis to say what is missing, correct these texts, and produce these alternative readings that we have. The first is through actually comparing manuscripts, because there are significant deviations between various manuscripts for the three reasons I mentioned above, and by comparing them, you can hopefully figure out where the errors or the editing crept in and go back to an earlier manuscript that might be more correct. Secondly, through logical analysis, like the amazing work of people like the Rabbi and the Rabbi, who were able to actually, with the force of their mind, figure out what might be missing in the text and suggest alternative readings. And these are truly amazing things, because sometimes we'll be able to go back and look at manuscripts that are recently discovered and say, hey, look at this. The Rabbi or the Rabbi were correct, even though they didn't have a manuscript in front of them. Okay, that's about it for a quick discussion of what are yourselves. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you lots of luck. I enjoy it. because it seems to sound like Geneva. And well, there's a lot of potential here in this name. At any rate, he was a 3rd century student of Rob, little known figure in the Talmud. He's cited several times in Shas as some kind of sage, but it's also noted that he is a very contentious individual. He had a noted conflict with the Reish Galusa, Mocha. The details of it are somewhat unclear, but it appears that Marcopa was rather unsettled with his communication with Geneva, and in fact, he's consulted from the Lesser Ben Kadat as to what could be done with Geneva. Marcopa even considered perhaps throwing him in jail, having him thrown in secular jail by the Sasanian authorities. The Yerushalmi Gittin goes on to describe how Rabbi Lesser Ben Kadat said that no, it's not really appropriate to hand over Geneva, no matter how difficult he may be, to the authorities. But the problem continued so much that Marcopa had to ask a second time. Rabbi Lesser Ben Kadat said, look, it's better for you to do nothing. Don't go to the authorities. Just you go to Beis Medrash and keep learning, and Hashem will take care of everything. At that point, Geneva was ultimately arrested. So we don't know a lot of the details behind this unusual story, but it has a fascinating kind of glimpses into the relationship of individuals, their scope of authority. Even someone as important as the Reish Galusa had difficulty with an individual, and they would have to rely on the Sasanian authorities. As we will go through Shas, we'll learn more about what the parameters of authority would have been in 3rd century Babylon. I hope the illuminator does, and I wish you luck in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a very important note on the relationship between the Judaism, the mother religion, and the daughter religion, Christianity, that breaks off from Judaism towards the end of the 1st and into the 2nd century. We should recall that the early church was completely composed of Jews. All of the individuals surrounding the founder of Christianity were Jewish and were very much trying to figure out exactly what did Christianity represent. Was it a completely new and different religion, as would be the commonplace understanding today, or was it, and this would be understandable from a 1st century perspective, was it kind of like Judaism plus? In other words, were Christians required to observe the mitzvah? Were they required to keep kosher? Were they required to observe Shabbat? And so on. And these were significant debates that were held within the early church. So from a rabbinic side, to a point around the turn of the 2nd century, it became determined there had to be a line to sand that certain ideas were antithetical to traditional Judaism, and therefore they had to make some kind of formal declaration of faith that would distinguish between the early church members and the synagogue, as it were. And this was, of course, the Birkat Haminim, which is the 19th blessing. Blessing is, of course, a euphemism. It's really kind of like a self-condemnation. If one were to be an early Christian and were to recite this, it would be problematic. And that's what the function of this particular blessing was. That's discussed, of course, in the Gemara. This process continued for several hundred years. The Birkat Haminim is perhaps the most prominent of the Jewish responses to the early church, but the early church had the same issue that went well into the 4th century. They had to convene councils, for example, to clearly define the Christian Sabbath as Sunday rather than Saturday, to separate the calendar so that Easter was not celebrated on Passover, and all kinds of things of this nature. So there's obviously quite a bit to say about how these two movements split in the end of the 1st century. It's interesting to note, however, for our purposes, that the Birkat Haminim is an illustration how in the 1st century it was still kind of like a family debate. It was still something within the boundaries of Big Ten Judaism, as you were. But as you move into the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century, and Christianity appeals more and more to people who are not ethnically Jewish, that is Romans and Greeks and so on, then it becomes more of a gentilizing movement, and us versus them movement, and it has significant relationship to the development of anti-Judaic attitudes as well. Lots more to say about this, but this is a very short presentation. I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you much luck in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Christmas Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has a reference to a place called Kartignin. Where is Kartignin? So scholars suggest two basic possibilities. One is that it refers to the very important ancient city of Carthage, which is so storied in Roman history. It's located here on the coast of North Africa in the region of what we today Tunis. Another possibility, which is not at all possible, is that it refers to Cartagena, Spain, which is not so far distant. Would make sense within the context of the Gemara discussed here. But we simply don't know which places, either Carthage or Cartagena, is referred to in this particular Gemara. Oh well, mysteries continue to endure. Perhaps we will solve it as we continue to delve deeper into shots. I hope this illuminated your doubts. And I wish you much luck in your life. This video is shown. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today is a reference to an invasion of the city of Nahardar in Babylon. Invaded the city. That most likely occurred in 59 of the Common Era, when the city was invaded of presumed likeness and involved in the attack on Nahardar. He was at the time vassal kingdom known as the Kingdom of Palmyra, and in the Talmud he's referred to as Papa Ben Nezer. That Septimus Ordinatus becomes Papa Ben Nezer. There's some euphonics in those two names, but I'm not sure exactly how we get from the Latin to the Aramaic. At any rate, Palmyra was a vassal kingdom of Rome at that time and participated in an attack on King Shapur I, which would be known in the Talmud as Shapur Malka, who was the king of the Sasanian dynasty at the time. Here's a map. You can see where the kingdom of Palmyra was located. Quite a significant kingdom, understanding that it was able to grow in the context of Roman domination. But the impact of this particular attack on Nahardar was very significant for Talmudic history, primarily because most of the students of Nahardar at that time decided to follow Rabbi Yehuda to Pumbedita. The Nahardar yeshiva itself never recovered, but Pumbedita inherited its traditions, even having a separate road that was really designed for those students who came from Nahardar, and the reputation of Nahardar really extended to Pumbedita and continued for centuries thereafter. Okay, I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Christmas Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has a reference to white glass. Specifically, if you look in Rashi, you'll see that the idea of an expensive cup is one that is made out of white glass. Now, what exactly is this white glass? Now, when Rashi is referring to white glass, it's unlikely it's referring to a substance that is referred to white glass today. You see it sometimes used in, of course, dishware, glassware, things like that, but also like in architectural constructs and things like that. White or like milky glass is really only developed in Venice about 500 years after Rashi lived. What Rashi is probably referring to is actually transparent glass, or as what we might call it today, plain glass, meaning like when you get a glass out of the cupboard to drink a glass of water, you're drinking what Rashi would understand as very expensive glass. The reason for this is because originally glass was an extremely expensive substance in the ancient world. The technology of glass blowing really doesn't develop until the first century, so before that time, making glass out of gold was very expensive, and it was very hard to filter out impurities, which would give the glass typically some kind of color. To have a glass that was purer and purer, or more transparent, was considered exceptionally valuable, and really would not happen for some centuries later. Just to give you a sense of how important glass was at that time, there's a pasuk in Eo that's has the Zion that refers to glass as having the same value as gold, meaning they're equated in the pasuk. So glass was an extremely expensive substance for quite a long time, and translucent glass, or I should say transparent glass, was especially valuable, which I think is really useful for us to contemplate how incredibly wealthy we are here living in the 21st century and just being able to reach into the cupboard and get something which Rashi would call very expensive. Okay, so illuminating your dot, and I wish you in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a series of military units, and it's tempting to try and connect them to military units that were actually in use in the ancient world. However, this is a little bit difficult to do because, the time this particular passage in the Gemara was recorded, the Greek units were no longer functioning. In fact, it's unlikely that the Roman units were functioning, and even if they were, it's less likely that the Babylonian compilers of the Talmud would have been intimately familiar with the specific names. Furthermore, we have a lot of different versions of this particular text, which lists them in different order, and so it's still kind of confusing what exactly I'm referring to. But if we try to have a rough guess at what these things are referring to, it appears that the Aramaic term gastra is equivalent to the Latin castra. That was pretty easy. Legion comes from legiones, so far so good. Corton from something the Romans called the cohorse. Okay, so we're pretty good with the first three. The next one, the Radhaton, is especially hard to identify. It doesn't appear to be a specifically Roman unit that we are aware of. It might come from an earlier Greek unit called an arithmos, Radhaton, arithmos maybe, and hegemon, which would not have been used really in the Roman period, but also goes back to the Greek period, hegemon. So it's this are hard to tie down, but the idea of the ranks is really what this is getting at here, and that's what's relevant for us. Okay, I hope illuminate your dot, and I wish you in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a place called Sidon, or Sidon, which would be called in English Sidon. It's referring to a city that's on the Mediterranean coast in modern Lebanon. Here you can have a look at a map where exactly it's located, just north of Israel. And in fact, it is a really ancient city that long had rivalry with many of the trading centers in Israel as well. The name Sidon probably comes from the word tzad, which means to capture, and probably alludes to the fishing industry that, of course, would occur on the coast like that. And in fact, the economy of Sidon was heavily reliant on the sea, not only fishing, but also the dye that would be derived from mollusks, perhaps the famous Stechelet was made there. Also, glass made from the sandy beaches, which gave wealth to Sidon. Later, around the first century, as we discussed a couple days ago, when the glass making technology would evolve significantly, that would drop the price of glass and would subsequently cause a dip in the Sindanese economy as well. But at any rate, this town is extremely important, very wealthy, and appears frequently in biblical literature and also in literature of the Mediterranean peoples, such as the Greeks as well. There was a significant Jewish population that lived there during the period of Mishnah. As the economy declined, however, from the 2nd century onward, we begin to see a similar decline to the Jewish population as they lost monopolies on things like the dye production and glass production and so on. At any rate, that's a quick look at the town of Sidon, which would be in contemporary Lebanon. I hope this illuminated you, and I wish you much luck. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Hanina ben Dosa, who is one of the most important figures of the first century. He was a Tana who studied under Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. He has some incredibly powerful teachings throughout Shas, but perhaps the most common association that we find in the Talmud with Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa is to his piety and the many miracles that are associated with his personal characteristics. This also extends to his wife, about whom there are many miraculous events associated as well. The Gemara in Hagiga emphasizes some of the same themes that we see in our Masechta as well, and one of the common threads is that his piety was so phenomenal that the entire generation or the entire world really was dependent on his personal character. Fascinating stuff. Okay, that's Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa. Very quick minute. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to bread and oil, specifically the idea of dipping bread in oil, which is a staple of even to the present period, but it has a very special attachment to Jewish cuisine. This is because olives and bread made from grain products are two of the 7 species with which the land of Israel is especially great. And we know that bread and olives form a very important part of the diet all the way back to the biblical period. In the Roman period, however, around the time when the Mishnah and the Gemara were developing, the Romans developed a special way of removing the amount of bitterness from olives by lye and brine. And this made olive oil sweeter to the taste and must have resulted in a significant expansion of the use of olive oil in other peoples in the Mediterranean basin. We know for sure Jews are producing tons of olive oil because there's so many archaeological remains of olive presses up and down the land of Israel. And so it seems pretty clear that at least from around the 1st century, Jews were happily dipping their pita bread into olive oil, a tradition that continues to this very day. Thank you very much for watching. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you had fun in your learning. This video is hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today has a reference to Rabbi or India. India is a source of a tremendous number of agricultural spices. Later, especially in association with Chinese industry, it will be a source of silks as well. And these were products which were avidly consumed by the Mediterranean world. The Romans in particular had an appetite for silks, and Israel, of course, was central to all this. Now, India figures prominently in some very ancient texts from Mesopotamia. We have references to India in, for example, texts from the city of Ur, the birthplace of Amma, and we have a reference specifically to India. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. It's also in Esther, which refers to Ahasuerus's kingdom extending from India Kush to Ethiopia, which represented a very large part of the Persian Empire. So here's a map just to give you a sense of Israel's relationship with India, which goes back well to the ancient period. The blue lines refer to the maritime trade routes, and the red lines refer to the overland trade routes. In both cases, Israel is an extremely prominent gateway between the East and the West, and so Israel has a long-standing tradition of interrelations with India as a result of the silk and the spice trade. Okay, I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you all luck in your learning. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of its husband, Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's Daf has a reference to a Babylonian food called kutak. And I'm very curious about this kutak. So I did a little research trying to figure out if people are still eating kutak today. Well, first of all, what is it? It is a Babylonian dish with a highly distinctive, apparently very vinegar-like sharp flavor. It is also referred to in elsewhere rabbinic literature as kapka or as kutka, and it's basically made with milk or with very watery milk, mixed dry breadcrumbs or flour and some salt. This milk may also be fermented, giving it that really sharp taste, and it's made into a basic kind of a sauce you can dip with it, or you dip your bread in it. It probably is not something you eat with a spoon. It's more like a condiment type of food. You wouldn't eat mustard with a spoon, for example. You would put it on your mouth or something like that. And I think that's something like kudak. Now, rabbis are very careful with kudak. They indicate that it has very deleterious health implications. Rabbi, for example, suggested that it would be better to eat near rock fish than to eat kudak, considering it has very, very negative health. But it may still be consumed into the present day. It looks like it might be similar to what they call the Persian kash. Here's an example of what the kash mixture looks like. Primarily the fermented milk that gets kind of like pudding-like. I'm not sure whether bread has already been added to this mixture or not, but it appears that this type of product is also sold even in the United States under the name Kash and Desi. Here's a screenshot from their website. I wonder if it has hashgacha. If it does, then there's go out and try just the taste of kudak. But I can't remember if this is the same thing as kudak, and I'm not sure of that. Then it's better to eat some nearby sardines or some long past the best before date herring than to eat some of this. Anyways, I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you much luck on your learning. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of its husband, Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Well, because of the nature of this card that we're discussing, there's lots of food-related topics. Now, today's daf is a reference to beets. Now, silka that would be consumed in the ancient world is not the same beets that we generally eat today. Virginia is known as Beta vulgaris of the Secla variety, which is also known in contemporary English as either Spanish beets or, get this, Swiss chard. That is what the Gemara is saying. You should definitely eat beets. It's really saying you should eat Swiss chard. Roots were eaten in the ancient world, but the leaves were especially praised for the taste and health benefits. The rabbis, in contrast to what we talked about yesterday, they love silka. They thought this is really healthy. It's good for cardiovascular health, good for digestive health, even enhances the complexion. And beets are really the way to go. Here's a picture of the Spanish beets or the Swiss chard that has white, not the bulbous red roots associated with beets today. And the leaves are nice, green, leafy things. They were so highly praised that the Medrash says that Shlomo HaMelech's table not only had them in the wintertime when they were normally harvested, but he would actually import them from elsewhere in the world. So he had these beets on his table all along. So next time you're shopping at your local gourmet lot or wherever you shop, skip the Duda and head for the Rhode Island and pick up some Swiss chard. I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you much luck in your learning. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Bar Kapar, who was a very important 3rd century scholar that represents a transition point between the Tanaim and the Amorite. His full name is Rabbi Elazar Kapar the Rabbi, although that's a little bit confusing because apparently there is another Rabbi Elazar Kapar the Rabbi who may be his son. We have the Tosefta references someone named Rabbi Elazar and Elazar Kapar the Rabbi, so that would indicate that somehow he had a son with the same name that he had. The term Rabbi is understood to be an indication of respect that's meant of that sort. But he's generally known as Bar Kapar, and most scholars hold that even if there are 2 people with the same name, the general Bar older of the 2 and not 2 son. He was a student of Yehuda Hanafi in Israel and in fact engaged in many similar activities. He wrote a Mishnah, which is called the Mishnah or the Great Mishnah, which helps explain some of the ambiguous passages in the Mishnah. There is some tension between the Mishnahs, and that's for another discussion. That's usually understood to be in the south of Israel. A fascinating discovery in the Golan region. It revealed a lintel that is a big stone that would have been over the doorway of a large house that actually had the name. This is the base medrash of Elazar. Have a look at it. It's an amazing find. Here's an example. Here's another look at it with the which is actually drawn in, so you can see the writing there. What an amazing thing it must have been to walk under this lintel, actually go in and then meet the Gemara yourself. Fascinating. He was known as a very well science, such as astronomy. He was known as well for significant talents. All in all, fascinating individual. I hope this illuminated your doubt and any sure your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to the exilic, and this is a political position, and it is just like it sounds, the head of the exile. The Aramaic translation with which you may be familiar is Rish Galusa, or the Hebrew Rothschild, the head of the exile. Now we know that Jews were living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, and there's some evidence in Tanakh of their organization, but we really don't get a sense of it Ishkalusa is first associated with Ramuna. Under the Sassanid Persians, there's even more extensive activity of the exilarchs. We know a lot more about what they're doing. We know, for example, that there's significant, three-way conflicts going on between the institution of the exilarchate and the secular government, or it's not really secular, but the Persian government and the rabbis. It's kind of a three-way triangular struggle every now and then. Occasionally, the exilarch comes out on the short end of the stick. Sometimes they're not allowed to exercise what would be considered appropriate communal authority. For example, we see that Rav Kahana at one point actually had to flee because he wanted to exercise his appropriate rule over the community, but this was not tolerated by the Sassanids. And we also have some conflict between the rabbis and the exilarchate over what exactly is the appropriate thing for the official Jewish community to do. Under King Shapur I, known as Shapur Malka in the Talmud, there's a much more tolerant approach, and the exilarchate ends up expanding and having much more authority. There's some interesting discussion about Shmuel was involved in this process as well. But this ongoing tension between the exilarchate and the rabbis, we see in the case of Geneva, we talked about a little while ago, and this will be, if you think of it in modern terms, a little bit like the board of directors and the rabbi. They're both working towards the same goal, but occasionally they don't see eye to eye on how to achieve that. Ultimately, the exilarchate faded in power. In the 5th century, King Peros actually had Huna V put to death, and Marzutra II actually engaged in a rebellion in the early 6th century. But with the advent of Islam to the region in the 7th century, the exilarchate is renewed once again, and we'll have to discuss that in later classes. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you much luck in your learning. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka, a 3rd century Amora living in Israel, who's often referred to as simply Rabbi Yitzchak. So you often see simply Rabbi Yitzchak, and that's Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka. The word Nafka means smith, which is presumably some kind of association with his trade. Perhaps he was a silversmith or goldsmith or blacksmith, we don't really know. He was a student of Rabbi Yochanan, however, and he served as a dayan in both Caesarea and in Tiberia in the northern part of Israel. We know also that he was one of the Nechute, that is the travelers, those who went from Israel to Babylonia and transferred a lot of the wisdom of the Holy Land to the Mesopotamian region. He is known as being exceptionally adept in both halakhic matters and in Aggadic matters, which is not all that common. Usually the Amoraim are more principally known for one or the other. And there's a brilliant story which illustrates this. It's in Bava Kama, Daf Samech, in which Rav Ami and Rav Asi asked Rabbi Yitzchak to please tell them something. One of them wants halakha, and the other one wants Aggada, and so he manages to sort of supplicate them both by telling them a parable of a man who married 2 wives. One who was his age and one who was much younger. And the one who was his age used to constantly pluck out his dark hairs so as to leave him more gray, leave him looking older and closer to her age. And the younger one would pluck out all of his white hairs, which would make him look younger and closer to her age. And in the end, of course, he ended up bald. So that is the kind of way that he responded to them both in terms of halakha and Aggada, and gives you a sense of his personality and even his sense of humor. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you much luck in your learning. Video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory Today's daf has reference to incense, which was used for a variety of purposes in the ancient world. The Hebrew term is mukmah. It would be used to add aroma or to smell your clothing. It was especially widely used after to kind of clear the scent of cooking and things like that. Now, what exactly did they use? Most of the incense was ordered from the Far East, from China and India. Some incenses were actually imported from Africa. And Israel itself was also an indigenous producer of certain things like henna and saffron, and in particular balsam. That's actually an export product for ancient Israel. It was widely known in the Mediterranean basin for its excellent balsam and its wonderful smell. They even used floral scents and from time to time animal scents. We'll talk about that shortly. So how was this used? So they would have these various types of incense burners. Here's a look at a couple of them. You would put like coals or even open flame in the open area underneath, and then you would place the incense inside this hole here, and it would heat up and it would, release the smoke, which you could even put in your closet to kind of freshen up your clothes and to, just make them smell nicer. Here's another example with kind of a flat top with the same kind of technology here, just basically heating up these spices to allow them to smoke and fill the room with scent. Okay? I hope this illuminated your done, and I wish you luck in your learning. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of participant Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to another type of incense that's made from an animal product. The English term is musk. Now, Rambam and Sanya Gaon associate musk with plant product. But almost all the authorities say no, this is the thing that's called musk in English and other languages, and it's taken from a particular gland in certain animals, especially deer. There are 7 species that are known to have this gland and to produce this scent, but the most popular in our time is one called Muscus musciferus, or the Siberian musk deer. This is an unusual kind of deer. You can see from this picture here, it's a rather small kind of animal. It is a herbivore, although it has these really scary looking fangs sticking out, which is probably their way of kind of like, deterring predators or something like that. But at any rate, they are somewhat endangered now because they are at risk from poachers who want to try and extract a lot of this particular pungent smell called musk. I hope this illuminated your dam, and I wish you luck in your learning. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of participant Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to King Yanai, also known as Yanai Alexander or Janaeus Alexander. He was a king of the Hashmonaim. He lived from the years 126 to the year 76 before the Common Era, and he ruled for an over 25-year span from the years 103 to 76 of the Common Era. The son of Yochanan, and he was both the Kohen and the king, which shows that the Hashmonaim tended to get in trouble. A lot about him from Josephus in particular. We'll speak more about Josephus because he's one of the principal historians for this period of time. According to Josephus, Yanai's father is intensely and favored his older brother. In fact, Yanai sent away to the Galileo rather than have him live with him in Jerusalem. He really wanted to have him far away. You know the expression in English, to have an heir and a spare. King Yanai would definitely despair. So after the death of his father, his elder brother, became Kohen Gadol, and he probably had Yanai and his mother have them threatening him for the throne. And Aristobulus dies. His wife, who is childless at this point, Salome Alexandra, or Schwanzia Alexandra, we'll speak more about her in a couple of days. She makes her brother-in-law Cohen Gadol, and he marries her through evil. So now he is returned to the throne, he becomes king, and his wife is the very important figure, Schwanzia Alexandra. King Yanai was a very warlike king. He went to war with the Egyptians, the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, lost quite a few of his battles. He attacked them also in Jordan. He tried to take control of the coastal region. He was quite bellicose, but not especially successful. He struggled as well to maintain a civil war that lasted for 6 years within Israel, and ultimately he was defeated by a leader of the Seleucids in the year 88-89, and he had to give up his kingship at that point. He managed to come back into power shortly thereafter and to take revenge. He crucified 800 of his opponents, which is an event that is in the Gemara, mentioned explicitly in Josephus and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Ultimately, he was killed by the east of the Jordan, and we'll have more to say about the repercussions of that in future classes. But for the time being, so eliminated your dot, and I can show it's not in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to a figure who is mentioned repeatedly throughout Shas. That is, of course, the famous Rabbi, who was a major Babylonian Amora of the 3rd century. I just would like to focus a little bit on his earlier days when he was studying in Israel. His full name is Abba ben Ivra, also known as Abba Aricha or Abba the Tall, because he apparently was of full stature. And he is especially known for founding the great yeshiva at Sura. He was a native of Capri in Babylonia, who came from a very important family. But significant is that early in his career to Israel, and he studied under Rabbi Shia and Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. He was ultimately made a rabbi. He was ordained. He was made up by Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi himself, and that was an extremely important part of his intellectual and spiritual development because he absorbed the intense Torah of Eretz Israel. After that point, he moved to Babylonia, but only after he had absorbed the wisdom of the last generation of Tanaim in Israel. And it was because of this tremendous amount of learning that he was able to accumulate while he was in Israel, that when he moved to Babylonia in the year 219, he was far and away the most qualified individual to establish a profound and important center of Torah at Sura. He ultimately became the head of the educational world of Babylonia, and in many ways the entire edifice of Babylonian Talmudic reasoning traces its way back to Rabbi in particular. I hope that illuminated your dot, and I wish you Hatzlacha. This is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Reference to Persians, and really important for in the Talmud because, of course, much of the Babylonian Talmud was composed in regions controlled by Persian political entities. So let's just have a very quick look at who are these Persians and what do we mean when we talk about different dynasties. So according to our oldest historical sources, Herodotus, for example, says that the Persians were based in what would be called today Iran. They were conquered by the Medes in the 7th century before the Common Era, and they were ultimately led by Koresh, or Cyrus II in the 6th century. Koresh, the son of Yavesh, or Darius, was actually a very important figure in Jewish history because he allowed the Jews who were then captive in Babylonia to return to Israel and reestablish the temple there. They developed under Persian rule in Israel until Alexander the Great invaded in the late 4th century of the Common Era. But this was a time when Aramaic was really spreading throughout the region. That's why both Talmuds, for example, are written in Aramaic because the influence of the Persian Empire was so great. Aramaic was the lingua franca, the common language of the entire Aramaic enterprise in Persia and beyond. Now, there are two dynasties that are especially important for Talmudic history. The first is called the Parthian dynasty, and they lasted for about 500 years, from the years 249 before the Common Era to 226 of the Common Era. During this period, there was an expansion of the Jewish diaspora, referred to in both Philo and Josephus. The book of Maccabees talk about it. And then the next dynasty that's especially important, because this is the period when most of the Talmud was actually codified, was the Sassanid dynasty. And they ruled from 226 until 642. That's when Islam comes to the region. A lot of things change. There's an even greater growth of the Jewish area of Babylonia under the Sassanids, primarily because of tumultuous change in the Roman Empire and some population transfers that were actually engineered by the Sassanids, including a very large year 364 by Shapur Malka II. And this is the environment in which the Talmud, at least the political environment, we'll have a lot more to say about it, but for now, I hope this illuminated your doubt, and it will in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to something called Parthian vine, which apparently is a kind of very valuable mushroom. Now, if you know anything about cooking, which I do not, but I happen to be in a region where these are really famous a little while ago, they're referring to something called truffles. Here's what a truffle looks like. There's actually a few different varieties. There are black ones, there are other colors. It does not look especially appetizing, but it is apparently a great delicacy, as we see from the Gemara, and as we see in contemporary life as well. Now, it happens that there are a lot of mushroom species that grow in Israel. All kinds of fascinating halachot regarding them. There are different halachot regarding how they are tied in terms of agricultural products. There are blessings said over eating truffles, and other mushrooms are interesting as well. And they're found basically in the Judean desert and in the Negev desert underground. That's where they grow, which is rather remarkable. Now, if you find truffles today, definitely do something wise with them. Black truffles, I just looked up the prices today, over $95 an ounce. And white truffles, over $168 per ounce. Not quite as valuable as the one, about $1,400 an ounce, but still pretty good. Okay, you're done. I wish you was luck in your life. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Queen Shlomo Zion, a very important and much beloved queen in Jewish history. Her Greek name was Salome Alexandra, and she lived from 139 to 67 before the Common Era. She was actually married to two kings of the Hashmonaim. Of course, she was married to Aristobulus I, and after he died, leaving her childless, she ended up marrying his brother Yanai's death, she actually reigned alone from the years 76 to 67 before the Common Era. Now, in great contrast to her husband, Alexandra Yanai, she was a much more gentle soul. She was not at all as warlike and as cruel as her husband, and she was a great supporter of the leadership of the rabbis, as we see in this Gemara. Shlomo ben Shetach is her brother, very important figure, and we'll have more opportunities to learn about their interaction later. She, as a queen, she did tremendous things for the rabbinic establishment. She restored the temple to their authority, the judicial system to their authority. She gave them control of the calendar, all kinds of things which the rabbis considered extremely important, and she was forthcoming with them. She herself was personally observant, and her piety was considered to be a determinant in the unusually productive agricultural years that pertained during her regime. She significantly increased the size of the army, but she did not engage in a lot of warfare. When she became ill, two of her sons attempted a coup. Hyrcanus and Aristobulus attempted a coup. That was really very unfortunate. She unfortunately died before she could put an end to this rebellion, so the end of her life was in a tragic moment. But nevertheless, she is fondly remembered as one of the great queens of history. I hope this illuminated your thoughts, and I wish you luck in your life. This video was dedicated by the Bell family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron, who fell in Jewish history and Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has a reference to Har HaSofim, to Mount Scope. This is an extremely important mountain in Jewish history and, of course, in the geography of Jerusalem as a whole. The term scopus means watcher. It's related to the word telescope and things like that. That's exactly what it means in Hebrew. Sophim means to have a lookout, especially as towards the east. Today is the site of the main camp. Quite a few daydreaming afternoons in my residence room over the Judean desert of Rabbi. It has a long, we see it referred to frequently, for example, a treatment of the Roman Jewish War. The 12th Roman Legion, for example, was based there in their ultimately successful attempt to besiege and destroy Jerusalem. Between the years 1948 and 1967, it actually was outside of Israel. It was inside Jordanian territory, and there's a lot of very sad and dramatic moments associated with that isolation from the rest of Israel proper. Here's a map. You can see it on a 3D level on satellite level. You can see where it's located. You can get a little sense of the elevation. And relevant to our Gemara, you can see that it is a 47-minute walk that is on the streets to Jerusalem, to the temple itself. That's kind of a roundabout. I'm not exactly sure how fast we'll be able to walk straight, but there's an elevation change of 90 meters from the Temple Mount to Mount Scopus. I can tell you, I used to, back in the day, in the 1980s, when things were rather different in Israel at the time when I'm recording it, I used to regularly walk from my dorm at Sofim through the Arab neighborhoods all the way into the old city where I had a job working in a pizza restaurant. I don't think you can do that so safely today, unfortunately. Anyways, I hope that illuminated your dog, and I wish you much luck in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to people called Nahar Balai, which it appears refers with not identified, unfortunately. Now, according to Rothschild in Gemara Sanhedrin, Yud Zion, this town is associated with Rabbi Rabbi, but it still doesn't give me much more sense of it. Now, just to place it within the context, we should know that Mesopotamia is a region of rivers and canals, and so there would have been, hundreds, maybe thousands of them throughout the region, primarily because you have these two big rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, that flow from the northwest, from the mountain regions up there, and the snow melt and so on, and they flow down into the Persian Gulf. One of the reasons why you have such a large civilization in this region is because the flow is predictable in terms of every season. With the snow melt, you have an onrush of water, and although there's occasional flooding, that's always a danger, with appropriate man-made irrigation canals, which would radiate away from the main two rivers, you could control much of that flooding and irrigate fields over a large swath of territory. Hence the concentration of resources and the development of civilization in this region, much like we see in the great river civilizations of the world, the Nile, the Yangtze, the Ganges, and so on. All of these rivers support very early civilizations. Okay, unfortunately, I couldn't give us a more pinpoint sense of where the Nahar Bill is, but this illuminated your doubts, and I wish you luck in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinterest and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has an interesting incident that revolves around the attitude of a woman named Yalta. I wish we knew a lot more about her, because there are these just little scintillating stories here and there in Shas. But she was apparently a very exceptional woman of the late 3rd, early 4th century. She was the daughter of the exilar, who we spoke about a few days ago, the Rothschild, the head of the exile, and she was married to the great Rabbi. She apparently held scholars and religious observance in very high regard, but that was interesting because she was a rather demanding personality, and if she ever felt that in any way she was missing out on some kind of benefit through a religious ritual, she tended to get very angry indeed, as we see. In Gemara and Kedushin, there's a similar kind of story in which Rav Nachman asked Rav Yehuda to send greetings to Yalta, and Yalta felt that this was entirely inappropriate, and she spoke rather harshly. As a result, that was recorded in the Talmud there. In Gita, however, we know a little bit more about how she was regarded by the larger population. Apparently, she had significant skills as a healer, and the population at large was quite dependent on her medical expertise. So hopefully, as we go through Shas together, you'll find more and more clues about this unusual woman, Yalta. But for now, I hope this illuminated your doubts, and I wish you much luck in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinterest and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to several units of coinage in the ancient world, specifically in Esau. Equivalent to kilotons. Kilon is equal to 2 Esars, or that would be 60 kilotons. Now, the names for these terms were common are Asarius and Pontius, and they're used, all over shots. Might have looked like. I should mention that the term be used widely in different contexts, different times. Like word dollar, for example, could refer to an American dollar or Canadian dollar, what other countries use dollars, and a dollar in, let's say, I don't know, 88 would be worth a lot more money than a dollar in 2000. So, one specific period of place we're talking about, but let's have a quick look at that. 11 years into months left there, Vespasian pledged the emperor and Russian of the temple. And all of these coins, you can see that on the right we have on this, and on the left have an us, which would be like SAR. The size of them is just a little bit down, those coins on the bottom. Okay, this eliminating your dot, I wish you had luck on this. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Christmas Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf. Today's daf has a reference to once the Sadducees ruling things. So, exactly who were the Sadducees and what was their impact on Jewish history at the time? Rashi explains there that the Sadducees, claimed that there was no world other than ours. And in fact, that's something we see quite a bit in a lot of the sources. Now, who were the Sadducees? So in Hebrew, they were the Tzedukim, and they were formed sometime around the year 200 before the Common Era. They were associated with the wealthier class in Israel. They had a lot of control over the temple rituals themselves, and they were heavily influenced by the assimilationist tendencies of Hellenism. You can see why there would be kind of a natural antagonism between the Tzedukim and the Perushim, between the Sadducees and the rabbis. According to Rabbi, this group called the Tzedukim were originally followers of Sato, a student of Antiklash Ish Soho, described in the afterlife. And Sato, in this version from Rabbi Nathan, says that he denied the afterlife. We see that throughout the period. Other scholars say no, they may have derived their name from the Kohen Gadol named Sato in the time of David HaMelech, quite a bit earlier, but that name was used to apply to people who were followers of this movement, regardless of whether or not they were Kohanim themselves. Now, the opposition to the Perushim was one of the most profound conflicts within the Jewish population of Israel at the time. The Sadducees not only denied the afterlife, they also denied the oral Torah, which is exactly, like what we're studying today. Talmud is the oral Torah. So they're saying, no, none of that is relevant. So this is a really cool little comp of existential proportions. This is like a serious binary yes or no kind of environment. They tended to have a very rigid interpretation of the written Torah, that is the Chumash, the five books of Moses, with things, for example, like the Lex Talionis, the law of the tooth, meaning a passage that describes an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, which the rabbis, the oral Torah, mediated as the understanding of monetary equivalent of an eye for an eye, monetary equivalent of a tooth for a tooth. The Sadducees tend to interpret it much more literally in a kind of Hammurabian sense. Now, we don't have a lot of evidence about the Tzedukim from the Tzedukim themselves. We have kind of like reflected evidence from the Talmud. We have reflected evidence, incidentally, from the Christian Bible, where they also appear in a very unflattering light. The early Christians, philosophically, were much more closely related to the rabbis than they were to the Tzedukim, and so they tended to push them at arm's length as well. Josephus came from the sect of the Perushim as well, described them very negatively, and he ascribed to them the notion that they felt that God was distant and uncaring of human affairs, a very kind of Hellenistic move that was foreign to the basic tenets of what we associate as Judaism. Destruction of the temple, which was really central aspect of all Sadducean thought, the raison d'etre disappeared, and so they themselves disappeared as an organized group as well. Okay, I hope that it's useful for you. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you good luck. Share that. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of King husband Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Documentary. So this happens to be one of my favorite parts of the entire Talmud. This particular chapter that goes through Jews and dreams is just amazing. And I think it's especially important to point out that dreams are extremely central to some of the most important figures in Jewish history. And in fact, they are Jews are associated with dreams and dream interpretation right up to the modern era. We see, of course, in the Bible stories of Joseph, of Daniel. We see in the rabbinic literature this amazing section of the Talmud here and many other passages. And one of the significant elements, I think, in Jewish thought, a major influence, I believe, on Western civilization, is the notion that the dream world is connected to the physical world, that there are various things going on in dreams that relate to the physical reality, both retroactively and proactively. To jump ahead to the turn of the 20th century, certainly the most influential figure in really bringing this idea of the interpretation of dreams to modern science would be none other than Sigmund Freud. Freud was heavily influenced by Jewish thought. He actually wrote significantly in a critical vein about Judaism, which we won't go into here, but his landmark work is in fact called The Interpretation of Dreams, written in 1899. Now, there are many critics of Freud. One of my favorite passages is the idea that what is original in Freud is not good, and what is good in Freud is not original. And I think there's a certain amount of truth to that statement, because some of his most fascinating discussions of the role of dreams are in fact based on a lot of ancient Jewish thought. For example, we have the idea of, in this parak itself, we have the idea of the daytime residue, meaning the element of what happened in your day that inspired the dream for that night. We also have in this parak the idea of all dreams follow the interpreter's interpretation. Very important flower principle that we see as it is of in Freud's work as well. And of course, the most significant element of Freud's work, his major contribution to psychoanalysis and psychology in general, is the concept of the id, which is quite closely related to what the Talmud calls the Yetzer Hara. So lots more to say about this, but I don't want to go too far afield. I hope you enjoy this pair because it is amazing. But for now, let me just wish you an illuminated dot, and that's a lot about together. This video by the Huberfeld family, Rabbi and husband Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Documentary. Today's daf has a reference to King Shapur I, very famous monarch known as Shapur Malka throughout the Talmud. He reigned from the years 241 to 272 of the Common Era. We're referring, of course, to King Shapur I. There are at least two Sasanian kings by the same name, but only one of them is mentioned elsewhere in Shas. So most of the stories that are in Shas are referring to Shapur Malka I. And he was closely associated with Shmuel, very important Babylonian Amorim. They discussed a range of topics that often dealt with the political context of Sasanian Persia and their conflicts with Romans, as per this passage, and many other fascinating topics. Here's a coin minted in the era of Shapur Malka I, and you can see him there on the left, rather good-looking fellow. Now, some fascinating research from Moshe Be'er of Bar Ilan University indicates that they've been discovering these inscriptions from the period that indicate that there was a certain amount of anti-Semitic agitation going on. The term anti-Semitic is a little bit anachronistic here, maybe we say anti-Jewish at any rate. There's apparently a Zoroastrian priest named Tyr who specifically targeted the Jews among all religious minorities in Persia, and there were quite minorities there, Christians and so on. The Jews were specifically singled out as worthy of persecution. Here's a look at that inscription that was found that is dating to the 3rd century in Iran during the period of King Malcolm I. Professor Mayer points out that it's fascinating that we're discovering these inscriptions, and yet we have no other evidence that Shmuel actually acted upon it, which is kind of like a backwards validation of the idea that Shmuel Malcolm first was philo-Semitic, or at least very tolerant of the Jews, perhaps as a result of this close association with Shmuel. So it gives you a sense of the environment in which the Jews live. Okay, that's it for a very word on Shmuel Malcolm. First, we will return to him and his reign as we go through shots together. But for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the humorist investment Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Antoninus, a Roman leader that had a very close relationship with none other than Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. But it's difficult to actually determine which Roman leader was Antoninus because this name is reused in different contexts for different people. There are several Roman emperors that overlapped with Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi's life, and most scholars identify this Antoninus as being the most likely candidate was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Caracalla, who ruled between the years 211 and the years 217, so this would be towards the end of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi's life. He was the son of Septimus Severus, who was also well known for his much more positive inclination towards the Jewish people, and possibly disposed towards an idea of a rapprochement with the Jewish population after the destruction of the temple some 150 years earlier and the Bar Kokhba rebellion some 100-odd years earlier. The church fathers in their writings point to the close relationship between these two emperors, and in particular Caracalla, with the Jews. And in fact, some sources indicate that Caracalla revealed his positive feelings towards the Jews as early as age 7. Rather remarkable. Here's, by the way, just a couple of looks at a bust of Caracalla. So that's apparently what he looked like as a young man. And here's a coin minted during his reign as well. You see more of these around. Okay. I hope this illuminates, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family. Hello and welcome to Jewish Daf Yomi. So today's daf references the fall of Rome. So when exactly did that occur, and how did it occur, and what was the larger impact? By the time we get to the late 4th century, Rome is entering into a period of steep decline. It's suffering from these kind of irritating attacks from the north of the Goths, and in fact the Gemara and Megillah refers to them as Germania Shalom, this period when these barbarian hordes from the north are coming down and attacking this great civilization. And the Huns elsewhere, these two nomadic groups begin to cause the empire to fray at the edges. By the time you get to the first decade of the 5th century, Rome is really in trouble. The city itself was put under siege twice, and disaster was averted only when huge bribes were given to the besieging forces. forces. It was finally sacked, however, in the year 410 after 3 days of horrible pillaging. And this was a very important thing because it was the first time in 800 years that the city had fallen and was pillaged by enemy forces. Had a real major impact on everyone who considered the Roman Empire to be, basically indestructible. It recovered and then was sacked again in the year 455. Then finally, the empire was from the throne in the year 476, replaced by a conquering German figure named Otto. So this was like really the fall of Rome, something that took place over something like 80 years, with a major sack in the year 410, and then the complete obliteration of the empire as we know it in the year 476. Here's a quick look. Take a look at this map. This is the Roman Empire at its height, so you get a sense of how expansive the empire was, really going all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, all of Western Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, and then here's an interesting 19th century artistic representation of Genseric sacking Rome in the 5th century, and you can see at the top right there some of those nomadic hordes taking away the menorah. Now, obviously, there's a lot to say about the history of the menorah. Stephen Klein wrote a great book on this topic, but nevertheless, you get a sense of the destruction of Rome and what it meant for geopolitics in the 5th century. Okay, I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you had some in your learning. The video is dedicated by the Huberto family in memory of Princess Moshe Aaron Huberto, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Dom. Today's daf has a reference to earthquakes, and I'd like to jump ahead about 1,000 odd years to look at another earthquake that was extremely consequential in the history of Jewish thought. Specifically, let's look at the earthquake that hit Ferrara, Italy in the year 1570. The reason why it's especially important is because it was witnessed by a rabbi named Rothschild, who lived between the years 1511 and 1578. He was living on the Po River in northern Italy, not far, by the way, from Padua, which was the home of great Rothschild. And he was, not an especially distinguished figure. He had written nothing up until that point. He loved manuscripts, and he eked out a living kind of wandering around northern Italy and doing, occasional jobs in information science as it existed in the 16th century. Now, in 1570, there was this amazing, horrible earthquake that devastated the city of Ferrara. Here's contemporary images of what that looked like to people. Fire and brimstone, incredible destruction. And the entire population of the city had to kind of flee from the city and live in the fields and waiting till the aftershocks finally died down after about a week. While they're sort of refugees living in fields and places away from buildings, things like that, he actually had some really fascinating encounters with some Christian scholars that asked him some that he actually couldn't answer about Jewish tradition, and that kind of piqued his curiosity. Furthermore, the specific experience of the earthquake said, you know what? I should write about other earthquakes, and it's something that has a long history in rabbinic thought. And I'd like to talk about what they mean. He eventually composed a book called Meor Einai, which is a massive, thick book that goes through a whole bunch of things, including answering some of the key questions that he was asked by his Christian interlocutors. But it also includes, most famously, in my humble opinion, a small chapter called Kol Elohim, The Voice of God, which is a treatise on earthquakes in Jewish thought in the end of the 16th century. It's an especially fascinating book because it shows this Renaissance era interrelationship between rabbinic thought and emerging science, and then attempt to understand what causes earthquakes, and it's really had a major impact on the next several hundred years of Jewish thought. Sometimes quite controversial as well. But for the time being, I just wanted to speak about the Rothschild and his amazing work, Meori Naim. I hope this illuminated your dot. I wish you had luck. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. The next few Daf are packed with fascinating historical and agonic detail. But today's Daf has one of those passages is kind of like personality forming. Of course, is the Rabbi Akiva was stranded overnight in the field, and the next morning, of course, he goes into town. He realizes the tremendous kindness he received, and he utters that famous statement about God's providence that I will leave to your mind each year to discuss in greater depth. But looking at it historically, what was the army that Rabbi Akiva would have encountered and narrowly escaped that night? Why was it so dangerous for him to be wandering through the woods alone at that time? So the passage itself is difficult to date, but from the context, it appears that this is referring to the closing years of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which he supported. We don't know a lot about the specifics of how this rebellion started, how it progressed, and so on. Our historian named Theo Cassius, but there have been some fascinating new discoveries of archaeological nature in the Dead Sea region that shows us a little bit about the internal workings of Bar Kokhba's army itself. But let's try and understand what specifically was the context of the Akiva story. So according to this Roman historian Theo Cassius, war broke out when Hadrian built a temple dedicated to Jupiter in Jerusalem, now renamed Isla Capitolina. Church historian Eusebius says no, the revolt happened first, the temple happened later, but there's no question that there was a draconian rule of a Roman governor named Tanaeus Rufus, we'll see him elsewhere in Talmud as well. Hadrian himself, the emperor, leaves Israel in the year 132, and then that's when this revolt is characterized by very, very successful use of guerrilla warfare techniques, the same kind of techniques that the Hashmonaim used many hundreds of years earlier, taking advantage of the local terrain, tunnels in particular, and attacking Roman troops as they're moving from place to place. Hadrian ultimately sent General Julius Severus all the way from Britain to Israel to take care of this rebel activity because he knew how dangerous the Jews could be in warfare. And he ultimately imported several other legions to get an attempt to quell the violence. According to Theo Cassius, the Jews ultimately could not withstand the might and numbers of the Roman. The kind of devastation he is phenomenal. 15 fortresses, 9.5 million killed. It were battles that extended nearly 4 years. Heavy casualties were also inflicted on the Romans. Hadrian's report to the Roman Senate was missing some key words that are formulaic. Quickly, all reports of the Senate of this nature will begin phrase, I and my feet are well, but elected to omit that in the midst of the Armenian rebellion because I, especially, the last big battle was, of course, the Battle of Tar, which we remember in Yerkanah's own time we washed bread, and that's where Bar himself was killed. There are small ongoing battles that ended afterward, but not with the context of our Gemara today. It's mostly he was a supporter of Bar Kokhba, no supporter of Bar Kokhba. Roman patrols that were looking for rebels associated with Bar Kokhba, possibly before Beitar, possibly after Beitar. Not exactly sure, but at any rate, I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you a tzlacha. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Olav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So, following on from yesterday's discussion of the Bar Kokhba rebellion and Rabbi Akiva's very tragic end, we have the figure of Paulus ben Yehuda, also a Tana of the 1st-2nd century. The events described in yesterday's Gemara and today's Gemara occurred in the 130s, and obviously he was contemporary of Rabbi Akiva, as we see in this Gemara. Now, it's interesting to note that Paulus ben Yehuda elsewhere in the Talmud is characterized as an extremely cautious individual, someone who tends to take a very conservative approach lest he expose himself to some risk, as we see in this particular Gemara as well. But for example, he apparently was concerned that his wife should she be wandering around the shuk and places like that, she would engage in inappropriate conversation. So he would actually lock his wife up rather than expose her to that kind of risk. Now I know we don't like Lashon Hara, but that's kind of an extreme example of to avoid it. He's in fact criticized for this kind of behavior by Rabbi Meir, who says he's like a man who finds a fly in his drink, and rather than simply scooping out the fly, he throws away the whole thing because he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. That's an interesting kind of Gemara to think about in our own times, because we might be in the category of Isra because we live in such a period of great plenty that we might say, okay, let's just have another one because we live in a throwaway society in many ways. Not necessarily saying that's good, but I've gotten off the topic here. So you know what? Let's just say at this point, I hope this illuminated your doubts, and I wish you tzlacha in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Olav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a fascinating, very brief reference that opens up a huge world in terms of intellectual history. Specifically, when the rabbis are talking about what is the meaning of the word kapadaria, translation shortcut, Rabbi says simply the word kapadaria yishma. It is just like it sounds. What does that mean? It is just like it sounds. Well, obviously, Rabbi is aware of the Latin origin of this word kapadaria, which is kapadaria in Latin, right? It sounds exactly the same. And he says, hey, listen, the word kapadaria we're using in Aramaic, it's the Latin word. It's just like it sounds in Latin. So what does that mean? Fascinating. Let us recall that Rabbi, as far as I'm aware, he never left the region of Babylonia. He lived in Mechoza and died in the year 352. This is not a Roman area. This is a Persian region in which the vernacular would be Aramaic, Middle Persian, and the Jews would use Hebrew as their scholarly and liturgical language, and Aramaic for their vernacular. Where does Rabbi get off knowing Latin? It must be that he lived in an intellectual milieu, encouraged or at least tolerated or in languages outside of the region of Babylonia itself. And no, it's not just Rabbi, because all of his interlocutors understood what he said. When he said kapadaria kishma, they understood, yeah, okay, I guess it comes from the Latin root that we all understand. So this is a fascinating kind of, insight into what's going on in the educational environment of the 4th century, and really very impressive achievement in my humble opinion. Okay, I hope that illuminated your doubt. I wish you tzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Olav Shalom. Jews consider becoming cutters of precious gems, that is, stone cutters of jewelry, as a really useful Jewish occupation. Now, historically, it seems that many Jews took Bautista up on his recommendation because we have a long association of Jews with the market in precious stones, especially in diamonds. There are a lot of reasons for this, besides the ones that are obvious from Bautista's discussion. It's a very portable trade. It is an urban trade which allows Jews to live in cities. They're very gregarious Jews. They want to stay close to each other, walking distance of a synagogue, a mikvah, a Chinese restaurant, things like that. It's a profession that was rarely blocked by guilt restrictions, so Jews could pursue this trade without worrying about running afoul of other associations, trade associations, things like that, and especially makes good use of international connections. And given the nature of the Jewish diaspora, this is something extremely useful. In the modern era of the markets in particular, Jews were well positioned to take advantage of the increase in the trade in diamonds, especially. By the time we get to the early modern period, Amsterdam is an extremely important center of the diamond industry. It later moves to London and Belgium, but there are Jews involved in the trade very heavily from that period on, especially Portuguese Jews, because they had an unusual advantage because of the horrible persecution in Spain and later in Portugal. There are a large number of Jews who were forcibly converted before the expulsion from Spain in 1492, and then the forced expulsion, or the forced conversion in 1497 in Portugal, which also left many Jews in this kind of limbo status. So, as they were able to leave the Iberian Peninsula, many of these Portuguese Jews were freed from the restrictions of being Jews, allowed to settle in different places, and depending on the nature of their zone of settlement, they could actually go back to practicing Judaism. Amsterdam was a key example of one of these cities that welcomed Portuguese Jews who were freed from all kinds of restrictions and could travel and engage in the diamond trade in particular. Now, stone cutting, which we can associate with people like a lens grinder, for example, that begins to drop off as it becomes more and more closely associated with the terrible disease known as tuberculosis. But the trade expands. We see lots of important figures like Luca Pamela is involved in the diamond trade. And in today's world, Israel has emerged as one of the world's greatest wholesalers of diamonds. So, Bautista's recommendation to Mara definitely had a major impact. I hope this is what you're done. And I wish you a slap on your leg. Was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Princess. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Tremendous day this is, bringing a set of miracles together. What a tremendous exclusive, tremendous privilege for me. I'm so grateful to the Rothschild for giving me the opportunity of learning with you. And I anticipate that many of you watching this video, this may be the very first track day that you have completed in its entirety. Wow, I'm so grateful to be with you on this journey. So what I'd like to do with the last page of each Gemara Siyum is to think a little bit of the history associated with who made great Siyums. And although I've been recorders of the Siyum Hashas, in this particular sector, we're up to the 6th Siyum Hashas on the 29th of January 1968, the 28th of today's year 57. There were celebrations of the world, most notably from Tel Aviv, London, and in many ways it's very important to see beyond the obvious fact that people are completing a cycle of the entire Talmud, but also because it was a watershed moment in Jewish history. It was like one of the most important moments of this century. This is because it was a turning point really for the revitalization of the Jewish people after the Holocaust. Up until this point, the dominant feeling among sociologists and observers of American society in particular were that, Talmud studying Orthodox Judaism was basically going to disappear. It was hopelessly retrograde. It didn't fit with modern society. You looked at all the demographics, and people like Marshall very prominent says that, look, Orthodoxy in America is toast. But a major turning point happened in 1967, and we begin to see it perking up with things like the Siyam Shas in 1968. Specifically, two major things happened in 1967 and the 60s generally. The first is, of course, the incredible, mind-boggling victory of the Israeli Defense Forces in the Six-Day War of June 1967. Israel was faced with a tremendous array of enemies surrounding it. There were calls that the Arab armies were going to drive the Jews into the sea and reclaim the land that was allocated to them in the UN Partition Plan of 1947. And that Israel, however noble, ultimately got the end. And within 6 days, just an incredible mind-boggling. Not only did the Jews survive the attacks, but they actually increased their territory. It's amazing. And so all of a sudden, Jews all around the world are like, wow, this is, and I don't use this word lightly, miraculous, huge event in Jewish history that began to get Jews thinking a little bit differently about their ancestral religion and thinking less about the kind of victim mentality of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, and also the possibility of a resurgence, David-like, after being threatened by Goliath. The second thing, a little more prosaic but also quite significant, is that here in America there was a burgeoning Black Power movement where a lot of African Americans, former slaves, of course, our experience of slavery goes back much further, but it's been much more sustained anti-Semitic experience. But the descendants of former slaves began to say, you know what? We're not second class. There's a lot that we can be proud of as African Americans. And they looked to African American culture and African American writers and the idea of a resurgence and a reassertion of African American identity. And so a lot of Jews began to say, wait a second, why not us? Why can't we be proud Jews? Why can't we talk about Jewish power? Why can't we talk about Jewish culture? So these two events, the Six-Day War and the rise of Black Power, managed to get a lot of Jews to think differently about their relationship to Judaism. And the Siyam Shas in 1968 punctuated the tremendous possibility of resurgence of Talmudic study in the modern era. And we have just gone further and further since that point. As we today complete this Siyam on the Sefta Brachos, it has been a tremendous privilege for me. I hope you will continue learning with me tomorrow as we look at the Sefta Shabbos. But for now, I hope this illuminated your dam, and I wish you good luck. This video is dedicated by Dr. Shalom Uberfeld and family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Uberfeld, Olav Shalom, Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a fascinating passage regarding use of the facilities. And so I wondered, what exactly what does it mean to use the facilities by ancient Israel? So there's no question, even from learning Gemara, that there are different types of trains used in the ancient world. There are different types used in Babylonia as there were in Israel, but certain things remain the same no matter where you go. So let's just look at some of those examples of ancient plumbing. Here are some fascinating pictures of you see that the most basic form of plumbing, at least indoor plumbing, as opposed to going out to the field and things like that, that's references to the Torah clearly saying that people have to take care of the business going away from the clock and things like that. But if you have some kind of indoor toilet that looks something like this, you can see that it has a fairly small pore, probably to reduce the amount of smell that will walk up from underneath. And underneath this particular toilet will be found a cistern that was filled with various caustic chemicals that would break down the human records. So what's fascinating is that archaeologists today are able to dig into that mine and then divide DNA residues be found, but nevertheless, it's kind of like a symbol of what we really think of this place. Now, fascinating in today's Mishnah in particular, it doesn't quite seem to be all rather places that fit what's on the Mishnah, fit with the outdoor kind of, but it appears that the Romans were really big into communal use of facilities. And so we see, for example, in Beit Shan, the Romans loved constructing like multiple use toilets, perhaps actually with their sporting events and things like that. I mean, you have that lots of places. So this is actually a multiple use ancient toilet. You can see that there are seats for everyone, and apparently these seats are rather comfortable. And I imagine that you wouldn't have to use the space between the seats. That's probably what is going on there. For the triceps, they don't know. But nevertheless, it's fascinating kind of look at the car, and it would have made more sense to think of this kind of example, perhaps in the context of today's stuff. Here's a little funny story. It's a true story. When I was about 18, I worked at Rabbi's Cargo Cafe in Jerusalem. Didn't know very much about Hebrew or whatever. And a woman comes up to me, I was a waiter, and she said, excuse me, sir, where is the recipe? Now, I didn't know the word Shimush, that was a new term for me. And on the kibbutz where I had been before I came to Rabbi's Cargo Cafe, they called it Sheretim, facilities. And I thought she meant Beit Shemesh, which of course is a city. And so I said, I'm not sure exactly how to get there, but I go out this gate, using this particular bus, and keep going. I'm sure someone can help the way. Like I'm crazy. Finally asked me in English, where's the money? Anyways, I hope that's the you're done. And I wish you luck. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello, and welcome to Jewish History and I'm so grateful that you joined me again for another second, or at least for this one video. And my convention is that we're going to second we talk a little bit about the actual itself. We're going to be spending so much time about the contents of the actual age itself, of what's happening there. So, obviously, after the mission, our most important commentator on the page is the incredible Rashi. Rashi has been portrayed on the page since the 15th century when began in the Jewish world, and there's a few interesting conventions that have been accepted, especially since the Rothschild edition that are 500 years old just this year in 2019. Specifically, Rashi is always printed on the inside, and furthermore, the layout is at the top. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard this legend as before. This is a little idea that Rashi says you must review your 4 times to have any, say, grasp on your material. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds like Tosfos is also printed with the top. But anyways, times time Rashi will spill over from the inside column to the con, but for the most part, he's always on the inside. Now, there's in so many different ways. He was born in France, in the Champagne region, a city called Troyes, in the year 1105. His full name is Shlomo ben Yitzchak Rashi, or Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or some people say Rabbi Shel Israel, teacher of all Israel. His father was also a scholar. Rashi was his father, and his uncle, his mother's brother Shimon, was also a Paitan, that is a liturgical poet. And these two intellectual strengths really are expressed in his commentary because he is at once very comprehensive and clearly demonstrating a massive grasp of the entire corpus of rabbinic literature, especially evident in the commentary on Chumash, but also he's really quite green and very pithy, and he's able to boil down massive arguments in very small, short number of words, which are unusually clear in their presentation. He studied at Mainz and Worms, and then later he established his own yeshiva, which would ultimately rival that of the Tri these students were actually his relatives. He had no sons, but he had at least 3 daughters that we know of, and their husbands became great scholars. They include great figures like the Rabbi, members of the Polytostos, and so on. One of the great strengths of Rashi, perhaps the reason why he has been so cherished as a commentator, is because as he himself, as a commentator, tends to fade into the background. He rarely inserts himself. He primarily is concerned with the student's ability to grasp the text itself. And he just leads the student through, line by line, word by word, what needs to be understood in order to make it to the next logical aspect of the Gemara. He's such an incredibly helpful resource that he has always been cherished in that role. His commentary, some tractates unfortunately have been lost. This is an unfortunate reality of the medieval world entry when the church began burning Talmudic manuscripts. Many of these very valuable books were simply lost. And some commentators were composed later in Rashi's style and even had them attributed to Rashi. Rashi's Tinus, Nadarim, Nazir, Horus, and Moed Katan are generally understood not to be actually Rashi himself, but later pseudo-Rashis. Some tractates we have incomplete manuscripts like that on Basra, which was completed by his grandson Rashba, and Akos, it was completed by his student, who would have been Natan. So in all in all, Rashi, however, is such an incredible resource for us to the text, and I hope this illuminates your thought, and I wish you lots of luck. This video is dedicated by the Huber Bell family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huber Bell. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Knowing. Today's daf has reference to the exceptionally important Amora Shmuel, one of the two most important Amorayim of his generation. He's also known sometimes as simply Mar, not to be confused as Mar was referring to just one of the rabbis previously discussed. We'll talk about that in a different class. He's also known as Shmuel Yarnama, which means gazer or the astronomer, because he had a phenomenal understanding of astronomy, the stars, the skies, and so on. He lived in the late 2nd and early 3rd century, and he's associated most closely with Rabbi. In fact, all of these arguments from that particular time usually indicate a difference of opinion between Rabbi on the one hand and Shmuel on the other. He was born in Nahar Dai there most of his life. His teachers included his father, Alma and Abba Achohi. It appears, however, that he also studied in Israel, like Rabbi did, probably under Yehuda Hanavi, just like Rabbi. But we don't have a very clear definitive proof that the suggestion is because he had some expertise in medicine and he cured an illness, an eye illness that was afflicting Rabbi Yehuda Hanavi. It's possible, however, that it was just a cure that he discovered or invented or perpetrated that was administered to Rabbi, not necessarily by Shmuel himself. But at any rate, it's very clear that he mastered much of the learning that was going on in Israel at the time. He was personally wealthy. He inherited a lot of money from his father, but he led a very tragic life. His sons died when they were very young. Some of his other children were taken into captivity, some daughters taken into captivity. There's a whole story about what happened to them as well. And his overall, he maintained a phenomenal output of Torah scholarship. Some of the most important concepts of the Talmud are associated with Shmuel, including Dina de Malchus, Dina, the law of the land is the law, or one who wishes to take from his fellow, it is upon him to provide proof that he owns whatever it is he wishes to take away, and so on. So Shmuel, all in all, extremely important Amora intellectual. He was also known for unassailable integrity. On some occasions, he refused, for example, to to serve as a judge if anyone involved in the case had ever done him even the slightest favor. And he even sought to get around price gougers by allowing the sale of substandard hanasim in order to try and punish those who were taking advantage of the high prices around the holiday Sukkot. He became the highest authority in Jewish law when Rabbi passed away in the year 247. He was known also as a natural scientist. He knew quite a bit, as I mentioned earlier, about astronomy. He was also in debates with the Babylonians starting many of the implications of the movement of the stars. And he was also quite politically active, interacting with King Shimur Malka, King Shapur, and others. Okay, I hope that's useful for you. I hope this illuminated your doubts and that you enjoyed yourself together. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has reference to Rabbi Yosef, very important Amora who died in the year 333 of the Common Era. His full name was Rabbi Yosef ben Chia, and he was briefly head of the great Pumbedita Yeshiva after the death of Rabbi. He was a student of Rabbi Bar Yechezkel, and he was known as a very religious student. He was called Sinai, meaning Mount Sinai, for his incredible grasp of a wide variety of sources. He translated actually much of Tanakh for certain Divrei Hayam, the Book of Chronicles, into Aramaic. Now, while Rabbi was the head of Yeshiva Pumbedita, Yosef, however, refused to receive any honor. He was very self-effacing in that matter. He was also deeply engaged in mysticism. He was understood to be a master of Merkava mysticism, and that is alleged to have had discourse with the king of demons, Ashmedai, that's his name. He was personally independently wealthy, and he was known for an incredible philanthropy. He charitably supported hundreds, literally hundreds of his students. We know that towards the end of his life, he became ill, possibly with Alzheimer's, and apparently also maybe cataracts or something that affected his vision. And unfortunately, he lost much of his learning. There's some very beautiful passages in Talmud. We will see the Rambam as we go through Shas, where Rabbi Yosef will be someone who is told about a particular dispute until his student Abaye bluntly suggests to him, Rabbi Yosef, all of me taught us this before, and I'm the teacher of what he had taught me. Okay, that's it for today. I hope this illuminated your doubt. I wish you had love together. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's Daf has a fleeting passage, which if you didn't know the larger context, you'd think, well, this is just, the way people talk, but in fact it is a highly coded phrase that alludes to a historical incident described in Tractate Horius, Daf Yud Gimel Yud Daled. So what does this phrase mean? Acherim Omrim? It means simply others say, but it's actually code for Rabbi Meir. In other words, after this particular incident that I'll tell you about right now, whenever it says Acherim Omrim, it's referring to Rabbi Meir rather than referring to him by name. What was the story over there? Well, it's apparently a three-way machlokas, or at least a two-way machlokas that involved two different groups. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, who was made the Nasi, made the prince, as it were, or the head of the Rabbi Natan was made the head of the court, and Rabbi Meir for positions in the Jewish administration at that time. Now, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel had suggested that he was the Nasi, he was the highest of the three ranks. There should be some small distinctions in public demonstrations of honor that would be different for him because he was higher than the other two. Rabbi Nathan and Rabbi Meir said, that's really not appropriate. The three should be equally. I won't go into the details, but Rabbi Nathan and Rabbi Meir had actually proposed to motion a particular plot that would demonstrate that they all be on the same level from Gamaliel. The airport and demonstrate that it's on an equal level. And once it happened, he actually decreed that as a result of their plan, they should be at the word in the Talmud, and that's recorded as Acherim Omrim, and Rabbi Nathan should have his order as Yesh Omrim. After this incident, when Meir taught something which is as others say, that's Rabbi Meir, and when Rabbi Nathan taught something, it will be taught. There are those who say, fascinating passage, the origin of the phrase Acherim Omrim. Thank you for watching. Illuminate your dot, and I will show you each other. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld of Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to an interesting thing, a so-called Megillah Sisar, a hidden scroll. So what exactly is a hidden scroll? We should remember that at the end of the 2nd century in particular, Jews were at an inflection point as they were making the transition from an oral culture that is all of this Torah Shabbat that is specifically taught orally, handed down from Rabbi to student, and it had been so for hundreds of years. And there was a massive amount of information, especially information that was not necessarily going to be codified in the Mishnah, those texts called Baraita, which literally means outside text. And how do you remember all this? So much data. So certain rabbis, in this case Rabbi Chia, and also his student Rabbi Oshia, would collect these texts, and many other rabbis as well who were doing this, and they would keep private notebooks. These were not intended to be disseminated widely. They were still very much relying on oral culture, but they wanted to just remember it as one of those. And we should also remember that at this time, the Jews had lost a major war with the Romans. The temple was destroyed. The population was dispersed significantly. Quite a few tens of thousands sent off to slavery in Rome, but there's still Jews living in Israel throughout this period. And then a little bit later, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, worst devastation. The region of Judea basically emptied of Jews at that point. Jews living primarily in the north, and they're being attracted to Babylonia, to Syria, to Egypt, to Italy, and so on. And with all this kind of falling apart, this kind of disintegration of the Jewish polity, they're saying, hey, we've got to write this down, we've got to keep it together. That's the reason why the Mishnah was ultimately written, because under those circumstances, it really had to be preserved. And so that's really what it feels to start. It's one of these documents that was privately held. In fact, that's a better translation. A hidden scroll, it's a private scroll that was information at a time when it was in danger of being lost. Not for the purposes of reading it out loud, but for the purposes of the individual to remember, oh yes, that's what they said and so on. By the way, just for a quick footnote, just like at the end of the 2nd century and towards the 3rd century, there was a turning point in the history of the transmission of the Torah, of the oral Torah in particular, making that leap from an oral condition to having a text-based culture. We are in that period, and I am participating in it right now in because you are listening to me, right, orally, and you are listening to history, but still, lots of other people on this app definitely saying Torah Shabbat. So, what does it mean? To an oral text is transmitted digitally over challenges and also associated with that. And it's eliminated your dumb, and it's love it. This video is dedicated by the human Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Depth. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, an exceptionally important Babylonian Amora who had a very long life. It appears that he lived from years 207 all the way to years 309, 102 years. Tremendously long life, especially for that time and age. He was primarily active in Babylonia, very closely associated with Surah, as you shall see, although he is also cited in the Jerusalem Talmud with significant frequency, indicating that he may have spent quite a bit of time in Israel as well. He studied under Rabbi and under Rabbi in Surah, and then under Rabbi's successor, with whom he had a little bit of friction. As a result of their disagreements of certain things, Rav Chisda would not be cool on any halachas in Surah, and in fact he ended up moving back to his hometown in Kasli, and only later would he be associated with Surah again, which is especially ironic because when he was an extremely wealthy individual, he gave tremendous amounts of money for the upkeep of Surah as issue. Speaking of his personal wealth, he has kind of a rags to riches story, very poor in his youth, but ultimately he became very wealthy as a ruler, an occupation that Roth also followed. Major philanthropist, as I mentioned, but he traced a lot of his success to his early marriage. He was married at age 16, very, very happy, successful marriage, and he used to say that it's because I got married at 16, and if I had gotten married at 14, I would have been that much greater. Now, as I mentioned, he had some disagreements with Una, and as a result, he moved to Kafri, where he was not within the jurisdiction of halakhic sort of like boundaries. But after Rabbi died, many of those students moved with Rabbi to Medisa, and Rabbi went back over the yeshiva in Surah, and many students returned to study with him personally as well until the end of his life. Okay, I hope that eliminated your done. I wish you all luck in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of husband Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Depth. So today's daf has an unusual passage talking about throwing a beehive into the street. And you have to wonder, why would anyone throw a beehive into the street? I will tell you, when I was a little kid, I once found an abandoned beehive and wanted to knock it down with a baseball bat to see what it would look like inside. It turned out it was not abandoned. But let's go back to the Gemara. So what relevance does that have to the Gemara? The truth is, it's not talking about a beehive like full of bees. It's talking about a particular shape. And it's the shape that's significant for the discussion of the Gemara here. Let's have a quick look at beehives and why we get to this. So here's what a natural beehive would look like. There are lots of different designs depending on the specific type of bee that builds this, but that's kind of a classic natural beehive, and that's like the one that I thought was abandoned when I knocked it down. Here's an idealized beehive. I would imagine, Rosh Hashanah when you get full of honey and potatoes and things like that. But what the Gemara is really referring to is artificial homes, that is, made homes for the production of honey. The modern beehives can be square like this. That's used because you can actually move sections of it in like drawers of a filing cabinet. That's very efficient for taking the honey, which you really want to harvest. That's not necessarily the kind that was used in the ancient world. However, here's a look at what ancient apiaries, that is, beehives look like. Here's a place called Tel Aviv in Israel, where the archaeologist Kai Mazar found a whole bunch of these intact. You can see they're actually cylindrical. They were stacked one on the other, and the bees would move into these clay cylinders. Now, these were obviously not the kind of things you'd want to throw in the street, but use today, very ancient design, made of like wicker and things like that. It's called a skep beehive. And these are conical shaped beehives that are really quite portable and light, and they could be disposable if you destroy them, like extract the honey and so on. This is the shape that's referred to in the Gemara, this conical shape, and that makes much more sense. You're not actually throwing a beehive easily straight. Trust me, that's dangerous. This illuminated, you're done. And I wish you would slug it in your mouth. This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Princess Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf. So today's daf has a reference to the haircut of Ben Elasa. What is that referring to? Apparently it's a very specific kind of haircut that required a lot of time to execute. That's the relevance to the Gemara that we're discussing here. But who was Ben Elasa or Ben Elasha, and what did this haircut look like? So we don't know a lot about either of those two. Ben Elasha apparently was the son of Yehuda Hanasi. He was apparently a very wealthy individual, and for reasons which are not clear, he specifically wanted to get this kind of haircut, which was extremely expensive and had to be, redone frequently and took a lot of time. Possibly because he wanted to show other people how the Kohen Gadol would have his haircut, and he would go through this very difficult and time-consuming process in order to demonstrate that how this was done. Or in Sanhedrin, talks about how the Kohen Gadol would have to have his haircut trimmed at least once a week to be suitably for the avodah, for the worship. What exactly did it look like? There's a controversy among commentators as to what it is, and I could not find any pictures on the web that really illustrated this well. According to the Rabbi, it's just an extremely precise short haircut where all of the hairs are exactly the same length. According to the Rabbi, however, it refers to how each one of the hair would curl over and reach the root of the next hair. That has to be incredibly time consuming. I can't even imagine. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf. So today's daf has a reference to Udim, who I think we can translate as Luddites for now. But it's not referring to the English movement of Luddites in the early 19th century who were objecting to the advance of technology which threatened their traditional jobs, particularly in textiles, and they went around breaking out looms and things like that. We're referring probably to two possibilities. And Mara, of course, says that the Udim eat in the first hour of the day. Why is that? So, according to one opinion, it's referring to the people of the ancient region of Libya. You can see here in this map, it's in Asia Minor, which is today Turkey. Apparently, it is just part of the national diet and the rhythm of the day in Libya, and people eat very early. Perhaps they're very hungry. Perhaps they eat a very light dinner and they're really hungry for breakfast and their rice. Who knows? But that's one possibility that the Libya come from this region, and for whatever reason they eat very early in the morning. Another opinion is actually quite fascinating. It might come from the Latin word "dame," which means to play, and is an allusion to those who play in the gladiatorial games. In fact, the word gladiatorial seems to have gone in, and although it's probably more related to the blackfish, which means sword. The gladiatorial games, which were called or circuses, were not like, Barnum and Bailey's three-ring circus. They were fights to the death for the entertainment of the bloodthirsty masses. And so when you went into one of these gladiatorial contests, it's quite likely that you would not survive. God forbid. And so therefore it's really important that you have a good exercise reasons. One, because you want to have enough energy to go before you go in there and duke it out with another gladiator or with one banner or whatever they would have fight against you. And secondly, it might be one's last meal, so you better make it a good one. Okay, I hope that illuminated your done. You should have slept out together. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Nicholas and Moshe Avram Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has a reference to a Chama, which is the name of a Zoroastrian priest. Zoroastrianism was actually the official religion of the Persian Empire for about 1,000 years. It was conceived by a man known as Zarathustra, who lived several centuries before the Hammurabic era, and its principal feature is one of dualism. That is, unlike polytheism, which are religions that worship a multiplicity of gods, or unlike monotheism, of course, Judaism is a monotheistic religion worshiping one God. Zoroastrianism worships two gods. A very strong God, a very strong God, who are locked in this struggle. We'll be talking more about Zoroastrianism as it comes up tomorrow, but for the time being, let's just leave it at that. Fire, however, is associated with Zoroastrian worship in a very important way. One of the great scholars of the academic study of the Talmud was a man named Rabbi who was a teacher at Yeshiva University, and he wrote that despite the obvious theological differences, there are actually many doctrines of Zoroastrianism which are fairly congruent with Judaism, and for at least a brief period of time allowed for a somewhat golden age of cooperation between the Jewish minority and the Zoroastrian majority in the Mesopotamia. For example, dualism, while it is an act of the Jews because, of course, we only worship one God, it is in itself very much a verse to polytheism. So the idea is a very small number of gods, in our case one, is actually something that inclines Zoroastrian and somewhat more positively toward them. Also, Zoroastrian is also believed in an ethical commandment system in which a god commands certain things, which is not so typical of many other socio-cultural Nida in particular, which is the area of research of one of Professor the Iranian aspects of Talmudic thought, the similarities between many of the practices of Nida. That's more another topic for the time being. I hope this illuminated your doc. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Nicholas and Moshe Avram Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So Rashi on today's daf refers to the people of Makosa as being very pampered and as being people who do not work, and they wear, because they're not involved in like agricultural activities, perhaps they wear very wide clothes and so on. So we'll return to the people of Makosa from time to time throughout Shas. We should mention at this point, though, that Makosa has a very mixed reputation in Islam, largely due to their very robust economy. The location of the city of Makosa is about 30 kilometers south of today's Baghdad, across the Tigris River from the ancient city of Ctesiphon, which was a capital city. You can see in this map here where Mosul was actually located in contemporary Iraq. Mosul was actually a suburb of the capital city. The capital city was very wealthy, and it was located on the Tigris River near a canal called the Nahar Malka, which connected the Tigris to the Euphrates River. And although this suburb was principally Jewish in population, eventually the city of Ctesiphon grew so much that it incorporated Mosul and made it a very welcome place to live. Indeed, you can think of suburbs just outside of New York City and places like that that become very wealthy because of association with these sexual activities in Mosul. Now, Rabbi is the most important rabbi who was associated with the city of Mosul, and he often reviewed the population for their sometimes ostentatious display of wealth, their somewhat casual attitude to business ethics, if I can put it like that, and sometimes their lack of attention to Torah study and observance of the commandments. So there's always this kind of tension between the great wealth of Mosul and the rabbinic authority of people like Rabbi. I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you what's love in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf. So today's Daf has a brief sort of like poke at historians like me, in which they say, we also love difficulties, but what we can do, if we were to start writing them, we would never be able to finish, right? There's just so many bad things that happen in Jewish history. How are you possibly going to keep up? But that's not really the full context of that message. However, it does discuss something called the Scroll of the Vast. Now, what exactly is this Scroll of Vast? It's ascribed to Hanina ben Hizkiah, and it is one of the hidden scrolls that we spoke about a week or so ago. These are, personal documents that were originally written down in order to try and tabulate and keep for one's personal use all of these data points that are impossible to hold on to in an entirely oral environment. Specifically, in this case, a list of dates upon which it is forbidden to fast because good things happen to the Jewish people. Even though we call it the Megillus Tainus, really is mainly about times that good things happen, and therefore fast days could not be decreed on those days, and also eulogies as well. The reason why these were private, as we discussed in the brief share on the hidden scrolls, is because there was a ban on writing down oral Torah, and so individual rabbis would privately for themselves keep a list of major teachings they did not want to forget. Eventually, these, of course, became circulated and ultimately published. The Megillus Tainus happened to be a very early document of the Pharisees, though, and this is exceptionally worthwhile on a historical level because it gives us a sense of what it was like for the rabbis around the end of the Second Temple period. So basically, as I said, it's kind of a calendar, and it keeps tracks of certain dates, and it says why we can't fast on that particular day. The dates are recorded in Aramaic, and the commentary, which is called by scholars a scolion, was probably added later, and it's written in Hebrew. Properly told, this is not a history book, it's more of a chronology. The intention is not to really convey a massive amount of historical information. The intention is primarily religious in nature, so that Jews will be aware of these days when they cannot decree a fast and so on. Most of the events that are described here are primarily Second Temple events, and many of them, unfortunately, are obscure. We do not know exactly what they refer to. Okay, that's about it for Megillus Tainus for today. I hope this illuminated your done, and I wish you much luck in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf. Today's Daf has a fascinating little discussion of the decree of washing hands and exactly who made that decree. What this is referring to, of course, is the mitzvah netilas yadayim, the rabbinic commandment to wash one's hands in a ritual fashion before eating, and it's based on the performance of the Kohanim in the temple, but the rabbis, as will be discussed later, expanded this to include all Jews under certain circumstances, for example, before they eat a meal. Now, the passage from a historical point of view, it really is a statement of authority of the rabbis. The Jews were quick to adopt these kinds of measures as they were enacted by the rabbis of their day. For example, as Gemara in Eruvin, where Rabbi Akiva is in jail and he has only a very limited amount of water, he's concerned how is he going to be able to observe the mitzvah of Netilas Yadayim when he needs this water for drinking. Of course, he decides to wash instead of drinking, but that's a discussion over there for Eruvin. But on the other side is a fascinating reflection of this actually in early Christian documents, because at least twice in the Gospels there are actually passages where the rabbis come up to the founder of the faith of Christianity and his followers, and they say to them, is it true that you don't wash your hands before eating? And I always laugh thinking about how modern Christians read this passage, because they're saying, well, the rabbis wash their hands before eating, and these early Christians do not either wash their hands before eating. And of course, there's a debate that goes on in there, and essentially they defend the practice of not washing hands before eating. Obviously, the only way those passages can be read is if they're not talking about how sanitary one is and what kind of hygiene one practices before eating. Really, what they're talking about is how much attention do we pay to the decrees of the rabbis. In the case of Rabbi Akiva, for example, it was quite extreme, and that's kind of like a role model for Jews. And on the other hand, in the early Christian movement, washing one's hands in a ritual fashion before meals meant adherence to the rabbis, and therefore not doing so meant establishing an independent path, which would have ultimately create a different religion altogether. Okay, fascinating little thought about the first century. I hope this illuminated your dawn, and I wish I saw that in your life. This video is dedicated by the Humor Belt family in memory of Princess Moshe Aaron Humor Belt, Allah Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to Queen Shlomo. This is referring to someone that is known in historical literature as Salome Alexandra. She lived between years 139 and year 67 before the Common Era, and we spoke about her not too long ago in Brachos. Her name varies different places in Shas, referred to as Shelzion, Shlomzion, even Shlomi. And I don't want to go over a whole history here because we talked about it in Brachos, but let's just pick up one specific name because it's going to lead into a much larger discussion a little bit later on the holiday of Hanukkah. As you may recall, she was married to two kings of the Maccabean dynasty. First, Aristobulus I, and from whom she apparently had no children. And after he died, she married her much more famous husband, Alexander Yanai. After Yanai died, King Yanai then he ruled alone from years 76 to 67, and that's by the way regarded as a golden age in many ways because the tradition holds that problems increased as a result of a personal piety, and there was peace in the region and so on. As we see in the Gemara, she was a big supporter of the Pharisees and her brother Shimon ben Shaphan in particular against the Sadducees, which were associated with her husband Alexander Yanai. And as queen, she restored a lot of authority to the Pharisees, to the Jerushim, and some greater authority in the operation of the temple. They controlled the calendar, again, a lot of positive things from their perspective. Now, I'd like to just focus for a second on how this was sort of like a punctuation in a long period of decline of the Maccabean kings called the Hasmoneans. And I think you can really tie it into three basic down. The first is, as widely induced in the religious literature, a selective level of observance to the commandments. military overreach. Something with this, you'll come here and it's a kind of an ambition that out their abilities that sometimes would be, as we see in the case of Congress into May. Third, internal factions are very, very strong. In fact, that would ultimately the growth of the SAG. Many of these three reasons were accompanied by an incredible sense of how Shlomo was such an unusual figure in the Maccabean dynasties. Okay, we'll return to this topic with the comic of Rome in just a couple days. For the time being, I will discriminate your dog, and I wish you much luck on the other. This video is dedicated by the Huber-Bell family in memory of Princess Moshe Aaron Huber-Bell, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Depth. Reference to Rabbi who was an extremely important town lived in the 1st century and after destruction of the temple as well. His home was in Lydda, and he was associated in particular with the surviving remnant after the destruction of the temple in the Yam. He had many colleagues with whom he regularly discussed a lot, but the most important among them was Rabbi Akiva. And the Gemara in Subas argues whether or not Rabbi Akiva was his colleague or really was his student. Perhaps the most well-known of their debates is in the Haggadah, when Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon spent the entire night debating in Bnei Brak. He was someone who refused to accept any honor for himself. In fact, in one case, he was able to save himself from physical assault by revealing that he was a learned person, and that he regretted for the rest of his life that he used Torah for his own purposes. He was a tremendously kind individual and very innovative as well. At a time of famine, and you can understand in the late 1st century, in the period of upheaval with the Rothschild war and so on, all kinds of difficulties, there were 300 women that were starving. He, in a very bold gesture, he actually engaged them all, controlled them all, so that they could be part of his household legally. He was a Kohen, and then they could partake of the Truma food, which would otherwise be forbidden to members of a non-Kohen household. Fascinating kind of way of feeding these 300 women. He is known for his many 50 sayings. My favorite is a passage in Diablos that I find tremendously inspirational. He writes in the second paragraph there that the day is short, the work is great, and the workers are lazy. And the reward is huge, and the master is insistent. You are not obligated to finish a job, but neither are you free to desist from it. Very powerful passage. According to Rabbi, his end was among the 10 martyrs of the state. 10 very famous rabbis, including Rabbi Akiva, who were killed in the context of the Adrianic persecutions of the 130s. The tremendously amazing light. I hope this illuminated your thoughts, and I wish you much luck. This video is dedicated by the Huber-Bell family in memory of Princess Moshe Aaron Huber-Bell, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Depth. Today I'd like to take you on a little detective story, which will not end in a conclusion, but hopefully will give you a sense of what I go through sometimes to be able to put these videos together. I asked a very simple question: where is Difti? Right? We have this area of Difti. There are other people from Difti. Where is Difti? It must be an important place. And people are always saying that this person comes from Difti. Now, I started having a look around, and I could not find any location for Difti. It is evidently not in Israel, because it's a very important guide to places in Israel at times by Betsy and Rothschild called Torah Centers and Rabbinic Activity in Palestine from 70 to 4 CE, and it's not listed there at all. So it stands to reason it's probably in there's a very important source. It's a relevant source. Which is published in Paris in 1868. Lucky thing I'm Canadian, so I can read French. And when I found the citation in Neubauer, he writes that it might be identified in a place called Divitach on the lower Tigris or Devon on the Tigris. So he said, great, I'm going to look for these two places, Divitach or Devon, assuming that he was translating from some source into French. And so Divitach would be pronounced Divitach, but I couldn't find anything under either place. However, when I looked up Pliny's natural history, this is the first century Roman source, he lists a place called Divitach with a CH and said, great, that's fantastic, let's find it. And he also lists, but unfortunately there are several manuscripts of Pliny that give us different pronunciations of this name too. According to Pliny's natural history, this Divitach is located near a place called Para-Pomania. So Potamos means river in Greek, and Para, I think, means like on the other side or halfway or something like that. So I thought maybe close to a river or next to a river, like Mesopotamia means between the rivers, right? And there's a city called Messene. So I thought, great, okay, I'll find those places. But then I can't find those places anywhere either. But when you look at his actual description of where it is, it seems to be located on the Tigris River, somewhere in Ctesiphon, which we spoke about just a little while ago, very important major Babylonian city. So I can more or less place it somewhere south of Lower in the Para-Nikosa. Okay, that made me happy. Here's a map of where Tifti possibly is, if it is the same place as Divitach. Okay, very nice. However, he gave another location. He took someplace called Devon, which is apparently on the upper Tigris. So I looked around, and that found the same kind of struggle to find out place names sound like, and I found a place something called Devas, which is just upstream from the Shah of Aram, which is where the Tigris and the Euphrates meet, and they form a single river. Okay, very good. And here's a map of where that would be, a place called Al-Qurna today on the Shah of Aram. Now the problem is, Neubauer relates that Tifti is on lower Tigris, and Tifti is on upper Tigris. And when I locate those two names, they're reversed. That Tifti is actually, if it's Tifti, it's on the upper Tigris, and Deva is on the lower Tigris, which is the opposite of Neubauer, which is where I started. Sorry to make you go through all this, but you should share some of my pain here. I don't know where this is. It's probably on the Tigris River. I don't know if it is Ctesiphon or north of Ctesiphon, but it's somewhere around there. And maybe by the time we finish shots together, I'll find a better location. I hope that illuminated your doubt, and I wish you much luck. I do learn. This video is dedicated by the Huber Bell family in memory of Rothschild. Hello and welcome to She's Trained Up Young. Today's has a reference to when Rothschild came from the hard dog. So what is that possibly referring to? It sounds like something important, right? The mark of the Rothschild mentions where he came from and when he came from. So it probably refers to the event in 289 when a king is up of Nezer conquers the city of Nahardal and drives the yeshiva out. Much of these shaders incorporated into yeshiva of the Nisa. Papa Ben Nezer, century historian and regret as Septimus Ordinatus. Papa Ben Nezer sort of sounds like Septimus Ordinatus. A client king of ingratiate himself with his Roman court. He attacked, basically attacked King Shmuel. This was part of his way to ingratiate himself to the Roman squad at the time named him Corrector Coitus Orientus, meaning Viceroy of the East, in a very high position in terms of the Roman administration of the region. The attack didn't go all that much further, I hope that illuminated your thought. I wish you lots of luck in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Nachum Hamadi. This is a person that Ashkenazi Jews read about every single Friday night when they go to Bameh Madlikin, because he is referred to right there as one who actually were in Bameh Madlikin, so you know yourself. At any rate, he was a first century Tana from Yerushalayim. We know from a part of Subas that he was one of the Dayane Gezeros, meaning he was some kind of important judge of civil law. The name implies Hamadi. The name implies that he came from Medea. Where is Medea? Medea is quite far away, actually. You see in this map here, it's on the other side of the Tigris River, and it's quite a large area. We don't know exactly which part of Medea he came from. It was really an empire. It's referred to in the book of Esther, for example. And what is he doing in Yerushalayim? This is really an unusual problem. We only have a handful of teachings that are cited in his name, and many scholars doubt at least 3 of them. So we're not exactly sure whether those are appropriately attributed to Nachum Hamadi. This, however, is one of his accepted teachings at this point. So the question is, why does he have that name, Nachum Hamadi? Apparently, either he or his ancestors came from Medea. Is it possible that he was a convert to Judaism? We see many of them at this time of Mishnah as well. Is it possible that he was a descendant of the exiles, perhaps in the first exile of the 6th century? We simply don't know. But all of these things together, I hope you illuminate your doubt and give you some consolation in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's Gemara begins with a famous question, why Hanukkah? And this gives us a great excuse to spend a few daf and a few of these little videos speaking about the history of Hanukkah, because it is actually rather different from what we read in the Gemara here. The sources for our understanding of the events of 167 before the Common Era and onward for a few years are basically the Talmud, something called the Book of Maccabees and Josephus. The Talmud, however, as we're seeing right now, is not a fantastic source when it comes to historical data. The Talmud is obviously very concerned with the mitzvah of Hadlakas Neros, which is taking about quite a while now. But it does not seem to know any social, political, economic, and religious roots of the conflict that led to amazing Hanukkah rebellion. For that, we have to look at the Book of Maccabees and other scattered sources as well. The Book of Maccabees is fascinating. It's actually a book that did not make it into the Hebrew Bible. It's one of those outside, sometimes referred to in Tanakh. It's made up of 10 individual books on their own, really there are chapters. The first one in particular is an especially valuable historical source, probably written by some who actually experienced the wars themselves or heard them from the veteran of the, and it gives us a very, very detailed, lush account of why they were from a sympathetic observer and sympathetic to the Jewish cause, of course. Josephus, who we spoke about on many occasions, a very complex source. He was originally associated with the against Rome in the first century, and then he joined their kind of royal court historian, and he was the go expert in the Roman Empire for everything Jewish. And he wrote a very important Jewish war that is called by the name. He also Jewish antiquities was basically a guide to Judaism from the very beginning of creation as well. One of the courses, the emphasis is not on the miracle of the oil. The emphasis is definitely on religious background to the concept. And I would just say one basic thing, because we're going to pick it up with the next video. We should understand that the Hanukkah rebellion was more like a civil war than a war against foreign invasion. And that's a really important point. Just to give you one example of this. And you understand, as we've spoken about before, Hellenism had so deeply penetrated Jewish culture at the time that Jews had difficulty figuring out what exactly is the line where no more cultural difference can be tolerated. And just to give you one example of that, many young men were actually willingly undergoing a painful and primitive process known as epispasm, which was actually a surgical attempt to reverse the circumcision. And the reason for this is because they wanted to compete in the athletic games, like the Olympics, for example, which were traditionally done totally in Hebrew. And they were embarrassed because the Greeks viewed circumcision as a form of mutilation, and it offended their sensibilities. So this just gives you a sense of how far gone the Jewish community was at the time of the Hanukkah rebellion, and how they wanted to really divest themselves of that external influence. We'll speak about it tomorrow, but for now, I hope this illuminated your doubt. I wish you lots of luck on your learning.